Chapter 2987. The destruction of the two Tao avatars struck the spectators like a tsunami, leaving them speechless. The death of Master Deju was shocking enough. Next came the two avatars. The crowd became drenched with cold sweat. Those who threw insults at him earlier felt their legs trembling. He didn't mind antagonizing these two by destroying their Tao avatar in the slightest. Remember, Metalkin War God had the divine court behind him in addition to his entire race. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they obeyed all of his commands. As for Bright King Buddha, he had Lankavatara Temple and numerous worshippers of Buddhism. Moreover, his personal power was nothing to sneeze at. This meant that Li Qie was challenging two great powers at the same time. However, he still looked so nonchalant as ever. Was this indicative of his true power? Many stood there in a daze. Some thought that they were very lucky for still being alive right now. If they had attacked earlier, they would be ashes just like the rest. Supreme and Holy Frost True Emperor had nothing to say. His power actually exceeded their already high expectation. As domineering as can be, one older character murmured. The majority realized that domineering was indeed the right word to describe him. He didn't matter who his enemies were and could instantly murder after a quarrel. He called himself fiercest, right? Looks like the right choice. Another master carefully pondered and eventually said while shuddering with fear. Fiercest seemed to be superior to billionaire Li in every way. Anyone else got a brilliant opinion? Li Qie pulled back his hand. Judging by his expression, it was as if he had only killed a fly or two. Nothing worth mentioning. The crowd exchanged glances. None of them could say anything right now. Even those who were annoyed at Li Qie didn't dare to voice their opinion. Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God have been made examples. Haha, feel free to speak. I'm sure Sir is more than willing to listen and accept your suggestions. The bull caused more chaos. People here weren't idiots and didn't take it seriously. Okay then, I see that everyone is happy without any complaint. Li Qie smiled and nodded. The only one unaffected was Rue Qingxian. Even Tai Yinshi was shocked, aware that his full power wouldn't have been able to stop Li Qie. Prior to this, Tai Yinshi was being considerate after seeing the bull and the goddess attitude towards him. He knew that Li Qie should be extremely strong, the only way to earn the respect of these two. Nevertheless, he didn't have an exact idea until now. The guy had left a deep impression on him even though he was a supreme everlasting. In his opinion, Li Qie was definitely on the same level as Luminous Master or considerably stronger. Just imagine, an unknown youth appearing out of nowhere with so much strength. Tai Yinshi was justifiably startled. Okay, Commander, let's talk about this boulder now? Li Qie turned his attention towards Tai Yinshi. I'm all ears, young noble Li. Tai Yinshi bowed again. This gesture came from the heart this time because Li Qie was powerful. It had nothing to do with the goddess and the bull. It's very simple. I don't need this boulder and will help you open it. However, there is no free lunch in this world. I need something else from you. Li Qie smiled. Of course, the crowd thought that nothing would be better if Li Qie didn't want this boulder. May I ask what it is that you want? I will not refuse if it is within my capabilities. Tai Yinshi responded right away. No rush, I'll let you know then. Just nod if you agree. Li Qie said. Well, Tai Yinshi hesitated due to a lack of transparency. What if he couldn't give Li Qie what the guy wanted? For example, his life, sky pass or demands like this. He turned towards the goddess, hoping for guidance. Commander, if young noble Li truly wants something, I'm sure he doesn't need to negotiate with you since he can just take it. The fact that there is a conversation shows that he has no ill will. This is his showing respect towards you. She said. Her comment woke him up. He realized that this was indeed the truth since he had no chance of opposing this unfathomable person. Well said, well said. Li Qie clapped while laughing. So smart, I like you more and more. Thank you, Dao brother. Qingxian remained cool and elegant. The geniuses no longer dared to say anything after seeing this type of flirting between these two. They could only let jealousy and envy churn inside while gritting their teeth. So, I'm losing my patience. Li Qie asked. If that's the case, then please open this boulder for the sake of the world. I am willing to hand over anything you want with both hands. Tai Yinshi took a deep breath and bowed. He was aware that this was the only course of action to take. You're not too stupid. Li Qie chuckled. Thank you, young noble. Tai Inchi shuddered, realizing that Li Qie would have taken it by force if he were to refuse earlier. Chapter 2988. Li Qie stood up and said, Very well, I will open it for you now. He headed for the boulder under the skeptical gazes of the spectators. Can he actually do it? Luminous Master himself failed to. Someone still murmured despite witnessing his power. All of them have tried before, including Supreme and Holy Frost. Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God along with the mighty Luminous Master have tried as well. However, Li Qie made it sound so easy. Could he actually be better than Luminous Master? They felt that this was impossible. In order to become a progenitor, Luminous Master and Orchid Sage had to train arduously and battled numerous foes. Though Li Qie had proven himself today, they still thought that there was a considerable gap between him and the two progenitors. Or at the very least, he didn't have enough time to grow and accumulate just yet. That's why his strong claim didn't win the crowd over completely, including Tai Inchi. He wasn't so certain either, not because he was looking down on Li Qie. He got a good look at the guy's power but had also seen the boulder in full detail. He eventually came up with one conclusion. One must be at least at the immortal level of the progenitorial realm to open this boulder. Or, it might be even harder, requiring the person to be as brilliant as Gao Yang. Only Hui Qingxian and the bull remained calm. The bull had full confidence in Li Qie's abilities. The same could be said for the goddess. Under great scrutiny, Li Qie placed his hand on the boulder and slowly closed his eyes. No more wasted movements happened as he became a statue. Just like that. A spectator said. The guy wasn't using a supreme grand Tao for derivations or a great treasure to experiment. This looked unbelievably simple unlike the previous complicated attempts. It's a miracle if he can open it by doing this. A knowledgeable everlasting from the last generation found this impossible. This is an invincible Tao heart. The goddess sighed and told the bull. She knew how to open this but lacked the mastery to do so. After seeing his first move, she was sure that he would be able to do it without any difficulty. Time passed by and Li Qie remained in the same pose. Everyone has been watching with great anticipation but some started losing their patience. Is this really happening? It makes no sense that he can open the boulder by just doing this. Someone finally whispered. I agree, humph. He's just putting up an act. A genius annoyed with Li Qie said. He was happy to see zero reaction from the boulder. Nevertheless, he kept his voice down as low as possible out of fear. If he can open it by doing this, I'll eat the whole boulder. Another genius whispered with disdain. Clank. Crack. Crack. Unfortunately, the moment he finished speaking, the runes on the boulder lit up. Individual sections began moving into a different shape. Finally, the runes cracked open and the boulder blossomed like a lotus flower. However, it wasn't a stamen in the middle but a wooden chest. It had an ancient appearance and an old smell, seemingly existing for countless years. Nevertheless, it still looked quite new despite being beaten by time. He did it! One expert shouted. Everyone stood up and stretched out their neck for a better look. Emotions overwhelmed many of them. The guy didn't need to use any special method and still opened the boulder. A miracle really happened. Luminous Master and Sarinchi couldn't do it but Fiercest did. An old Eternal commented. Those who disliked Li Qie had nothing to say because reality was unfolding before them. It didn't matter what he had in his bag of tricks, he still opened it, unlike the rest. So heaven-defying, I don't get it at all. Many big shots had no idea what was going on. Those who were capable enough to understand remained silent. As easy as pie. Li Qie said. No one dared to utter a word since he had just proved them wrong. Chapter 2989. Li Qie took out the wooden chest from the boulder. Everyone could see and feel its immense weight, overwhelmed with curiosity about the content inside. Tai Inchi was ecstatic. They tried their best to no avail but Li Qie had done it now. So what's inside? Everyone wanted to know and began to speculate. Maybe a supreme artifact left behind by a great progenitor for our world? One expert said. I don't think it's that simple. This thing flew out of uncrossable expanse with a meteor. This should be premeditated. Maybe it's not just one progenitor but multiple for the sake of protecting their descendants from a future calamity. Another Eternal replied. Many agreed with this statement and nodded. Yes, the progenitors have foreseen such a day and left this chest for us. For millions of years, many progenitors chose to enter that expanse. Perhaps they have met each other there. They predicted that something might happen in the future and prepared this chest to leave with the meteor in order to aid their descendants back in 3 immortals. However, Li Qiye didn't open it. He tapped on it and said, "There's only one power here capable of holding this chest, 5-element mountain." Everyone quickly stared at 5-element goddess after hearing this. They didn't care about his intention, whether it be to curry favor with the goddess or to please 5-element mountain, because he was speaking the truth. If it pertained to the prosperity of immortal lineage or would be useful during an incoming calamity, 5-element mountain would be the most qualified system to keep it. You're right, young noble Li. 5-element mountain should protect this wooden chest. Tai Yinshi had no idea what was inside, but he still agreed to hand it over to 5-element mountain. First, he was an outer disciple from this system. Second, he had no selfish wish in this matter either, only wanting to carry out his responsibilities. After all, his sky pass would be the first to face any calamity from outside. He really wanted to protect this world. Therefore, if such a day did come, 5-element mountain was the most suitable system to take over and command everyone else. Thus, he gave the chest to its successor, Hui Qingxian. No one had any objection, thinking that she was indeed qualified to keep it. Plus, this chest was found by him, so to a certain extent it was his. He could do whatever he wanted with it. Hui Qingxian was unaffected by the spotlight and pressure. She elegantly said, "Thank you, Sir Commander, and everyone else for regarding our system so highly. In my opinion, the content of this chest is very important and will be useful later on. Sir Yinshi protects Sky Pass and immortal lineage itself. This is the front line, so anything that can assist in this regard should stay here under the protection of Sky Pass, to be used by the Legion here. It was created for this purpose and should be used for this purpose." Her comment was appropriate to the occasion and thorough, impressing the crowd as a result. It didn't matter what was inside. Just the fact that it flew back from uncrossable expanse meant that it should be immensely precious. Anyone else would never miss the chance to seize this treasure, yet she refused. Everyone became moved by her vision and selflessness. Li Qiye, on the other hand, only smiled. Holding that treasure was the same as shouldering the responsibility of protecting the world. A heavy burden for any system. Since you have put it that way, I have no choice but to accept it. Tai Yinshi pondered for a moment before accepting it from Li Qiye's hands. He thought she was right that the treasure would be the most useful here. After all, if Sky Pass were to fall, the entire world would be affected. The guests didn't have any objection either. Even if some did, the current situation stopped them from vocalizing it. Thank you for traveling so far to join us here today. The prosperity of immortal lineage relies on our solidarity. Tai Yinshi put the treasure away and began thanking the guests who cupped their fist in response. The feast was over since the mystery of the boulder had been figured out. People began to leave. Some decided to stay at Sky Pass for a bit while others returned to their system. In the end, only Li Qiye's group and 5-element goddess were left. "Thank you for opening this boulder for the sake of justice, young noble." Tai Yinshi thanked Li Qiye again, displaying great reverence. "No need to thank me, I didn't do it for justice." Li Qiye smiled. "It is time for you to carry out your end of the bargain. Please let me know what you desire." Tai Yinshi smiled wryly and bowed again. It wasn't easy for someone of his status to act so humbly. This was indicative of his sincerity. "It's not much, just your tiger tally." Li Qiye smiled. "You want Sky Pass Legion's tiger tally?" Tai Yinshi's expression changed as he took one step backward. "Yep, that's the one." Li Qiye smiled again. "Well," Tai Yinshi rubbed his palms together, not sure how to answer. "You don't want to?" Li Qiye asked. "Young noble, the truth is that it is not up to me. This tiger tally has grave importance, not only pertaining to the Legion, but it is the key to Sky Pass itself." Tai Yinshi smiled awkwardly. This tiger tally wasn't only a symbol of command for the Legion. It has been around since the ancient ages and acted as the key to Sky Pass. It could open the defensive barriers and control the powers here. Thus, even if one had control over the Legion and didn't have this tiger tally, they didn't really have full sovereignty in this place. That's why it was difficult for Tai Yinshi to hand over such a key item to Li Qiye. It was the same as handing him all of Sky Pass. "I know, I don't want your Legion or take over Sky Pass. I'm only borrowing it for a bit and will return it to you. Li Qie said. Too much was at stake for Tai Yinshi to make a fast decision. Sir Yinshi, you are still underestimating young noble Li. Hui Qingxian shook her head and said, it's not up to you if he really wants it. As I said before, the entire transaction is only an act of respect. Chapter 2990. She paused for a bit before continuing. Sir Yinshi, you can't actually think that the young noble wants your legion and sky pass? Given his power, the entire legion wouldn't be able to stop his step. In my opinion, even the mighty sky pass can't either. If he has any treacherous intent, he wouldn't need the tiger tally since he's unbeatable in the first place. Thus, this has to be coming from a place of good. She seemed to be supporting Li Qie entirely. This girl is amazing. No wonder why she's the top spot in 5 element. Young yet got a killer vision. The bull thought. The bull could see through Li Qie because it had lived too long and met countless invincible beings and brilliant geniuses. This gave it an amazing pair of eyes. On the other hand, Hui Qingxian was still so young yet knowledgeable, far exceeding her peers or even a senior like Tai Yinshi. This had a lot to do with her background. She has met plenty of invincible masters there, allowing her to have outstanding insight. Well, Tai Yinshi became startled. He knew that Hui Qingxian was definitely stronger than him. She respected very few people to this level. Even the 2 progenitors were only viewed as equals in her mind. There must be a reason why she viewed Li Qie with such high regard. Just think about it. 5-element mountain was as strong as can be. Tai Yinshi knew this much. Its successor, Hui Qingxian, must have seen numerous masters. This only made Li Qie seem more impressive. Sir Yinshi, if you are still worrying, 5-element mountain will act as a guarantor? Qingxian said elegantly and as beautiful as always despite her appearance being hidden. Doubts should be dispelled now that 5-element mountain was brought to the mix. Goddess, that's too much. I'll just listen then. Tai Yinshi didn't dare to escalate the issue and bowed towards Hui Qingxian. He then hurried away to get the tiger tally. He naturally couldn't carry such an important item around all the time. Not bad at all, that's a lady from 5-element mountain for you. Li Qie smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Far inferior compared to you, Dao brother. Qingxian smiled, looking far more light-hearted than earlier. It's not easy for you to come outside, and out of appreciation for your likability and thoughtfulness, you may take this back. No need to worry about it anymore. Li Qie smiled and took out 1/2 of a jade pendant. He got it from an old man as a promise token back in a pavilion while avoiding the rain. Even a fool could tell that this pendant was special. Jinger, who was standing behind Qingxian, had her eyes opening wide. She was more nervous than anyone while staring at the pendant, afraid that Li Qie might suddenly change his mind. She felt the urge to grab it away from him right away. After all, it pertained to her lady's happiness. Contrastly, Hui Qingxian stared calmly at the pendant then back at Li Qie. Such nobility and elegance were naturally attractive. Dao brother, you wish to decline the engagement? She smiled and spoke softly. Such tenderness coming from a woman of her status would make others overwhelmed with joy. Not quite. Li Qie shook his head. The old men in your clan only wish to trap me. If you were an arrogant brat, I would have teased you for a bit, but this isn't the case, so there's no point. Take the pendant and be freed from this. But what if I don't mind? She asked. One would regret forever giving up a woman like her. Nothing can be better then. The bull clapped its front hooves together and said, You two are a match made in heaven and cast by the will of the earth. No other pair is better. It's a travesty if you don't get together. The bull actually wanted to push these two into marriage and a wedding night as fast as possible. It could already imagine the fat and cute baby resulting from this marriage. My bones are going to meld if you keep this up. Li Qie ignored the bull and told her. I would be ecstatic if I was truly that irresistible. Your Dao heart isn't something I can move, akin to a mayfly trying to push down a tree, completely overestimating myself. She shook her head in response. Are you sure you don't want it back? Li Qie smiled and glanced at the pendant. If you wish to return it, give it back to the person who gave it to you in the first place. She responded. I'm sure our ancestor is reasonable enough to not make it harder than it should be. Lady. Jinger became anxious since her lady didn't want to get the pendant back. Alas, she didn't say anything else, aware of her lady's wish. All right, 5-element mountain is a good place anyway. I'll come visit when I have time. Li Qie smiled and put away the pendant. I'll be waiting and will show you our best hospitality. Qingxuan's eyes seemed gentle as she said this. Very well. Li Qie nodded. Good, good. The bull laughed after seeing Li Qie keeping the pendant. It was more nervous than the two involved parties. It patted its chest and laughed. I'll be waiting for the ceremony. The two naturally ignored the bull again. A while later, Tai Yinxi returned with a box. He carefully presented it in front of Li Qie with both hands. Inside was a tiger tally from an unknown era. This is the tiger tally of Sky Pass. Please take care of it, young noble. And please, forgive me for being knowledgeable and unable to see your depth. Tai Yinxi respectfully said. You're already quite smart. There's a reason why 5-element mountain recruited you. Li Qie took a look at the tiger tally and praised the guy. Li Qie then took out a blueprint and added, Sky Pass isn't unbreakable like it is in your imagination. It was built long ago and some openings have formed. Ordinary people can't notice them, but for the true masters, they will be able to traverse through this place freely by taking advantage of these openings. Tai Yinxi hurriedly accepted the blueprint for a look, aghast. His face turned pale because these openings have been listed carefully. Each was the same as opening the gate of Sky Pass. Ordinary masters might know about them but still couldn't do anything. Only the lords could take advantage of this. Thank you, young noble, for working to help protect immortal lineage. Tai Yinxi bowed deeply. Chapter 2991. You're overthinking it. This has nothing to do with protecting immortal lineage. I am only a passerby and became interested in Sky Pass, so I took a look, noticing these flaws in the process. Li Qie replied. Tai Yinxi shuddered inside. He has been the commander of Sky Pass for some time now, and knew the place like the palm of his hand. However, he didn't notice them at all. This so-called passerby who only got here recently took note of this so fast? Truly terrifying. He knew just how strong Sky Pass was, more than enough to repel mighty progenitors once activated. Its origin remained unknown. Its true characters were shrouded in mysteries. Brilliant progenitors couldn't necessarily understand the wall in its entirety. He knew that this was beyond his grasp despite trying to learn for a lifetime. Worst of all, Li Qie didn't only spot the flaws but also offered various solutions. No one in the contemporary could do this right now. Not him or even Luminous Master. Cold sweat began to form as he thought about the previous conversation. Hui Qingxian was right. If Li Qie had an ulterior motive, his legion with the help of Sky Pass wouldn't be able to stop him. He could destroy the entire thing. Therefore, borrowing the tiger tally must come with good intentions. Otherwise, destruction would have been the faster path. Li Qie went through the effort to borrow this tiger tally was a token of respect and goodwill. He didn't wish to damage this place. You are a god among men. Tai Yinxi said with reverence. I was too foolish to see this. It is my fortune to be enlightened. Li Qie accepted the gesture and said, Carefully mend them because time won't wait for you. It's coming. The calamity is coming. Tai Yinxi murmured. He had mentally prepared himself for this possibility. Alas, he still held on to a sliver of hope that what happened before was only a coincidence. Yes, and no one can escape the inevitable. Li Qie added. A natural disaster. His heart became heavy since Sky Pass would be the first to take the hit. No, it's no natural disaster. 3 Immortals is one of the safest places in existence. The villainous heaven can't send down a natural disaster that easily. This is a crisis stemming from men. From men? Young noble, do you mean old friends are returning? His expression changed as he instinctively looked towards uncrossable expanse. A supreme everlasting like him was on the same level as a progenitor at the myriad or even the imperial level. His power gave him more knowledge and vision compared to weaker cultivators. Thus, he understood the implication and started thinking about a few legends. Old friends, huh? I don't think anyone will be calling them old friends at that point. Li Qie smiled. Right. Hui Qingxian chimed in. Sky Pass will be the first to take the hit. It is the most important yet perilous location. You know this more than anyone, Commander Yinxi. So please, grasp this opportunity to fix the flaws and prepare for the worst. Tai Yinxi took a look at the blueprint again before smiling wryly. Goddess, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Sky Pass is majestic beyond anything else in the world. These flaws seem tiny, but fixing each of them requires an insane amount of resources and manpower. Divine metals, immortal stones, and so many refining experts. Even our Legion would need a long time to take care of them. Remember, the wall spanned for billions and billions of miles. Just one flaw required an immense amount of effort to fix. The guests from Uncrossable Expanse will start with Sky Pass. If Sky Pass were to go down, immortal lineage would be exposed to the tigers and lions. Peace will no longer be possible. Everyone is responsible for this, not just Sky Pass. All Dao systems and cultivators will need to shoulder this burden. Qingxian said. What you're saying makes sense, but I'm afraid implementation will be difficult. He put on a forced smile. In fact, everyone understood that the moment Sky Pass went down, immortal lineage would be exposed completely. However, how many systems and masters would want to contribute their own resources to the cause? Selfishness was a part of human nature. 5-element mountain will handle 1/3. Everyone else will contribute the rest. Is this possible? She said. Tai Yinshi was shaken to hear this. 1/3 of this ridiculous number was enough to start another system, or even more. However, she gave this promise without any hesitation. Quite a heroic and domineering showing. Immortal lineage was massive, yet 5-element mountain was ready to contribute 1/3. What could the rest refuse? Yin Taishi, thank you and your system on behalf of the entire world. Yin Taishi got on his knees. Her promise would make this far easier. Any unwilling system would no longer have an excuse to not bear this responsibility. Moreover, it meant that 5-element mountain itself was spearheading this monumental project. The system was far more influential than Tai Yinshi alone, and success was only a matter of time. Do it as soon as possible so we can have peace of mind. Qingxian said. They won't wait for us, so if we aren't prepared on that day, everything will turn to smoke. I understand. I will take on the responsibility of fixing the flaws as soon as possible. I will also fight to the death here, in Sky Pass. Tai Yinshi sonorously responded. As a member of 5-element mountain himself, this wasn't an empty promise to its successor. Sir Yinshi, I'm confident in your abilities. The goddess responded. Okay, I am done here. Time for me to go. Li Qie stood up and stretched. I hope to see you again, Dao brother. She bid farewell as he was leaving. I'm sure we'll meet again soon enough. Li Qie smiled and left the commander's mansion. Tai Yinshi went with them all the way to the gate before stopping. Dao brother. Someone came up to the group. It seemed that she has been waiting outside for a while now. It was none other than Holy Frost True Emperor. This prestigious 12-palace emperor was willing to wait outside for Li Qie regardless of how long it took. She bowed her head after seeing him. Dao brother, the elders of Sacred Institution wish to pay you a formal visit. She got straight to the point. Haha, the old geezers there are finally reacting? They see some values and are running around as if their butt was on fire. The bull laughed and said with a hint of disdain. She smiled wryly after hearing this. Of course, this was indeed the case. The elders back there wanted to entice Li Qie. After all, he was a disciple from their system. How could they let go of such a brilliant cultivator? 1. A heavenly disaster would be a more accurate translation since the word consists of sky/heaven plus disaster. However, it sounds jarring in English, and natural disaster is how it is used in everyday life. The problem is it sounds strange in the translation too. Chapter 2992. No need for this type of formality. We'll meet again if fate permits. Li Qie smiled at the emperor. Haha, no chance after the opportunity is gone. The bull laughed and poured cold water on the academy. The brat from Repentance Institution has a better vision compared to the old geezers. It was naturally referring to Du Wan Rue. Holy Frost True Emperor took a deep breath and said, I will let them know, Dao brother. The gate of Academy of Light is always open for you, ready to welcome you back. She knew that he was powerful beyond imagination, and didn't need to rely on their system. The ancestors had nothing going for them to recruit him outside of his previous status as a student of repentance. He didn't need to give them any face. Sure, I am still a student of repentance. Li Qie smiled. I understand. The emperor nodded and said, Repentance is one of our 5 great academies. Its future will be boundless with numerous geniuses that it can rely on. Her words carried a lot of weight due to her current cultivation. She bowed towards Lichia then the bull before leaving. The girl is very smart. The bull laughed. Unfortunately, there are 4 other academies and her influence is limited to Northern Academy. She doesn't have full authority or this system could take the next step and herald another golden age. It had a high evaluation of her. Well, she certainly had the wisdom and abilities to earn these praises. Unfortunately, her system was too large. If she wanted full sovereignty, she must convince the other elders to give it to her. This was extremely difficult. Nevertheless, she still made a promise to Lichia just now since he had some ties with repentance. In the future, she would take care of it more or less, especially with regards to resources and talent recruitment. After all, the academy needed to do this much in order to curry favor from him. She didn't have the authority to make this promise currently, but this didn't stop her from being decisive. Academy of Light has plenty of talents. Lichia said, unfortunately, it's just too big. That's one problem. Haha, it's just more headache for the old demon, his future won't be fun at all. The bull heartily laughed and gloated as if it could see the old demon struggling already. You guys go back, I have something else to do. Lichia smiled then commanded. He left without waiting for them to respond. Okay, we're going. The bull didn't pry any further and told the other members. Lichia traveled to the end of Sky Pass. Of course, this wasn't easy for regular cultivators due to the massive length of the wall. Furthermore, a power existed at this edge. The closer, the stronger the repelling force. He still made it there all the same and looked forward. This particular wall base was connected to the sky with white clouds flying by. This was also the depth of the wildlands, virtually uninhabited by anyone, not even by those who were escaping their enemies. Wild grass and weed have taken over this sad place. Not even a bird or fish could be seen. The base was made from large, coarse boulders. Upon closer inspection, one would see everlasting divinity in each one in the form of faint shimmers. They have been assaulted with the rain and wind through numerous years, turning brown as a result. One would get the feeling that these boulders were as old as the wildland itself, existing since the formation of this area. Of course, no one knew who created this portion of the wall during the olden days. This remained a mystery. Many short steps accumulate into 1,000 miles. Lichia became slightly emotional. The world doesn't know the pain of their ancestors. Above the 9 firmaments are the blood of many wise sages. They fell on unknown battlefields just to protect their descendants. These ancestors have tried their very best. Sky Pass was the best example of this. Unfortunately, their efforts went unnoticed. Lichia took out the tiger tally of Sky Pass. Ordinary people would only think that this was a badge of authority for the Legion, capable of mobilizing forces. In fact, they simply didn't know that it wasn't made by Tai Inshi. The thing was ancient and passed down from many eras. Tai Inshi has been in charge for a long time yet still had no idea about its origin. He knew that one couldn't be considered the master of Sky Pass by just having control over the Legion or forcefully taking over the region. The Tiger Tally was absolutely crucial since that's the only way to activate the defensive barriers of Sky Pass and use all of its powers against the enemies. Because of this, he speculated that the Tiger Tally was created during the formation of the wall. It should also serve as a key into the origin of Sky Pass, the source of its power. Of course, he didn't know how to use this key to reach the mystery of Sky Pass, unlike Lichia who could reach that far. The latter had experimented before and found that without this Tiger Tally, a massive power in Sky Pass would try to repel him. He could naturally force his way through but it would end with massive destruction. A large part of the wall would crumble as a result. He had no intention of damaging this defensive line of immortal lineage, so he needed to borrow the Tiger Tally. With this, he could enter the source of its power without facing any backlash. It's exquisite and profound. Lichia held the Tiger Tally and smiled. A Dao flame began to jump in his palm before turning into magical runes. They transformed and derived wondrous grand Dao. Visual phenomena took form. One could faintly hear the sound of stones being moving and breaking. It took them back to an ancient era with the ancestors splitting the earth open and carving the boulders in order to form Sky Pass. Chapter 2993. Clank. The tiny Tiger Tally suddenly changed into a shiny golden brick. Most cultivators would mistake it for the gold currency used in the mortal realm. However, a meticulous spectator would see minuscule runes engraved on the brick, seemingly part of it since the start. Li Qie smiled and placed it into a gap on the wall. Though this wall was high enough to reach the sky, it was still made of numerous rocks and boulders. Thus, it had plenty of gaps, more than enough to place this brick inside. Buzz! The gap exuded strands of golden light, akin to the opening of a treasure grove. People couldn't help wanting to crawl inside for a better look. A heat wave also rushed out as if there was a cauldron inside intending on melting the golden brick. However, the brick wasn't the only thing being melted. So did the rocks nearby. The brighter the light, the higher the temperature. The rocks around this gap couldn't handle the heat. They glowed pink, then eventually red like molten metal. Next came the liquefaction process. The rocks became liquid but didn't flow downward, still maintaining their original shape. Finally, the process was finished and the melted rocks slowly took the form of an arched gate. One could still see the lava in the center, as if through the gate was a world of lava. Entering would end up with the person being drowned and burnt to ashes. Li Qie smiled and walked into the gate. Buzz! Sure enough, the lava drowned him entirely. Strangely enough, the lava gate cooled down at an unbelievable pace. The rocks then returned to their original shape. The gate was no longer there. If one didn't witness this transformation process, they would never know about the gate's existence. Meanwhile, Li Qie on the other side wasn't burnt to ashes. On the contrary, he felt quite refreshed. The moment he walked out of the lava, he saw a massive continent capable of shouldering 3,000 worlds and countless galaxies. One could still feel the immensity of the land despite standing on top, enough to shoulder all powers and weight. Alas, the place seemed to be a barren land devoid of any vegetation. It had a dark red hue, seemingly scorched to nothingness. The surface still had a high temperature, almost like a street being assaulted by the sun for a long time. Walking barefoot would lead to injuries. Li Qie chuckled and continued slowly, attempting to feel the power of this land. This was a pure power brimming with righteousness. It belonged to the affinity but didn't possess its impetuous temperament. On the contrary, it felt quite gentle. The ground beneath him actually moved. A few things started climbing up his feet. Shock would be the first reaction after looking down. There were thousands of worms trying to climb up. The faster his movement, the more squirming and wiggling worms could be found. It turned out that the entire place was covered with these creatures looking like millipedes. They were around the size of a thumb. This continent spanned for billions of miles, yet these strange creatures covered every inch of the land. This was a world of millipedes. A coward stuck in this place would cower on the ground in fear. Quite substantial. Li Qie wasn't afraid at all and was actually enjoying this, evident by a pleasurable moan due to the sensation beneath. The layer of millipedes was actually quite deep, most likely hundreds of feet. Or maybe, this entire continent was made up of these creatures. One made it to Li Qie's palm now. He chuckled and took a closer look. It didn't have flesh and blood, and despite its grotesque appearance, it was made of flame. These creatures and their tentacles consisted of tiny fire runes. This applied for every single one found here. They seemed to be living as independent entities. This mystical phenomenon broke the conventional characters of flames. Scarm. Li Qie placed this flame on top of his shoulder. The thing wiggled around playfully. Meanwhile, its brethren beneath also felt something and hastened their ascension. Squirm was the name of these flames, a type rarely seen in any other place. Only here would there be so many of them. No one would think that this was a special type of flame after hearing squirm at first. However, they had another name, runic flame of life. Of course, very few knew of this name. Squirm was accurate because these things crawled around like little worms. As for the other title, it clearly indicated the special and peerlessness of this flame. Sky Pass was built on the wildland and lasted so long due to many factors. For example, old and precious metals and stones on top of blessings from numerous powerful masters. But these weren't the most important things. The reason why it had such a powerful defensive property was due to the source of its power, these squirms. This factor allowed them to withstand attacks from progenitors. Inside this source were numerous flames of life gathering together. This resulted in an unbelievable level of power, allowing Sky Pass to last for so long. Chapter 2994. These runic flames were as far as the eye can see. Perhaps this species originated from this place alone. Their squirming and wiggling were truly creepy, especially those right beneath one's feet. Who knows how long this thick layer extended down below? The sensation of standing on a million worms could be too much to take for the weak-hearted. Overwhelming nausea and trembling would take over. However, after getting used to their presence, people would feel especially comfortable. This flame species was extremely rare and to a certain extent, also very domineering. Alas, they didn't give off a hot temperature in the slightest. It felt as if people were walking on a nice, sandy beach instead. The soft and refreshing sensation made a stroll very comfortable. These flames seemed so tangible, unlike other fire species. A soft elasticity would bounce each step back. Xueqi enjoyed this feeling the whole way. He seemed to become one with this dead land. It didn't take long before these runes covered him from top to bottom. This special type of flame was actually alive. They could sense animosity and distaste, staying far away as a result. However, when someone actually liked them, they would also become very familiar and stick to that person. Xueqi was a good example of this. Of course, they didn't linger on him forever and came in waves instead. They would climb up the front then go down on his back. From the distance, it would look like red mud was flowing around him. Say, if this land was a river, then Xueqi was an immovable rock at the bottom, taking in the currents for ages. From a near perspective, it would look like worms were crawling around him. This was enough to make one's hair stand on ends. In this process, Xueqi didn't hate the flames and vice versa. They didn't consider him an outsider or an invader. This process was harmony incarnated, fusing to be one grand Tao. He walked for a long time before reaching his destination. A massive mountain with flames crawling down. After reaching the top, he found that it resembled a volcano. The flames gushed out of the mouth like lava, enough to drown out the entire world. Naturally, the sight of worms crawling out of what seems to be their nest was awfully creepy. It also made people curious about the actual size of this volcano. How many eggs were down there? Perhaps the nest consisted of everything underground, hence the endless number of squirms. This is the power source of Sky Pass. The runic flames empower the wall from many eras now. Xueqi said with a smile while standing at the top. There was a reason why the ancestors of immortal lineage chose the wildland as the base for Sky Pass. The flame source here allowed for Sky Pass to stay the same across history. Xueqi sat down and released an item into the hole. It flashed brightly as if something inside wanted to break out. The moment it fell down, numerous flames rushed upward. It became covered with numerous layers of squirms. This process showed no sign of stopping. It became larger and larger in the shape of a fireball. Buzz! One could hear a burning noise. Perhaps it was melting away. The actual content was being exposed and came the sound of gales and thunder along with a terrifying divinity. This divinity actually came from the high heaven itself, capable of murdering the gods and emperors. Xueqi was satisfied with this aura since it was exactly what he wanted. Time to create a suitable weapon. He smiled while watching the unraveling process. This thing had a frightening origin, and Xueqi hasn't refined it until now. It was taken from the Jilin clan, a black boulder that fell back down after the expedition of Nightfall Immortal Monarch. Later on, the experts from the Jilin had no idea what it was. They researched it for a long time to no avail. However, they still knew that it would be very useful. Eventually, Xueqi took it away from the clan. He used a supreme technique to burn away the rocky layer of this thing to reveal its true form, still shrouded by a blinding radiance. Unfortunately, to craft this thing required immense efforts and certain conditions. Xueqi came to this place in order to borrow the boundless runic flame of life to craft an ultimate weapon. It was time for him to go, so he needed a powerful and durable weapon, one that exceeds all else. This was no small feat, but Xueqi had complete confidence. The melting process was near completion, so Xueqi took out his myriad cauldron. Poof! He activated it and placed the thing inside. Something miraculous occurred. The runic flames also crawled into the cauldron and turned into a regular fire in order to refine this thing. A million volcanoes seemingly exploded at once inside as more and more squirms made their way inside to strengthen the cauldron's fire. Chapter 2995. Sky Pass was peaceful while Xueqi was inside its source to refine his weapon. Many big shots were still lingering around, such as Supreme and Holy Frost True Emperor. Unfortunately, this peace was short-lived. Look, over there, what the hell is that? An astonished person pointed towards uncrossable expanse. The crowd nearby became alarmed and followed the direction of his finger. In the beginning, many didn't see clearly at all. Some didn't notice a thing. "There's nothing, what are you shouting for?" one complained. "Look carefully, it's flying out of uncrossable expanse. Don't you see the black dot?" The one issuing the warning pointed again. Many activated their heavenly gaze and finally saw it. A plank that has been cut into two halves. Only one side was floating towards a mortal lineage. The other side seemed to be gone. "It's only a plank, why act so shocked?" A few people didn't think about the implication. However, one big shot nearby immediately said, "Only a plank? How many things have left uncrossable expanse outside of that meteor before?" This reminder woke everyone up. They started glancing at each other in confusion. The guy was right. Nothing has ever come out of the expanse outside of the previous expanse. This seemed to be a special occurrence. The nervousness from the previous ominous event still remained. So many powerful beings have entered in history, only to disappear and never to be seen again. No person or item ever came out of this place. Common sense from experience eventually dictated that nothing would come out from uncrossable expanse. However, the meteor that nearly smashed into Sky Pass broke this belief. Right now, the broken plank also instilled the same fear. "Something else will happen?" one Eternal said with a heavy heart because of this ominous sign. "Look, another thing is floating out," another person shouted. Sure enough, the crowd saw more debris flying out from the expanse. Broken planks and random pieces of metals. No one could tell what they were right away due to the damage suffered and the archaic styles. However, after a long while, some still came up with different conclusions. This looks like a shipwreck. A half-step everlasting claimed with uncertainty. "A wreck." People exchanged glances. Many emperors and progenitors used ships to go there, right?" someone quietly said. Everyone's expression sank after hearing this. Remember, so many powerful beings have entered. Their fate unknown. Now, the debris from a potential wreck was floating out of uncrossable expanse. This certainly made minds wander. Maybe it's a ship from one of them? Another said. This filled the crowd with dread even more. In history, these powerful beings rarely traveled alone into the expanse. Even some progenitors came with groups. Not with their legions but their most powerful generals or other emperors and everlastings. In short, these expedition groups were extremely powerful, certainly strong enough to sweep through immortal lineage. If the speculation was true, then what happened to these powerful masters? Where were they right now? "Don't be so shocked," one crowd member said. "A ship will eventually break after being overused. And, it's just a ship. They can't use one ship forever." Right, maybe they made it to shore and abandoned these ships. They floated out of uncrossable expanse by themselves. Broken. A different expert added. This deduction made sense as well. However, it seemed optimistic as if they were trying to make themselves feel better. Alas, more and more people became unrest and filled with doubts. "Look more." A shouter attracted the attention of the crowd. Numerous pieces were flying out now. They were large enough for the spectators to tell what they were, the keel or a side of a ship. There, a complete one. A smaller-sized boat finally came out, seemingly torn asunder by a powerful force, evident by the uneven rifts and broken spots. More and more debris continued to leave uncrossable expanse. Meanwhile, the crowd held their breath, their mind overwhelmed with darkness. These broken pieces didn't flow down to Sky Pass. They were heading for Sky Ruins. All the big shots in Sky Pass have noticed this event, including Supreme True Emperor and the young geniuses. Commander Tai Inchi received news and climbed up the observatory for a better look. His expression became serious. "All units, return to your position. Recall the members on holiday." Tai Inchi immediately sent an official order. So what the hell is going on? Everyone in Sky Pass became tense by this development. As time passed, the bigger ships could be seen now. Some had the same outlines as the past. "That one over there. It looks like it is from 8 treasure system," an Eternal quietly said. This ship was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Alas, only one half of it remained as if someone had severed it. "What makes you say that?" One spectator didn't notice anything. "Look closer at the railing. There's an insignia that looks like the one from 8 treasure." The Eternal elaborated. There was indeed a faint insignia carved there, but since so much time had passed, they couldn't really confirm. In the past, 8 treasure had an amazing everlasting reaching the far Tao level. He led a group of masters into the expanse. A cultivator versed in history said. Chapter 2996. The ships and broken pieces definitely belong to the top masters who have entered uncrossable expanse in the past. This realization frightened the crowd, causing them to think about the possibilities. They had no idea what happened to these masters or their experiences in the expanse. However, the worse outcome seemed more likely given the appearance of these broken ships. Where are the progenitors? One person quietly asked. None here could answer him. All had a look of confusion. The creepiest thing that not a single master could be seen. Not even a corpse. This is truly bizarre. An older Eternal shuddered. Just imagine, there's a chance that something bad has happened to these top masters. Ordinary folks like them would stand zero chance. So what's actually inside uncrossable expanse? Could these dangerous things come down to our world? An expert broke the silence and made it even worse. The first meteor seemed to be a sign of what to come. The dangers looming in uncrossable expanse. So many emperors and progenitors have fallen to them, or so it seemed. Could the current immortal lineage muster enough force to stop it? People weren't so sure. Not even the everlastings. Supreme, Holy Frost, and Tai Inchi had a solemn expression. They knew that a calamity might descend at any moment now. Don't be nonsensical. An older ancestor said. Progenitors are invincible. So many brilliant warriors have gone there. Gao Yang, Sword Saint, and the ultimate army of Fire Ancestor. Even the legendary Zither Empress has done so as well. The dangers there couldn't have stopped them. In fact, let's not even bring the emperors and everlastings into this. Just the progenitors alone were enough to sweep through the ages. The first of them all, Bao Pu, the brilliant Gao Yang, or the miracle of the ages, 5-element progenitor. Then we got top masters like Sacred Spirit Ancestor and Sword Saint too. Just think about it. How could these progenitors be stopped? A different senior immediately chimed in. These comments seemed to calm people down. Unfortunately, these seniors themselves didn't believe their own words too much. They simply didn't know if the progenitors were actually alive there. Look at that ship. Another person shouted. Everyone saw a massive ship coming out of uncrossable expanse. It was an actual complete ship unlike the damaged ones before. It clearly had powerful defensive blessings and barriers before. Unfortunately, they have been taken down. It had holes and visible damages as well despite maintaining the general frame. It seemed to still be operational. Numerous more broken pieces floated out alongside this ship. It looked like a mountain floating in space in a silent and creepy manner, just like a haunted ship. That's a battleship from Sky High. A keen-eyed spectator noticed the ship's insignia. Really? Most couldn't tell because it was from so long ago. Yes, this warship is indeed from Sky High. It should be a first-generation ship. An old Eternal took a careful look and confirmed. Elder Du, is that your system's warship? A big shot from this system just happened to be in Sky Pass. Sky High was a powerful system with a long history in immortal lineage. Yes, a first-generation ship. This ancestor named Du nodded after taking a look. According to our records, our progenitor entered uncrossable expanse with 3 true emperors, 6 everlastings, and more than 1,000 true gods. That's a mighty team. Many exchanged glances after hearing this. Nervousness returned to the spectators since the mighty team was nowhere to be found. Only their warship. Where is the progenitor? Someone said softly. Of course, everyone was wondering about the same thing. Come, let's go take a look. The ancestor from Sky High leaped to the sky along with his fellow disciples. Will there be anything inside? A curious soul asked while watching. Everyone stared at the warship with bated breath, wanting to know the answer. Not good. A cry came from inside the warship along with battle commotions. Ah! Screams emanated before a deadly silence took over. What the hell? Someone on the ground shouted while using their heavenly gaze. The ship continued to float without any new development. The rest exchanged glances, not knowing what happened inside that ship. What is in there? Those who knew that this ancestor from Sky High was very powerful. Alas, the guy appeared to be dead now. I refuse to believe this. Let's go. An epic Eternal finally took charge and roared. Several other Eternals followed suit and landed on the warship. Rumble. Battles ensued within. It's fucking haunted. A loud cry on purpose could be heard all the way back to Sky Pass. Haunted. The listeners on the ground didn't understand. Ah! Waves of agonizing screams came again before silence ensued. Shit! Shit! What's actually happening? Panic took over. 2 groups have entered the warship but not a single person has returned, only screams. Sky Pass became silent, overwhelmed with confusion and anxiety. Chapter 2997. The warship from Sky High quietly floated like a specter in space. The atmosphere became solemn due to the bizarre circumstances. People could only watch the ship and the nearby wreckage move toward Sky Ruins. In the back were more broken ships but none was on the same level as the one from Sky High. They were heavily damaged in comparison. Even a fool could see that they weren't abandoned and eventually floated out here. They have suffered terrible onslaughts, eventually crumbling, the signs of a monstrous battle. Remember, the ones riding the ships used to be progenitors, emperors and everlastings. They were nowhere to be found now. Were they killed in battle or did they successfully escape? The latter was acceptable but people didn't even dare to think about the former possibility due to the terrible implications. It's not looking good. Holy Frost True Emperor spoke. The mightiest group in Sky Pass observed with a heavy heart. They could feel a storm rising soon enough. So there are ghosts in there? One spectator wondered after hearing the screams earlier. Everyone felt a chill coursing down their spine. Ghosts don't exist. People only mistake a few bizarre phenomena or grudgeful intents as ghosts. A powerful Eternal scowled. Nevertheless, the crowd still felt unrest. Something seemed to be bothering them and there was no way to calm down. Look, another large ship. A spectator pointed upward. Sure enough, another ship comparable to the previous appeared. This one was even more perfect with very few damages on the hull and still had flashing runes. Though this defensive barrier has been broken through, it still managed to protect the ship. The ship looked relatively new compared to the previous ones. There was a big difference between this one and the one from Sky High. The latter was clearly a warship meant for battle. On the other hand, this one looked like a royal ship with towering pavilions on deck, looking splendorous and noble. A ship like this should be used for an emperor traveling across his kingdom. That's a ship from High Sun Pavilion. The emblem on the side was finally recognized. Impossible. The first reaction was disbelief. Once the ship got close enough, the weaker cultivators finally got a good look. Yes, he's right. It is from High Sunday. One ancestor confirmed. No one could refute the clear evidence any longer. This ship was indeed from this great power. None was stupid enough to pretend to be them. The group near Supreme Emperor started staring at him. He has been watching the entire time as well. His eyes flashed with great divinity. The rays materialized into something tangible. This was an attempt to search the ship. People had trouble breathing now as if their heart was being gripped. All in immortal lineage knew of High Sun Pavilion. It wasn't a system but still plenty strong enough. No other systems would dare to provoke it. In fact, it didn't have many members, and even fewer masters were allowed to use its emblem. Even Supreme Emperor didn't dare to say that he was a disciple from there. He only said that he was taught by a senior from that place. Thus, whoever had a ship with this emblem clearly had a high position in High Sun Pavilion. Is it Gao Yang? This question popped up. People became afraid, not daring to face the answer. They waited for a response from Supreme Emperor. He stared for a long time before speaking with a grave expression. Yes, this ship is from High Sun Pavilion. The listeners felt as if there was something stuck in their throat. A very uncomfortable sensation stemmed from anxiety. However, this isn't Gao Yang's personal ship. It belongs to another senior. Supreme Emperor pondered for a bit before revealing with confidence. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief in response. Gao Yang was one of the most brilliant progenitors in history. A member of the Decemvirate. In fact, some believed that he was among the top 5. Just think about it. Even a being of this level couldn't make it? It meant that no one else in the world could take on this danger looming in uncrossable expanse. Unfortunately, some still felt the same dread. High Sun Pavilion had extremely stringent rules about those able to use its ships or emblems. Only a few masters could do so in history. Buzz. Supreme True Emperor took out an imperial cauldron. Boom. A noble energy encompassed with grand Tao billowed in the air. He took one step forward and the world seemed tiny in comparison. The ones nearby felt suppressed by his pressure. Just one step was all he needed to appear on the ship. He disappeared from sight after entering the cabin. Everyone became attentive, not wanting to miss a thing. Nothing seemed to be happening. Not a single sound. The tension rose again as they prayed for him to find an answer. This cannot be. His voice finally came from inside. Boom! The entire ship shook back and forth after a loud explosion. Break! The Emperor roared and his aura soared upward like a true dragon ravaging the 9 firmaments. Rumble! Multiple powerful forces drowned out the region. What's going on? Everyone could tell that a great battle was happening inside that ship. Boom! Something broke a hole on the side of the ship. Debris flew everywhere. A second later, Supreme Emperor leaped out from the hole. In this split second, everyone saw a massive shadow through the hole. One that could be described as a frightening devil king. Strangely enough, this shadow didn't chase after him and receded back to the ship hold. The spectators tried their best to calm down while Supreme Emperor was returning. He landed in Sky Pass, looking to be in a sorry state. Chapter 2998. Supreme Emperor's clothes were ragged. His hair a disorderly mess. Some blood stained his upper robe. Who knows if it was his or someone else's? He clearly fought a fierce battle on that ship. Moreover, his foe was strong enough to put up more than a good fight. This made people take a deep breath. Everyone knew about his power. Some said that he had 11 palaces. Others said 12. Moreover, he came from High Sun Pavilion and should have incredible treasures. This meant that he should be far stronger than his peers at the same cultivation level. Nonetheless, he looked so beaten after just a short battle and needed to escape. Just how powerful was this enemy? Fear, curiosity, and wild imagination occupied the crowd's mind. They stared at him, hoping to hear an answer. Tao brother. Holy Frost Emperor came over while remaining prudent, afraid that the thing inside the ship might come here. Strange enough, it retreated to the hold as the ship continued to drift away. It's not looking good. I need to see Sir Inchi and prepare for the worst. Supreme answered vaguely before running off to see Tai Inchi. He was a disciple trained by several masters in High Sun Pavilion. Thus, his knowledge and power far exceeded ordinary people. Alas, the thing inside still instilled dread upon him. Activate all lines of defense on the wall. After their conversation, Tai Inchi sent out another official command for all units to man their post. Sky Pass entered a state of war with a permeating fierce atmosphere. Something big is happening. Everyone knew that Sky Pass was the first line of defense for immortal lineage. In the case of invaders or something else from uncrossable expanse, Sky Pass would be the first place attacked. They haven't mobilized for so many years. Thus, this battle-ready state indicated the gravity of the situation. So what was inside? The crowd stared at the ship from High Sun with great curiosity and fear. Unfortunately, Supreme Emperor didn't want to reveal this and went to see Tai Inchi instead. Of course, it must be something dreadful to intimidate these two. Many big shots started leaving Sky Pass. They needed to prepare for the worst as well. Their system and sect must have the right strategy just in case. Haha, the calamity is coming. Run now when you still have time. Of course, it's all meaningless anyway. The bull laughed and gloated at these big shots. People noticed that it was standing on the wall with a girl on its back. These two were staring at the floating wreckage. The bull seemed to be amused, not worried at all. It was one of the few capable of escaping the calamity if necessary. As for the inexperienced Lu Yenbai, she didn't know how serious it was just yet. Her eyes brimmed with curiosity while staring ahead. Of course, everyone knew this bull by now. It was together with fiercest and wasn't one to be trifled with. Thus, no one dared to talk back despite their annoyance. Master, is the thing on that ship very powerful? Lu Yenbai asked. It's not much. Far weaker than your master. Far weaker. Haha. The bull laughed. It didn't care for these floating ships and only paid attention to the depth of uncrossable expanse. A flash of anxiety could be seen in its eyes. It knew that the monsters on these ships were nothing. The real threat was coming from deeper inside uncrossable expanse. A few thought that it was bragging about its power but kept their mouth shut out of fear towards this petty beast. Senior, do you know what is happening? Holy Frost came over and bowed her head. The bull naturally enjoyed being revered by a high-status emperor. It looked at her and said, "What else can it be but a calamity? Little girl, run back to Academy of Light. 90% of immortal lineage will fall but not your academy. You're lucky enough to have a protector." It kindly pointed out the right path for her, a rare showing of kindness. "I'll keep that in mind. What about Dao Brother Li?" She looked around and didn't see Li Qia. "Haha, I got no clue where the brat is, but don't rely on him though. He's not interested in your academy and will leave eventually." The bull shrugged. Holy Frost sighed and didn't say anything else. Nothing could be better if Li Qia were to preside in their academy as a lord. Unfortunately, their humble abode couldn't keep a dragon like him. Just imagine, powerful cultivators like Metalkin War God, Bright King Buddha, and Violet Dragon Empress were willing to join the academy as students. They might not learn that much at the academy due to their already high level. Nonetheless, they still accepted this status and stayed in her system. This wasn't the case for Li Qia. In her opinion, he didn't give a damn about the academy in the slightest. "Look, another large ship." A spectator noticed something during this ominous time. People stopped pondering and looked up. They saw a massive ship among the floating wreckage. "It's huge," someone said with astonishment. It was so many times larger than the ones from Sky High and High Sunday. It looked so familiar. A person thought that he had seen it before but couldn't remember the place. However, someone stared back at Sky Pass and screamed, Isn't this the auction house of Arrogance Enterprise?" "What?" Everyone looked over and sure enough, the auction house over yonder was still there. It didn't move an inch from the spot. However, this gigantic ship looked virtually identical. What's going on? Why is Arrogance Enterprise floating out of uncrossable expanse? Confusion struck the crowd. "I can't believe how similar they are." Another thought they were seeing things. "It's not the auction house. It's the expedition ship of Fire Ancestor." An older ancestor turned pale and murmured, damn it all, damn it all. Even Fire Ancestor ship is floating back. Fire Ancestor ship? What's going on? Did Arrogance Enterprise build this ship?" A youth became curious. Chapter 2999. This ancient warship was massive and appeared before the world once more. In the olden days, Fire Ancestor's mighty force was praised to be the strongest expedition in history. Arrogance Enterprise created a peerless warship, a feat enough to shock 3 immortals. After so many years, this great ship showed up in immortal lineage once again. Alas, the crew was nowhere to be found. No one was in a jolly mood right now despite seeing something so magnificent. The expedition ship is back? The elders of Arrogance Enterprise heard this news and immediately activated a heavenly mirror in order to get a better look. "Yes, that's Fire Ancestor's ship." They exchanged glances afterward. How can this be? That group back then could only be described as unmatched. One of them turned pale. He was lucky enough to see the creation of this ship along with the crew back then. That crew was utterly peerless, one and only in history. The crowd shuddered at this realization. This is unimaginable. Fire Ancestor's group back then was unreal. He had 4 other progenitors with him, more than 10 full-strength emperors, and 100 everlastings. That's enough to suppress the entire world. A person lucky enough to be born in that era saw the expedition in person. For progenitors who were living reclusively back then actually came along with Fire Ancestor. These top masters accepted the summon and prepared to enter uncrossable expanse. Alas, none of them could be seen here. The crowd became even more frightened after hearing the details. Many have heard about the Great Expedition before but didn't have a good idea of the actual scale until now. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call that group unbeatable. So where are they? This question came next. There would be obvious signs on the ship if they were alive. This was certainly not the case. However, the other morbid possibility was just too much to accept. If all of them have died, then... I just don't know. The crowd wanted to know what had happened to this great ship. They found it hard to breathe because of the ominous atmosphere. Nonetheless, no one dared to enter that ship. Those who have tried to do so with the previous ones have met their maker with the exception of Supreme Emperor, who ran for his life. The unknown entities up there were horrifically powerful. Going up there might end in death. That's why they weighed themselves against the Emperor and chose to survive instead. It's really not looking good, the bull murmured after seeing the expedition ship. Looks like it's even worse than expected. Just what the hell is it over there? It has always been monstrous. You just didn't realize it before. A faint voice answered the bull. It looked back and saw Li Qie standing there since who knows when? It heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Sir, take a look and see what it is." Li Qie's eyes narrowed as he stared at the expedition ship, capable of piercing through it. "Fiercest is here." A spectator spotted him and said quietly. A while ago, many were annoyed at him for various reasons. However, seeing him now made them feel better. After all, having a big shot present served as a calming medicine. "Let's go take a look." Li Qie chuckled after the first observation. "Haha, I'll go wherever you go, sir. You can even shoulder a falling sky. This is no big deal." The bull laughed. "May I come with you, Dao brother? I offer you my service." Holy Frost Emperor appeared and cupped her fist. So lucky. Some still felt jealousy towards him despite the grim situation. Holy Frost was mighty, talented, and one of the prettiest women in immortal lineage. So many men had a crush on her right now. Alas, none could win her attention until Li Qie. "Haha, little girl, you're very smart." The bull looked at her and laughed. "That's fine." Li Qie didn't refuse and began heading for the expedition ship. She followed right behind him, floating just like a fairy. Her cold demeanor made all the men go crazy. "Haha, I'm going too." The bull told Lu Yanbai to get on its back again before chasing after the other two. The three disappeared inside the ship while the spectators watched on. The expedition ship was still silent as ever. This went on for quite a while, akin to the group sinking to the bottom of the ocean. What should we do? Some wondered. Fiercest was immensely strong yet still disappeared like the rest. "Let's go take a look." A youth with great divinity and halos showed up and flew towards the ship. "Shin Guzhan. He's going." Someone recognized him and shouted, "We're going too." Several old men cloaked in black from top to bottom also appeared on the deck of the ship. Ancestors from Arrogance Enterprise. Some still recognized them. "It's time to go." Other ancestors couldn't wait after seeing so many up there already, especially those at the everlasting level. "Don't miss out on this." People grew bolder and followed suit. However, when their feet made contact with the ship, they were no longer on top of it. The scene before them changed. They saw a massive plain with rolling mountains to the distance. Sky Pass was nowhere to be found. Where are we?" Some became startled. "The ship is an independent world." An ancestor noticed. "Haha, that's right. Arrogance Enterprise didn't only create a ship. They went as far as building a base for a minor world. They created an entire celestial system here too for the crew." A voice revealed. Chapter 3000. The speaker was a merchant, Lu Sanqiang. "How do you know all of this?" Someone asked since he looked weak and insignificant. "Haha, I, Lu Sanqiang, am good at 3 things: eating, doing errands perfectly, and being trustworthy. Gentlemen, would you like to buy an embark pass? This is a rare opportunity. Don't miss it." Embark pass? First time I've heard of this. What is it? Many ancestors were interested. It is exactly what it sounds like, hee, but to put it frankly, it is used for running. For example, when you wish to get off this ship, we can set up a time, or not, it doesn't matter. Basically, when you want to leave, I will be there to take you away. Of course, the price is negotiable, relative to the level of danger. Embark Pass, people liked this name since it sounded better than Escape Pass. Naturally, some didn't believe him due to his appearance, thinking that he was a scammer. Thus, not a single soul bought a pass from him. Embark Pass, only one for sale today, so please hurry, there's no second chance. Don't miss this opportunity and be filled with regrets in the Yellow River. Sanqiang shouted as loud as possible. "Look, Fiercest is over there." Something else was attracting everyone's attention. It turned out that Li Qie's group didn't get far. They seemed to be going on a stroll, not scouting this expedition ship. "Hey brat, come over here now." The bull heard Sanqiang and gestured for him to come over. Sanqiang's expression soured after seeing this group. Alas, he had no choice but to acquiesce. What's going on, sirs? San Qiang had a smile that was uglier than if he were crying. Of course, only the bull bothered to tease him. Li Qie focused on feeling the ship instead. San Qiang was right. This expedition ship acted as an independent world with its own celestial system. Thus, Fire Ancestor wasn't just riding a ship into uncrossable expanse. They controlled an entire world to get there. Brat, aren't you selling an embark pass? How much? The bull smiled deviously. Sirs, I only have one, just one. It's not right for your group. San Qiang still had the same painful expression. Li Qie took his entry ticket last time and didn't pay him a single coin. What? You think we can't afford it? The bull glared at him. Of course not. Your group is as wealthy as can be. Paying 1 billion isn't a problem. A completely insignificant amount. I would never dare to think of such a thing. San Qiang immediately flattered before murmuring to himself. But still didn't pay for the ticket last time. What did you say? The bull said aggressively as if wanting to make mincemeat out of San Qiang. I didn't say anything. He replied with haste. Okay, stop bullying him. Li Qie shook his head and joined in. You got enough for me already. Be content and stop selling tickets. You're right, sir, my mistake. San Qiang seemed more respectful towards Li Qie than the bull. Brat, are you treating him differently because he got money? You're looking down on me? The bull became unhappy. Of course not. My respect for you is as unending as the current of a great river. You are the king of Sacred Mountain, the lord of the ages, no one can compare to you. San Qiang immediately went to work. The bull seemed satisfied and nodded repeatedly. It eventually said, however, I am buying this ticket of yours. Sir, you don't need this ticket at all. Just one stomp of yours is enough to move anywhere. Nothing can ever hold you back. San Qiang begged for forgiveness. No, it's not for me. It's for my disciple. The bull gestured at the girl sitting on his back. Well, San Qiang stared at Lu Yanbai and hesitated. Sir, aren't you here? The lady will be perfectly fine under your protection and won't need a ticket. He smiled wryly. Haha, you didn't specify a time limit to the ticket. She can use it in the next 3 million years if she wants to. The bull laughed. Sir, I'm afraid I will be nothing more than dust after 3 million years. San Qiang didn't expect this. That's okay, your clan will still be around to carry it out. Name the price now. The bull said. Don't underestimate the bull. It was probably richer than any Dao system. San Qiang didn't dare to say the price. Make it free. Li Qie chimed in again. FR free. San Qiang started stammering in response. Sir, that's funny. I'm not joking around, it will be free. Li Qie asserted. Sir, remember, I have family members to take care of. We're barely getting by with my little earning. Giving it for free will starve us. San Qiang put on a pitiful expression. That's fine, starve then. Li Qie said, business is always about making a profit, but there are exceptions where morality comes into play. The stone carvers contributed greatly to immortal lineage, and Bao Pu, in particular, is the first vanguard who blew away the fog and mist. This is a merit that should never be forgotten. So look at this girl again. Should the ticket be free or not? Do the right thing to not ruin your shop's reputation. His voice was calm, but this definitely was a criticism. San Qiang stood in a daze, unable to respond. Brat, did you hear him? The bull became serious, no longer messing around. San Qiang regained his wits and took a deep breath. He bowed towards Li Qie and said, Thank you for your guidance, sir. I've memorized these words and we will not forget about morality even when doing business. Please forgive me for my shallowness. Having said that, he took out an old badge and presented it to Lu Yanbai with both hands. This badge is a token of my sincerity and can be considered the embark pass. You can use it whenever you want. His solemn expression indicated the preciousness of this badge. Lu Yanbai didn't dare to take it. She glanced over at Li Qie, then her master, waiting for their direction. Take it. Li Qie nodded. That's more like it, brat. At least you still have a little conscience and know where to stop. The bull agreed. Yanbai finally accepted the badge from San Qiang. Let's go. Li Qie waved his sleeve and stopped picking on San Qiang. Sirs, remember, I'll be around if you ever need an errand boy or have some business to do. Sancheng smiled and ran away with haste. Haha, the brat learns quick. The bull shook its head. Embark pass, just one. Don't miss this chance. Sancheng started advertising to the other experts. Chapter 3001. We're going this way. Li Jie shook his head at the peddling merchant and told the group. They continued onward in this minor world. However, its vastness far exceeded their imagination. Most likely larger than any system in immortal lineage. This meant that the ship was carrying an entire system across uncrossable expanse. Some people began to understand why these top masters never returned. Just imagine, they could continue further in such an amazing world. This lessened their likelihood in wanting to return to immortal lineage to an extent. Everyone noticed a clear lack of damage after entering this world at first. The mountains, rivers, and stars were all intact. Meanwhile, Li Jie's group began crossing a snowy mountain range. After making it through, they finally saw a chaotic mess. Cracks on the ground, empty rivers, and broken hills. So powerful, this is where a battle took place. The bull took a deep breath. This battle had happened so long ago, but it could still sense the ever-present remnants. This minor world was tougher than any system, yet it still got broken to pieces. A testament to the destruction found here. This is a progenitor-level battle. Holy Frost became startled and commented. Indeed, and not at the ordinary level either. This is at the very top. Li Jie nodded. The barriers here were completely broken. Remember, they were refined by more people than just Fire Ancestor. Fire Ancestor was a member of the Decemvirate, an extremely brilliant being. I guess you can say that this ship is his Tao system. What the hell happened here? The bull became serious. Remember, this minor world could actually be considered the greatest system in existence. It had 5 progenitors, more than 10 peak emperors, and another 100 everlastings or so. Rumble. They suddenly heard noises, not too loud and actually quite orderly. What's that sound? The bull's ears moved. You'll see soon enough. Li Jie's eyes narrowed as he moved forward in a hurry. A while later, they saw a shocking scene, a marching army. This was indeed unexpected on this seemingly haunted ship. The army consisted of only the dead. Not a single living soul could be found. They had died in battle long ago, but the majority of their armors and weapons were still looking new, albeit damaged. Their armors were made from the finest black celestial steel. Their weapons the best type of divine metal. Arming this army would have depleted a system's treasury. Nonetheless, these great artifacts weren't enough to save them. Flames burned brightly in their eyes. Their withered face still had a tough expression, as if they thought they were still alive. One couldn't see the tail end of this great march. Who knows where they came from and where they were going to? They marched with great speed and knew nothing of fatigue, still hell-bent on completing their mission. What are they? The bull didn't expect this. An army from hell? They're not war puppets. Scouting rays shot out from Holy Frost's eyes. She eventually concluded. War puppets were a legion created from an evil method, turning living warriors into the dead. This made them a lot more effective and dangerous. Right. The bull said. This is a legion created after death. Wait, that's not right. No, they were already a legion beforehand. Death didn't change anything. So how did someone do this? Holy Frost asked. Death should have been the end. Even an emperor wouldn't have been able to keep a legion around in this manner. A certain supreme overlord didn't want to give up, not willing to accept death. Li Jie concluded. So are they good or bad? Lu Yanbai on top of the bull asked. There's no good or bad for them. There is only one thing in their mind. Completing their mission. Li Jie said. What the hell? More experts have finally arrived and noticed the dead army. So many fiends, another said. How can they still march like this? What power is controlling them? This is nothing short of a miracle. We should capture one for research. An Eternal became curious. He actually took action and reached for one of the soldiers. Pluff! 5 soldiers from the army broke off to form a small formation. 5 spear thrust towards the Eternal with lightning speed. How impudent! The Eternal summoned his treasures to attack the 5. Alas, he was still underestimating the group. The 5 spears instantly pierced through his defensive lines. Ah! He had 5 new holes in his body. Blood dripped down the cold spear tips. Boom! His corpse fell down. The ground became stained with his blood while the 5 soldiers returned to their position. They continued marching just like before. The entire killing process was automatic, precise, and swift. They were clearly made for war. So strong. The crowd was intimidated. Just those 5 are enough to kill all of you in the blink of an eye. The bull gave them the side eye. Let's go. They turned pale and decisively left this place. What a legion. I think it is stronger than Sky Pass Legion. Holy Frost commented in astonishment. Yes, Sky Pass Legion is no match in an all-out brawl on an open field. The wall is the key there. Xueqi said. It's over for immortal lineage without the wall. Holy Frost had this realization. This dead army must have a reason for being here. If they were to march against Sky Pass. The dead can't take down Sky Pass, so no need to worry about that. You should be afraid of the living instead. Only powerful living beings can take down the wall. Xueqi shook his head. Chapter 3002. Where are they going? The curious Yanbai asked. One could only see more soldiers ahead. It was as if they were marching towards the end of the world. We can go take a look. The bull laughed and started moving ahead. Xueqi smiled and followed along with Holy Frost Emperor right behind him. So what's the goal of this army? She had this question while staring at the march. She has seen plenty of strange and horrifying things before, just not something like this. There's a reason for the march. Xueqi said. The ships are chasing after the meteor as well, now this? It's no coincidence. The ships have been chasing the meteor? Holy Frost shuddered after hearing this. All along, people had no idea what that meteor was. Metalkin War God and Bright King Buddha were there but didn't send any relevant information back. Everything happens for a reason. Uncrossable Expanse has been peaceful for years. Now is the time for the calamity. Xueqi replied. Holy Frost had a serious expression since she saw that event before. As a 12-palace emperor, she would have been able to survive the impact. But as for protecting her system, she wasn't strong enough to do so. So is the meteor the beginning of the calamity or the actual source? She asked. Tai Inchi remained cautious towards the meteor even though it was in sky ruins now. Maybe this made sense. Yes, you can view it as the beginning of the calamity but not the latter. The real source of the problem is the heart of people. Xueqi smiled. The heart. Her eyes narrowed. Tell me what you think about the Tao heart. Xueqi looked at her. A firm Tao heart is necessary to have an unyielding Tao foundation. She said, one wrong thought can lead to chi deviation. When I tried to make it to the Imperial realm back then, the bottleneck was very difficult and arduous. During this tough moment, I had crazy thoughts and mental disturbance, but my seniors were there to point me to the right path. I calmed down and bore the hardship with equanimity to eventually become an emperor. She revealed her experience without hiding. That cultivation breakthrough was very beneficial for her. Not only because it allowed her to become an emperor but also because it gave her a deeper understanding of the Tao heart. Prior to this, her seniors have always harped to her about the importance of the Tao heart, but she didn't care too much. After all, she still suffered from an overabundance of pride. She hailed from Northern Academy, a prestigious background on top of having peerless talents. Cultivation has been easy during her youth. Thus, she believed that being talented was the most important thing to cultivation. However, during her imperial ascension, only the Tao heart helped with calming her mind and chasing away the heart devil. Without a firm Tao heart at this point, one step could lead one to the gate of heaven or the door of hell, akin to treading on a steep precipice. In such a dangerous situation, talents didn't help much. That's why the emperor realized that in order to become an expert, just having talents and ample resources was enough. Alas, in order to take the next step and become an emperor or even a progenitor, a Tao heart was absolutely crucial. It needed to be strong enough or one would lose everything overnight. Good answer. Xueqi nodded. When you become a progenitor and aim to go higher, your Tao heart definitely needs to be firm or death awaits you in a single thought. That quickly? She asked. One thought alone is enough to wither the ages. Xueqi looked at her and said. She shuddered in response, still unable to fully grasp the potential. Nevertheless, she felt as if she was making contact with something new. Of course, you're not at that level yet. Once you're there, you will have to face this problem. A single thought then will influence many things. Not just your own life but all of 3 immortals. He said. Could you elaborate? She had a faint answer but still inquired. At that height, you will find that the entire world seems so tempting, perhaps enough to make you salivate. That's when a very, very strong Tao heart is required. Otherwise, even if darkness doesn't exist, you will become the new darkness with a single thought. Your talents, strength, and amazing feats in the past no longer matter. The only deciding factor is your Tao heart, whether it is strong enough or not. I see, she murmured. A while later she told him. Tao brother Li, don't worry. I have always aimed for the light since youth on top of cultivating the grand Tao of light. This flawless affinity will dispel the darkness and chase away all temptations. This wasn't a baseless statement. She had a physical constitution in harmony with the light since birth and grew up in a light system, always basking in this affinity. Moreover, she cultivated the grand Tao of desolate saint, a flawless purity in this affinity. Plus, her Tao heart became firmer after becoming an emperor. Darkness could only be refined in her presence, unable to tempt her. Wrong, absolutely wrong. Li Qie shook his head. Nothing in the past matters once you get to that level, not your type of cultivation or anything else. Don't forget, the end of the light is darkness. You will be facing this once you reach the limit of the light. At that point, darkness doesn't need to tempt you since your very being might swap affinity. How can there be light without darkness and vice versa? The two are 2 sides of a coin. This powerful comment took the emperor like a storm. Tao brother, please guide me. She calmed down and took a deep breath. I can't help you since you need to rely on yourself. No one else can either. There is one simple way to put this. If there is no way to reach immortality with the light but there is hope with darkness, what will you pick? Li Qie elaborated. She didn't expect this question. She smiled wryly a little later and said, the truth is that I do not dare to answer since I haven't reached that level. The only thing I can say is that I believe I will hold strong. I know you're not lying right now. Li Qie chuckled. Just imagine though, immortality is within your grasp. At that point, Academy of Light, immortal lineage, or even all of 3 immortals, no, history itself, do any of this matter to a being so powerful? You can wipe away everything with a single move. So what does it boil down to? My Tao heart. She realized. As Li Qie implied, someone at that level would no longer care about anything, viewing everyone as ants. Since you're young and weak, you won't care about the Tao heart. Once at the apex of the world and history, the Tao heart becomes the most important thing. It will decide your fate along with everything else. Make sure you're ready for that crucial moment where you make up your mind with a single thought. Li Qie stressed. Chapter 3003. Holy Frost Emperor hasn't thought of this before because she wasn't strong enough. Suddenly, the bull further ahead shouted. Come, look over there. Lu Yanbai also audibly gasped. The 2 behind heard them and increased their speed. They were standing at the end of the army now and saw a massive valley. One could feel a heat wave beforehand. This wave was hot enough to dry someone's skin. It carried a dense presence of steel. One would see a bizarre scene after coming inside. This was no valley. It was actually a massive pot spewing out bubbles, hence the far-reaching heat waves. The thing boiling inside was purified molten water, made from a mix of a dozen divine metals or so. Even a fool could tell that this liquid was extremely rare and valuable. Using it would allow one to create a massive army of elites among elites. It wasn't the most shocking thing here. The dead soldiers took that spot. They lined up and jumped into the pot in an orderly fashion. The pot seemed to be bottomless, capable of taking in 1 billion soldiers. They sank all the way down to the bottom. This was quite a frightening spectacle. Holy Frost herself took a deep breath. The dead army was purposely boiling themselves? What are they doing? The courageous and knowledgeable bull still became slightly afraid with chills running down its spine. Just what is making them go there in waves? Holy Frost didn't quite understand why they marched for so long just to get to this pot. Li Qie stared at the pot in rumination. This is the mythical boiling torture in hell? People say that sinners would be thrown into a boiling pot after death. Their screams could be heard through all of hell. The bull commented. Really, master? Yanbai shuddered after hearing this. Who knows? At least your master hasn't done anything wrong before. The bull shrugged. Right, never done anything wrong before yet your heart is as black as can be. Li Qie smiled and bullied the bull. Sir, you can't slander me like this. I am innocent and pure. The bull protested while being dissatisfied. Li Qie ignored the comment. Dao brother, why is this happening? Holy Frost couldn't see any clue and resort to asking Li Qie. They're getting ready for war. Li Qie flashed into disappearance and appeared again on top of a cliff next to the valley. The group followed right behind him. They saw flames dancing like dragons while looking down the cliff. If the valley served as a pot, then this bottom played the role of a stove. There were fiery openings shooting out fierce flames to increase the heat. In front of these openings was a man shrouded in black smoke. He created a powerful gale to fan the flames, adding more intensity as a result. So you're causing trouble here. The bull shouted and stomped down. Boom! This man got blown into the fiery opening and into the flame. Poof! The flame burned more powerfully and engulfed this man. Haha, that's the end of you. The bull was very happy with its display of might. Master, he's crawling out. Yanbai interrupted its gloating moment. The bull looked over and saw a man on fire crawling out of the opening. The flame instantly distinguished and the guy continued to fan the fire. He didn't bother looking at the bull or the others once. We'll see about that. The bull roared and did the same thing again. The man was knocked inside, but this didn't matter. He climbed back out and resumed his task. He's not alive. The bull finally realized. This is a ghost, no, a puppet. The same as the dead soldiers. So what's happening here? Holy Frost thought that she had seen too many strange things today. Go take a look. Li Qie smiled. The emperor took a deep breath and shouted, show your true self. Sacred light emerged around her. It wasn't in the form of an overwhelming flame but was still extremely pure. She seemed to be the source of the light, wielding its mightiest force. Darkness instantly had no place to hide, just waiting to be refined. Buzz! The smoke shrouding the man dissipated, revealing the skeleton beneath with flashing flames in its eye sockets. So powerful and pure, the girl truly inherited the legacy of the academy. The bull praised after seeing the emperor's light power. Jie! The skeleton screamed while being purified by her holy power. Chapter 3004. Buzz. Her holy light intensified with dazzling rays capable of piercing 3 immortals, enough to illuminate the age and save all existences. Jie! The skeleton cried out again. The flames inside its eye socket extinguished. They were clearly the driving force of this creature. Moreover, this flame had the power of darkness. Thus, the purification property of the light turned it to ashes. The skeleton crumbled after losing its empowerment and scattered to the ground in pieces. Holy Frost Emperor heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the pile of bones. This skeleton was still purifiable, meaning that it wasn't a supernatural phenomenon, just the power of darkness at work here. Poof! A flame came out from the opening during her distraction and slithered forward like a serpent. It engulfed the pile of bones, seemingly intending on burning it. Holy Frost and the others watched the massive flame and started thinking of the possibilities. Suddenly, the flame flicked a bit and a strange development occurred. The man earlier crawled out of the opening, still shrouded in black smoke. He didn't attack Holy Frost Emperor as if he didn't know what had happened. He sent out Gale once more in order to empower the flame beneath the pot to heat up the boiling water. The bull was startled. Not just the Emperor. Master, it's alive again. The inexperienced Yanbai thought that this was magic. Understand now? The problem isn't coming from this man. Li Qie said. So it's from the strange flame itself. Holy Frost had a serious expression as she stared at the flame. It seemed to have its own life, whooshing back and forth. She focused her attention on the flame instead of the man. The latter was only a tool. She then noticed that this strange flame was filled with the power of darkness. The skeleton would only come back to life with the flame's power. The dead army has flames in their eyes too. They're not the ones doing anything, just the flame. She concluded. You're half right. Li Qie smiled while staring at the man in black. This place is so strange. Maybe the flame isn't the source. This whole place is filled with dark power too. The bull mused. True as well. Li Qie looked around and said, it's not an issue of which power is causing this but rather where the heart yearns. Where the heart yearns? She didn't understand the comment. It wasn't due to a lack of intelligence but because she had a heart of light, never thinking about nefarious matters. Damn. No way. The bull was the opposite. It always had a sinister mind and believed that others were the same. Thus, it understood the implication right away. The expedition, the strongest group in history, completely annihilated. It murmured. Really? Holy Frost remained skeptical. Fire Ancestor is exceedingly strong. There are 4 other progenitors with him and numerous other experts. What in the world can defeat them? Remember, Fire Ancestor was part of the Decemvirate. There have been many progenitors in 3 immortals but only 10 made it to this list. This was indicative of Fire Ancestor's abilities. This was before taking his comrades into account. This group should have been unbeatable, hence her disbelief. Of course, she wasn't naive enough to not think about this worst-case scenario when she got on the ship. However, optimism was her choice. After all, if Fire Ancestor's group was annihilated, then how could 3 immortals ever hope to stop the incoming calamity? Haha, because they're too strong. The bull realized something and laughed. This is looking grim for immortal lineage. Holy Frost became dejected, thinking that immortal lineage wouldn't make it through this. Haha, that's why we need someone like you to save us. That's the only way for immortal lineage to survive. The bull began flattering Xueqi. Holy Frost turned towards him as well. There is no savior. Xueqi shook his head. Or at least I'm not one. They need to rely on themselves and stop thinking about a savior. A savior of today can become the destroyer of tomorrow. Why is that? She instinctively asked. Just the way it is with the heart of men. It's all within a single thought, so it's better not to have a savior. Perhaps a lack of one would result in not having a destroyer. He looked straight at her with this response. She shuddered and reflected on her experience. As a wielder of the light, she shouldered the hope of many. That's why she became cautious and thought that she needed to improve her Tao heart. It's good to be cautious. Looks like you've realized it and will be preparing sufficiently. Xueqi smiled and nodded. She took a deep breath and nodded in return. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, screams echoed from the distance. They were miserable enough to give people goosebumps. Something's happening. The bull glanced over and said, "Let's go take a look." Holy Frost instantly soared towards the horizon. The girl has a kind heart, still wanting to save people even after becoming an emperor. Very rare. The bull commented after seeing her eager departure. It's good if she can reach the apex with one. However, a Tao heart like that, once damaged, will become a terrible weapon. Xueqi said. There is good and bad in all things. The bull agreed. The two then soared towards the direction of the screams as well. The location was another valley surrounded by a mountain range. Experts who have boarded the ship found an amazing alchemy garden left behind by a big shot there. It had plenty of precious alchemy materials and grass. They have been growing for millions of years. These experts were ecstatic at this sight, of course. 1. Not sure which group he is referring to, intentionally vague. Chapter 3005. The experts became crazy and rushed forward for a harvest. They opened the seal of the garden, ready to take everything. Rumble. Unfortunately, skeletons and corpses got out of the ground during their frenzy. They got out of the mud, also cloaked in black from top to bottom. It looked like they didn't allow anyone to see their real appearance. The dead are attacking. The harvesting cultivators shouted after seeing the awakening. Boom! The dead began their attack, catching them off guard. One of the corpses summoned a treasure cauldron that sent out a massive flame towards one of the experts. This was a type of black flame looking just like smoke, filled with the power of darkness. Ah! This expert was instantly turned to ashes after being engulfed. Take them down. The cultivators finally reacted and took out their weapons. Clank! 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 Sounds of battle echoed across the valley with no sign of stopping. These dead creatures were still as strong as when they were alive. Most importantly, they felt no pain despite being pierced by weapons and continued to dash towards the enemies. Moreover, their number only increased with time. Escaping was too late for the cultivators since they were surrounded. This puts them at an obvious advantage. One particular corpse was extremely powerful. It wore the armor of a general, black and fully concealed from top to bottom. Black smoke hovered around its spear, looking just like a general from a realm of the dead. It rode a stallion and attacked with lightning speed, killing one combatant with each fatal thrust. Ah! Ah! One after another cultivator fell to this dead general, pinned to the ground. It's over, the survivors lamented, unable to make a path despite several attempts. They're so strong. Of course, the loud commotion attracted others. More cultivators came and observed from the distance without trying to help. They didn't know the victims, so there was no point in risking their lives. The ones stuck inside recklessly tried to make a path, but they kept on losing and dying. The disparity in power was obvious. Back off! A shout interrupted their moment of despair. A person descended from the sky and her light illuminated the entire area. Zzz. The dead had black smoke oozing from them, the result of being refined by the power of the light. They fell to the ground and turned to dried corpses, truly dead this time around. Holy Frost, true Emperor! The lucky survivors shouted, ecstatic. The Emperor saved them. The faraway spectators were surprised to see this. She didn't use any technique, only a holy radiance emanating from her. This supreme affinity made people want to kneel. The dead found this light dreadful and retreated. Even the powerful general rode his stallion to the side. Her light is so strong. The spectators praised after seeing her instant victory. Strong indeed. When strictly talking about the light, I don't think there's anyone on her level right now. Another emperor said, such purity and flawlessness, this power is definitely at the source level. Holy Frost is a special talent who had inherited the legacy of Desolate Saint. An older Everlasting admired her pure light. Everyone knew that she belonged to the Orthodox branch of the Academy. Violet Dragon Empress and Bright King Monarch were also students, but this was only temporary. They only understood the very surface of the grand Tao of the light. Thus, their light power was far inferior. After all, she basked in the light since birth and cultivated in this Tao her whole light. Her power was very close to the original force for this affinity. Therefore, just her light alone was enough to threaten the undead. Leave this place now. Holy Frost only used her light to chase away the dead creatures and didn't launch an offensive. The lucky survivors hurriedly fled, going as far as losing their shoes in the process. The girl is far better than Desolate Saint. She's still pure, not a hypocrite who puts up a righteous act like him despite having only nefarious attempts. The bull said. Desolate Saint has flaws, but don't put him down so much. Lichia gently shook his head. Haha, I know exactly what is there in his mind, so I do not accept his light. The bull laughed. Lichia smiled. There was no changing the bull's prejudice against Desolate Saint. Although the cultivators have escaped, the corpses and especially the general glared at her, seemingly wanting to attack. Everyone could see that they were afraid of her holy power and stood no chance. The Emperor was too strong in comparison. Nevertheless, they were still eager to give it a shot. Light and darkness do not coexist. An expert from the last generation understood this logic. The darkness in their bones demanded a match. Rumble! They gathered into a grand formation akin to troops on the battlefield. Black smoke gathered together with haste and the power of darkness intensified. Eventually, it took the shape of a black dragon with a majestic momentum. So what kind of dark power is this? They're virtually the same as living beings. Many became afraid of these smart creatures. After all, normally, the reanimated undeads were moving corpses at best even after being revived by dark power. This wasn't the case here. They seemed to have their own consciousness and capable of performing high-level tasks. Nevertheless, Holy Frost remained calm with no intent on attacking first. Her holy power was as unyielding as ever. Nothing could ever move her. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, drummings came from the distance. These were war drums, not ordinary ones. The orderly beat struck everyone like a smack to the chest. People felt the urge to answer its summon, ready to kneel on the ground while obeying all orders. Chapter 3006. Boom, boom, boom. The drumming echoed across the entire minor world. Where is it coming from? Everyone looked around in confusion. Rumble. Explosions came from a particular ocean, seemingly the opening of a gate. Incredible tsunamis ravaged the areas. A great army emerged from these waves and rode towards the drums. They wore black armors from top to bottom while being shrouded in mist. The leader was an armored crab, looking quite gallant and majestic. The spectators became surprised upon closer inspection. This army also consisted of dead creatures that were no different than if they were alive. Their murderous intent remained. So many undeads. Many cultivators took a deep breath. Even the ones that wanted to attack Holy Frost Emperor turned around and soared towards the summoning call without any hesitation. "They're different," she murmured. "Yes, the ones attacking you and the ones from the ocean are different. Same with the marching army earlier." The bull's big eyes were fixated on these creatures. Just a different type of death, or rather the transformation process. Xueqi said, for example, the marching army or the underground ones joined the darkness while they were still alive. The oceanic ones joined the darkness after death. They have become puppets? She became startled. These stories are full of twists and turns, but in the end, it came down to the heart of men. Xueqi smiled. Creek dash, another divine mountain suddenly opened and out came a brilliant light. This gained the attention of the crowd. They looked over and saw an internal dimension inside spewing out the light. One could hear galloping noises before a chariot flew out from the internal dimension with enough force to crush the void. It also answered the drum call. Everyone saw an old man sitting on top, resembling a supreme emperor with a righteous aura. He had a crown with pearl tassels covering his face. Nevertheless, he still gave off a dignified and imposing presence, always ready to take over the world. This mighty old man had no trace of life, also an undead like the rest. He looks a lot like an ancient true god. Watching from the distance, thought about someone else with uncertainty. Boom! Another armored rider appeared from the void, looking mighty and merciless. His weapon of choice was a sun-moon sword hanging on his waist. Half of his armor was broken from a previous battle, but he was still as domineering as ever. His steed galloped towards the drum call. Another master. Many shuddered after seeing him. They could tell that he was definitely a monster when he was alive, capable of easily slaying lords like them. Rumble! Next came a great ship with a golden radiance. A keen spectator saw a bronze statue towering at 1,000 meters. His hand could grasp the celestials above. Everyone shuddered after seeing the flash of his eyes. They were filled with darkness capable of penetrating the soul. Isn't he the master from immortal bronze? A true emperor became startled. He was knowledgeable despite his young age and immediately thought of a legend. "Dao brother, tread carefully," an older eternal next to him reminded. The emperor took a deep breath and no longer spoke needlessly. A matter like this, once spread, would ruin the golden reputation of a master and his race. A storm would start right away. Shit, all of the emperors and everlastings from the previous expedition are undeads now? The bull didn't give a damn at all about his words, unlike the others. This wasn't a baseless comment either. The bull had lived for a long time and knew the crew of Fire Ancestors' expedition. Thus, its words carried a lot of confidence. Many nearby heard this unbridled comment and became emotional. Some started staring at it intensely. Remember, many systems and sects had wise sages and powerful combatants participating in the previous expedition. Some progenitors too. Now, their great ancestors have become undead? This news would turn immortal lineage upside down. What you looking at? Think I'm making things up? The bull glared back at them. The descendants of the expedition participants were naturally unhappy with him. Nevertheless, they could see the hints of this and simply chose to keep quiet. In just a short time, mountains opened and palaces flew up. Unbeatable generals and kings emerged from all 8 directions. They began heading towards the drum call. Many became afraid, wondering about their destination. Should we take a look? One person wondered. You want to die? These undead creatures might attack us there. You'll be torn to pieces in no time at all. A powerful everlasting reprimanded. Those nearby immediately dropped this idea. Some of these foes were insanely strong, enough to kill regular cultivators. They weren't that afraid of Holy Frost Emperor's incredible light either, still wanting to attack her. They would never survive going to that place. Some people started blinking at their friends. A few were smart enough to understand why and quietly retreated. However, they weren't leaving this minor world. Their goals were the divine mountains and independent dimensions along with the treasures inside. Let's take their treasures while they're gone. The crowd became smart enough to realize what was going on. Since the masters of these places have answered the summoning call, their actual abodes were left open. The ones from outside had the chance to enter now in order to steal some treasures. No one cared for the drums anymore. Of course, Xueqi had no interest in doing so. His focus was solely on the horizon with the drums. This devious place might be the lair of evil now. The bull laughed and said, "But it's the ship of fire ancestor." Holy Frost remained hopeful. "So what?" The bull continued. "No one can be sure. He might be powerful, but that doesn't mean that his Tao heart remains the same. A dragon slayer might become a dragon one day." Xueqi looked at her and said. She felt a chill after hearing this. Chapter 3007. Let's go take a look. Xueqi smiled and headed towards the drums. Finally, let's see what they got. The bull laughed and followed right behind Xueqi. Holy Frost Emperor hesitated for a moment before floating in the air to follow these two. The hesitation had nothing to do with fear of facing the darkness. She was afraid of revealing the truth since it would be a great blow to immortal lineage. Xueqi took one seemingly slow step forward, but this was enough to cross through numerous domains. The sceneries before him changed continuously, from one great plain to a raging lake or majestic mountain range. As they traveled deeper, these beautiful sceneries became sparse. One could see the marks of war now, ancient battlefields falling to the ground, the earth being scarred into valleys, scorched land for miles and miles, mountains being rendered to hardened lava. Delving farther resulted in even more shocking scenes. The ground completely penetrated, leaving behind a great abyss along with tiny continents floating in the air. Some areas had irreparably damaged space, so they became lasting black holes. Pieces of stars were floating too. The Celestials weren't spared from the great battles. Lu Yenbai, who has never seen such grand scenes, became pale. The powerful Holofrose took a deep breath. She could imagine the wondrous moves being exchanged here for such immense destruction to take place. The bull smelled the air and murmured, "A battle between progenitors, and many at that. Quite impressive enough. Arrogance enterprise is something else. This ship is truly tough. No wonder why it took up so many resources. Their precious metals and stones must have been expended. Perhaps Fire Ancestor was ambushed by evil entities." Holy Frost had a serious expression. She recognized that this was indeed a battle at the progenitorial level, judging by the remnant damages. "Haha, little girl, you can keep on hoping. I don't think it's that simple." The bull laughed. It maintained the most offensive speculation. After all, it had reasons for believing this, and its vision and knowledge were incredible as well. Holy Frost's heart grew heavy and became nervous about the grim possibilities. "Don't worry, everyone makes their own choice. It's only victory or defeat. Their descendants don't need to bear the responsibilities." Xueqi chuckled after seeing her expression. "You're right, Tao brother." She nodded in response. They made it to a mountain range and saw the land as ravaged as can be around it. However, this mountain range was still there. It had many broken with spots entirely crumbled. Nevertheless, its general outline remained, looking just like a dragon in the distance. The boundless aura here demanded respect and fear. The undead army and powerful lords took a long way around instead of crossing through this mountain range. Such a powerful presence. The bull stopped once they got close and praised. "Yes." Holy Frost felt the same way. This aura far exceeded anyone she has seen before. Indeed, still here after millions of years. Xueqi nodded approvingly and had no intention of bypassing this mountain range. "Tao brother, stop. Just go back." The place suddenly flashed and its aura intensified, akin to a dragon opening its eyes. This voice was time-worn and sonorous on top of being sincere. Xueqi stopped and gazed deeper into the mountain range. "Show yourself." The bull laughed and shouted. Holy Frost was excited because this was her first time hearing a living person in this minor world. An old man emerged from the mountain range. He wore a crescent robe that didn't have a single speck of dust on it. He emitted a lunar radiance, looking like a moon god during his slow approach. Time had left its mark on his skinny face. However, not in an aging sense, but rather, it made him look even more profound thanks to its polishing. He didn't exude his aura yet still gave off an uncrossable aura as he stood before the mountain range. "Go back, fellow Taoists." He cupped his fist. Just this gesture from him was enough to move heaven and earth. This was a top-level existence. Holy Frost recalled a legendary progenitor. This person matched the descriptions perfectly.
Alas, she shuddered upon closer inspection because this old man didn't have a single sliver of life force in him.
In other words, this progenitor was another undead. Just an undead. The bull became disappointed.
There was one thing noticeably absent from him, unlike the ones they have seen so far: the power of darkness.
Fellow Taoist, I will cross this path. Xueqi bowed his head in response.
The old man's eyes were still spirited.
Others would certainly mistake him for a living person.
Danger looms ahead. Don't make this mistake.
The old man returned the gesture, still polite despite being a progenitor. Mistake? What kind? Xueqi smiled. Losing your life, or falling to the evil path from now on. Fellow Taoist, you have achieved so much. Just go back and perfect your strategy.
The old man put on a serious expression.
How many of you have fallen to the evil path then? The bull laughed. The old man's expression changed for a bit before becoming normal. Pureness comes from the heart. Darkness can be all around and it still doesn't matter. He said.
Your heart is firm indeed, quite commendable.
Xueqi nodded.
It's beyond salvaging.
The fact that he still looked like a living person was a testament to his power. What happened here back then? The bull asked curiously. Leave this treacherous path. Come again once you have a perfect plan.
The old man ignored the question and repeated.
I am the perfect plan. Xueqi said. That's right, sir is indeed the perfect plan. Everything will be fine with him around. The bull laughed.
The old man turned towards Xueqi and sent out a radiance with enough intensity to suppress the myriad ages.
Holy Frost Emperor trembled as a result. This power far exceeded her station. Chapter 3008. A gaze belonging to a supreme of the ages. Even a 12-palace emperor like Holy Frost found it unbearable. This was a progenitor at the immortal level. Thus, he was frightening even after death. This affinity didn't hinder his power and divinity in the slightest. I'm no longer alive and can't see through many things. I won't stop you if you must enter. In the end, he withdrew his gaze and sighed. He undoubtedly couldn't fathom Xueqi despite his immense power. Of course, this would still be the case if he were alive. Thank you. Xueqi cupped his fist and smiled, completely unaffected by the previous gaze. May I ask why you are here, fellow Taoist? The old man asked.
Haha, for treasures of course, to see if there's anything good here.
The bull made up an excuse. Only danger awaits, not treasures. The old man shook his head. I'm sure you don't believe it yourself. Your expedition ship carried numerous heavenly treasures. Same with your group of progenitors.
This dimension alone is already an extraordinary treasure.
The bull shrugged.
The old man opened his mouth but only a sigh came out.
He sentimentally said, tempting treasures have killed so many people. But what moved your group's heart isn't treasure. Xueqi said, not messing around like the bull. The old man's eyes flashed as he said, Fellow Taoist, what thing do you think moved our heart then? The overarching momentum. Xueqi answered. That's the reason for the current situation, not treasures. Right you are. Unfortunately, we couldn't meet when I was still alive. The old man sighed with disappointment. He paused for a bit before asking, Fellow Taoist, what is your goal? Just going to take a look and follow my heart. Xueqi smiled casually.
The old man remained silent while Xueqi went on. There is nothing here truly worthwhile for me. Maybe that meteor is different but it's not part of my plan.
Of course, uncrossable expanse is still worth a trip.
You wish to go there?
The old man became interested.
For certain.
Xueqi said leisurely.
However, nothing would ever be able to force him otherwise.
Fellow Taoist, you are incredible and shouldn't go there. 3 immortals need someone like you to protect and lead. The old man said. I'm only a passerby and has nothing to do with 3 immortals. There are others to lead 3 immortals, like your group for example. Xueqi smiled. The old man didn't say anything after hearing this. What is the expanse like? The bull investigated. Impossible to describe, boundless and profound. The old man answered the bull. But it is no longer peaceful, danger has infiltrated. What danger? The bull went on. Even a character of its level wouldn't tread that place recklessly.
The old man hesitated for a bit before answering. It's best for you not to go there.
We just need to slay it, that's all. Li Jie chuckled. Can you do it, fellow Taoist? The old man's expression changed. He remained skeptical.
I won't care if it doesn't provoke me, but if it does, I will show zero mercy.
No exception. Li Jie said.
This murderous and domineering comment was unquestionable. The old man remained worried. Fellow Taoist, this is a great danger. We in Fire Ancestors group, he stopped speaking. And the bull jumped in. The old man had an expression of disappointment. The path towards the heavenly Tao is dangerous, but it doesn't compare to the heart of men.
Take care.
With that, he turned back towards the mountain range. How come you have yet to close your eyes? The bull shouted at the old man. This rude comment actually made a lot of sense. After all, the guy had died for so long yet still lingered in this place. It had nothing to do with him still barely surviving. It was because he still had lingering sentiments and grudges after suffering an indignant death. The old man paused and turned around. He mused before speaking. I'm waiting for someone to come back. They need to give me and the dead souls here an acceptable answer.
He kept on moving after saying this. What happened back then? Where is Fire Ancestor?
The bull remained unsatisfied with the answer and continued onward after realizing a few possibilities. Alas, the old man was long gone now. Haha, I won't pursue this any further and uncover his pain. The bull shrugged and said, aware of the right answer. That's Divine Moon Progenitor, Holy Frost Emperor quietly said. She recognized the old man and his wondrous legends. Alas, this immortal-level progenitor had fallen in this place.
Indeed.
The bull nodded. He was amazing back then, heaven-defying to say the least. Unfortunately, still dead right now. In my opinion, he died an indignant death, thus he is still lingering around this world. They're all dead anyway, just forget about it.
Li Jie shook his head. Not necessarily.
I don't care since it has nothing to do with me, but as you can see, an immortal-level progenitor dying indignantly? This wouldn't happen if he died to a stronger foe in battle. He would have been aware of this from the start. Therefore, use your imagination, regarding the reason for his indignation. What happened back then? What made this invincible progenitor die with his eyes still open? His intent still roam the land for generations to come. I don't think he's waiting for his lover but the ones who did this to him. This was the most discomforting and darkness speculation. Nevertheless, it made a lot of sense. A progenitor had experienced numerous storms and tribulations. Being killed in battle was fully acceptable. Not a big deal at all. Alas, this wasn't the case here. Holy Frost felt a chill after hearing this, wondering about the possibilities. She only knew that this secret was purposely hidden or that the world should never find out about it. Let's go, let the dead deal with their mess. We're still alive.
Li Jie said.
I wouldn't give a damn if I was an undead either way. I've seen plenty of treachery in the past already.
The bull laughed.
Holy Frost remained silent. She didn't wish to comment or criticize the wise sages back then. The group crossed through this great mountain range under Li Jie's guidance, delving deeper into the land. They found the next area to suffer an even higher level of damage versus the previous. The battle must have been fiercer and brutal in this place. Black holes occupied the sky along with chaotic spatial flows. Time itself was broken in multiple parts. Traversing this place could easily end with death. Monsters didn't need to be here. Just the terrain alone was dangerous enough. Of course, Li Jie's powerful group had no problem dealing with this. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3009. They crossed through the damaged space and found a boundless golden radiance from the distance. What's that, Master?
Lu Yanbai pointed forward.
They saw a colossal tablet ahead, seemingly cast from gold and capable of piercing the sky. It suppressed the entire area and gave off a majestic presence. The world itself felt insignificant in comparison. The tablet had boundless strength that exceeds all else. It seemed capable of shouldering the myriad realms, truly a sight to behold from a distance. Gold runes moved on the surface, ancient and powerful. They were formed naturally, not carved by someone. A strand of spirit energy seeped within the runes, one that could be from the past and travel through the river of time to get here. To the top were two massive characters that could be seen from far away. Tao derivation. The runes below seemed tiny in comparison, resembling countless spirits dancing around. Tao derivation, the legendary canon? Holy Frost became startled. Looks that way. The bull's eyes widened as well. These two characters are immensely profound. Probably not fake. Who would have thought that we would see this legend here? Holy Frost was still amazed despite having seen many Tao laws before. What is it, Master? Yanbai asked the bull. According to the legend, Emperor Shi of the Three Immortals left behind a Tao explanation with the name Tao derivation. It explains the myriad Tao and mysteries of the three worlds. Many actually originated from this canon. However, very few people actually saw the actual thing. Let's go take a look. Holy Frost became excited. This canon is only one portion of the text, but it contains incredible profundity. Just understanding a little bit of it is enough to make one a peerless progenitor. She couldn't help wanting to learn from a source of the Tao in Three Immortals. So many masters have dreamt about this despite possessing numerous merit laws and techniques. No rush, keep on waiting. Li Chia raised his hand to stop her while shaking his head. Holy Frost calmed down and thought that Li Chia wouldn't stop her for no reason. Something is strange. The bull became alerted and opened its third eye. This one was even larger than the other two. The Emperor shuddered and took a deep breath. She then activated her heavenly gaze and derived the Tao to take a closer look at the towering tablet. Unfortunately, its blinding brilliance rendered taking a closer look at the runes impossible. Nevertheless, she began to see that there was something wrong. Something might be hidden beneath the golden light. Li Chia stood there with no intention of coming over. The rest felt the same way. A while later, a group of experts with halos rotating outward has arrived. Their strength made it obvious that they were at the ancestor level. They also noticed the bright tablet from the distance. Tao derivation canon? One of them got a closer look and shouted. These famous ancestors knew their stuff and immediately recognized the two characters. Looks like this risk was worth taking. We found the legendary Tao derivation, a supreme text from one of the Three Immortals. One of them said, "Come, let's take a better look and take it down." Another lost his patience and flew over. The others didn't want to fall behind and rushed towards the tablet. It wasn't long before they were the bottom. They looked up and carefully read the runes. Amazingly profound, this has to be the real thing. They became entranced and inadvertently moved closer to the tablet because the runes were too tiny. They eventually made contact with the tablet. In this blink of an eye, the tablet activated like a beast opening its jaw and instantly tried to swallow the ancestors. Shit! They shouted in horror and quickly retaliated. Alas, it was simply too late. The tablet was powerful enough to nullify their offense and swallowed them whole. Ah! Quiet wails along with grinding noises came from inside. The tablet's base started moving for a bit, akin to chewing. A while later, it stopped moving again, still looking as sacred and bright as ever. No one would be able to imagine that it just had devoured several powerful ancestors. A fiend? Lu Yanbai became afraid. Haha, definitely nothing good for sure. The bull laughed. Holy Frost trembled inside. She would have been tempted by the runes as well if Li Chia didn't stop her earlier. Perhaps she would be inside its stomach as well. What is it? Her heavenly gaze couldn't see its true form. There were two possibilities stemming from this. First, this was its actual form, or something far stronger than her has assumed this form. She was a 12-palace emperor on top of possessing the purest holy affinity. However, this monstrous entity could still shroud itself against her. She realized that this was a powerful foe, most likely above her current abilities. You can try, haha. The bull said. That's what I'm thinking. She nodded, wanting to give it a shot even without the bull's egging. Buzz. Her holy light became resplendent and illuminated the sky. Her pair of light wings also spread and opened a world of light. Each feather seemed to be a gate pouring out boundless light affinity. A bright tsunami instantly drowned out the region. Her current appearance of being shrouded in this affinity was very comforting. The darkness receded instantly. The mortal coil became bearable. Big sis is so pretty. Yanbai became amazed. She didn't know that she would be on her knees right now, unable to lift her head if it wasn't for the bull's protection. Buzz. She took one step forward and channeled her light straight at the tablet with the unceasing force of a primordial flood. Boom! Alas, the tablet's golden light remained with the same intensity. Rumble! She didn't stop there. One flood came after another in an unending barrage. Chapter 30:10. Boom! The flood of light slammed into the golden tablet in an unceasing and merciless manner. The tablet was drowned out completely like a rock beneath the ocean. Alas, it remained immobile regardless of the waves. Rumble! The power of the light roared with explosions. The waves then turned into a frightening storm. One could hear thunderous rumbles within before lightning arcs started to form. Magnificent bolts then struck the tablet directly. The scale of this contest was a sight to behold. Perhaps the most impressive scene some would see in their lives. The bolts of light illuminated the entire region and had enough power to crush all evil and darkness into smithereens. People would gain a new impression of Holy Frost Emperor after seeing her offense. Many thought of the light as a sacred affinity. Plus, she herself exuded an aura of serenity. No one could connect this dominating and relentless attack to the Emperor without witnessing in person. Alas, the insane torrents of light still didn't do anything to the tablet. Her expression became serious. Her mind slightly waved. This tablet's power clearly exceeded hers. Activate! She didn't give up just yet and decided to change her method. The light suddenly became gentle, no longer resembling an attack. It felt like the sunlight pouring down during winter and chasing the coldness away. This soft aura was comforting and warm. Others would become drowsy after sensing this. The power wasn't refining or attacking this time around. It simply permeated in all nooks and corners, seemingly pitying all living beings and wanting to make life better, taking away all pain and suffering. It could infiltrate anything, whether it be the toughest being or the hardest to reach location. This was the strongest aspect of the light. Its omnipresent ability. It drowned the tablet and began infiltrating everywhere. Zzz. The tablet began losing its golden light. A while ago, it looked like the ruler of this area due to its overwhelming radiance. Now the power of the light was weakening it. The radiance slowly disappeared and the tablet revealed its true form. Its imposing and holy aura was no longer there. The tablet itself was gone now, leaving behind billowing darkness like a bottomless abyss. This dark affinity could devour anything dumb enough to get close. Escaping was futile. This is the strongest profundity of the light. The bull sentimentally said, "That old geezer always spieled crap about saving all beings and subduing evil. That's only his own thought in my opinion. The power of light should be comforting like this. Can't you see? This is a transformation. The light isn't a power, just a form of expression. This has nothing to do with Desolate Saint. Academy of Light is just transforming, same with its Tao source." Lichia smiled and said, "The old demon." The bull's expression changed. It naturally didn't like the demon and always competed against him. However, it must admit that the tree demon was able to change the Tao of the system. Its progenitor was still Desolate Saint. Everyone in the world knew this. Alas, after millions of years, the old demon's effort was gradually changing the system. Eventually, it would become the demon's legacy, not Desolate Saint's. Li Qie only smiled in response without elaborating. God damn it, he's really doing it. Inferior to Desolate Saint in the past, but he will certainly surpass him in the future. The bull murmured. Li Qie ignored the bull and told Holy Frost, "Be careful." Zzz. The omnipresent power of Holy Frost continued to infiltrate the darkness, wanting to reach the center before starting the purification process. What is that thing? The bull wondered while looking at the abyssal entity. Boom! The dark energy rushed to the sky and seemingly devoured everything like a primordial beast. It opened its jaw and licked heaven and earth in a creepy manner. This jaw resembled the largest black hole in existence and its prey was Holy Frost Emperor. She hurriedly gathered her holy power. This resulted in her wings growing to an immense size and posing in front of her like an impregnable gate. All of the power of the light has condensed into the wings. It became difficult to look straight at her radiant state. Boom! The jaw bit her defensive barrier without showing any mercy. Crack! The crystallized barrier began to crack as a result. Next, the dark energy crazily surged as if a great devil king was descending. It began to assault the region. Crack! More cracks appeared on the barrier due to the increased amount of energy. Her expression dimmed, aware of how strong this dark power was. Eat this! The bull joined the fray and leaped up for a stomp. Don't be quick to underestimate the bull. This stomp had enough power to turn the sky vault over or leave a hole in any system. Boom! The abyssal jaw was blown flying far away. Truly a magnificent spectacle. Holy Frost retreated behind Xueqi with haste at this second. Rah! The dark energy became enraged and roared. Its power became heightened to the next level. Chapter 30:11. The dark entity wasn't that furious while being suppressed by Holy Frost's light power. However, the hoof from the bull resulted in rage from the humiliation. This was understandable after having its head nearly knocked off by the bull. Rah! The stars in the sky trembled before its roar. Everything was on the verge of crumbling. Shit, it's getting serious. The bull shouted and didn't care for its heroic image. It had no intention of fighting this darkness and ran back behind Xueqi. Sir, it's up to you to deal with this monster now. I'm just too weak. It shouted and got even farther away. Rah! The dark energy formed a jaw once more, large enough to devour the sun and moon. It looked like a whale that could swallow the gods. Xueqi's area became the next target of this gaping jaw. Of course, the bull activated a movement technique to run 1,000,000 miles away from the impact point. Holy Frost wasn't a coward, but after seeing the bull's escape, it was fine for a junior like her to get the hell out as well. Only Xueqi remained still as if he didn't see the incoming jaw. The area around him was finished, but he had no intention of faltering. The others watched from the distance and saw his robe fluttering to the wind. His surroundings were engulfed by the jaw in no time at all. Time came to a halt as if it had devoured everything, and it was time for digestion. The bull was still smiling, unlike his worried disciple. "Will the young noble be okay?" she asked. "Disciple, you should be worrying about the dark jaw instead. It's very unlucky," the bull said. Nevertheless, Yanbai remained nervous while looking at the dark jaw. "So do you know what it is?" Holy Frost had a serious expression as well. She fought against that thing earlier but still had no idea what it was. She used her powerful light to reveal its darkness, but this wasn't its true form. Of course, the master of this dark energy should be the real thing to worry about. Unfortunately, she couldn't bring it out. "You'll find out soon enough, haha. It's about to start." The bull's eyes lit up. Rumble. Next came a series of explosions that made the minor world tremble, then creaking noises as if something was being pulled up. The explosions came from the dark jaw. It shook violently and the explosions became louder. Pop. Finally, a powerful force tore apart the jaw. Majestic light exuded from within, akin to the opening of a world of light. It had materialized enough to take on the form of flowing mercury. Boom, boom, boom. The jaw was being lifted to the sky. "Look, the young noble." Yanbai saw clearly and shouted. Inside the majestic light was Xueqi. His light was different from Holy Frost's. His was as fierce as possible, like numerous blades. They cut the jaw without showing any mercy and didn't resemble the light affinity at all. A while ago, Holy Frost had domineering tidal waves, but they were still as quite like the rain of spring, something akin to the water affinity. This wasn't the case for Xueqi. His light had no intention of saving people and the world. It was a weapon meant for drawing blood in a tyrannical manner. This brutality didn't match the light affinity in the slightest. However, it just felt so right coming from Xueqi, a being seemingly born for the sake of massacre. Holy Frost was in awe while watching this other form of light. She has never seen or heard of it before, despite growing up in the academy and learning about this affinity. The bull, on the other hand, wasn't surprised in the slightest. He's the one who can bring out Desolate Saint's light to the extreme. "You are on a different path, the true destination of the light." It didn't explicitly state the change of her Tao right now. She was no longer following the path of Desolate Saint, but rather, the old tree demon's light Tao. Rah! The dark jaw roared while being lacerated by Xueqi's sharp Tao. It soared towards him like a frenzied ocean of black. Alas, it couldn't move his sharp light Tao at all. Rumble. It was completely under his mercy. "Darkness, huh? I'll show you what real darkness is." Xueqi chuckled and decided to play with it. In the next second, his chest seemingly opened, and out came an aura of darkness. The previous light power disappeared entirely. Despite his Dao's sharp and brutal nature, Xueqi still resembled a messenger of the light. Now, only a boundless dark affinity hovered around him, capable of swallowing everything. His chest became an abyss, the origin of the darkness. Buzz! In this exact juncture, a sacred light instinctively shielded Holy Frost along with light mantras. She felt a terrible threat coming from him since they were currently of the opposite affinity. Her light power viewed him as a mortal enemy, this crownless king of darkness, the origin of the darkness. His dark power also turned into a colossal jaw and began devouring its prey, finishing half of the thing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 30:12. The new Dark Lord of this world finally finished devouring the jaw, not leaving a single piece left. Its power was incomparable and dreadful. The strongest masters all felt insignificant and couldn't reach the apex while facing him. Holy Frost had chills all over. This darkness was enough to entice the greatest genius. She took a deep breath, feeling her hair standing on ends, her palms filled with cold sweat. She never expected him to have such frightening dark power. One thought to become a devil, another to become a Buddha. The bull looked at her and said, "Both light and darkness can take form in an instant in his mind. Little girl, there is an immense difference between you and him." The emperor pondered quietly. Her pure light could chase away the darkness and purify impurities. However, this Tao heart of light required years of accumulation. On the other hand, the fierce light and the terrifying darkness only required a single thought from Xueqi. The bull was right. The disparity between the two of them was insane. She finally realized how far she was from reaching his level and power. A while ago, she knew that he was far, far stronger. Alas, a sad realization struck her at this second. She could try for a lifetime and never be able to catch up. After the jaw was gone, the remaining darkness was frightened and ran back into its lair with haste. Earlier, it was unstoppable and nearly defeated Holy Frost. Now, it ran for its life before Xueqi's darkness. Xueqi didn't bother pursuing and recalled his dark power with a smirk on his face. Holy Frost heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. Though Xueqi didn't actively suppress anyone, it was still too suffocating. People would get lost in that darkness, never to see the sun again. "There's a mountain over there." Yanbai relaxed and said. The darkness earlier had shown its true form, a mountain not too particularly wide or tall. Nevertheless, it still felt quite imposing with numerous glyphs. They didn't exude light, just a rippling effect like sound waves. From the distance, it felt as if sound waves struck the mountain and eventually turned into runes. One could see the faint hint of an immortal song, echoing for an eternity around this mountain. This song actually served as an eternal seal. Even the strongest devil wouldn't be able to get out from beneath the mountain. Whatever creature below tried to struggle, but the song would play again. Each tune struck like a sword, weakening its prisoner in the process. An apex seal. Which master left his supreme melody here to imprison this thing? The Black Bull said. There aren't many progenitors versed in music. Holy Frost said. Versed in music? No, this is taking the Tao of music to the extreme. The bull said. It's not a simple suppression song. Each tune would slowly destroy the prisoner until ash is the only thing left. Amazing indeed. Xueqi smiled. Very few people in Three Immortals can do this. A person capable of this should be part of the Decemvirate. Holy Frost was shaken after hearing this possibility since everyone knew about the Decemvirate. Xueqi entered the mountain with the group behind him. They could feel the suppressive ripples within. It was strong enough to crush the spine of the mightiest existence and take their breath away. Holy Frost felt suffocated even though the power wasn't directed at her. From this, one could easily imagine the pressure felt by its prisoner. A 12-palace emperor would be crushed in no time at all if trapped here. So the devil is that dark jaw earlier? The bull looked around and didn't notice the thing earlier. The two girls also tried to find it, thinking that it should have been easy. After all, the dark jaw came from the tablet and should be the thing stuck in here. It should be big enough to spot. Alas, they didn't notice anything. Not even the frightening aura earlier. It's here. Xueqi gently pushed out a stack of hay to reveal a rock. The others hurried over for a look and saw a rock half buried underground. All three were surprised. This is it. Holy Frost's pretty eyes widened in disbelief. The rock was only the size of an egg, looking like an onyx jade. One would find it hard to imagine that this tiny thing was the real form of the dark energy prior. Xueqi removed the mud around it to reveal the actual situation. Numerous Dao laws from the mountain looking like everlasting chains were wrapping around the bottom half of the rock. They were extremely stretched, a testament to the rock's numerous escape attempts. So this little brat is it? It actually has such a powerful technique. The bull murmured. You're the little brat. Same with your entire family. A voice retorted. It came from the rock. It can speak? Lu Yanbai didn't expect this. Holy Frost confirmed that this was indeed the dark jaw earlier after hearing its voice. Alas, the contrast was considerable. She assumed that the true form suppressed beneath this mountain should be a great devil with 3 heads and 6 arms, not this tiny little rock. Quite magical indeed. The bull couldn't figure out the rock's materials and essences. It was extremely knowledgeable and has seen plenty of divine metals and ores. This was its first time seeing this type of rock. Humph, I am a supreme divine rock. Little juniors like you can't comprehend my existence. The rock proudly said. Chapter 30:13. Pa. The bull didn't appreciate being called a junior and immediately barked back. I am the ultimate divine bull born in a land of immortals. My bloodline is peerless as I walk through the ages. A tiny pebble like you dares to assume seniority over me? Eat this. Rumble. It raised its hooves and stomped down right away. The rock didn't relent either and shot out a black halo to stop the incoming hooves. The impact shook the entire mountain, a testament to the power of these two combatants. Divine bull my ass. The rock scoffed in response. I was born in the abyss of uncrossable expanse since antiquity. I am the devourer of all, destined for greatness and invincibility, a supreme rock to say the least. The rock was obviously just as arrogant and confident while staring down at the bull. It was still very animated while being fully suppressed, seemingly looking at the group with disdain. Please, so what if you were born in uncrossable expanse? You're still just another pebble stuck in this place forever. The bull retorted. Wait till I'm outside, I will start the ultimate storm and ascend to become a supreme true immortal. All of you will be nothing more than insects, mere specks of dust scattering to the wind. The rock really believed that it was number one. Keep on dreaming then, you will never be able to get out. Not in this generation or the next. Yeah, I suppose all you can do is dream. The bull gave it the side eye. Insignificant calf, you will be my first target once I'm out. The rock became infuriated. The bull retaliated with more stomping, but the halo of the rock successfully stopped it. You dare to boast, little rock? I will destroy you right now. No need for you to crawl outside. The bull threatened. You can cultivate another 100 generations and still won't be able to teach me. You'll be nothing more than a worm that can't reach the apex. The bull and the rock kept on going at it while spewing out sharp insults like crazy men. Holy Frost didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Of course, she heaved a sigh of relief because this rock didn't seem that evil despite its dark affinity. One of you is a big piece of charcoal, the other is a little black stone. You two might as well become sworn brothers. Xueqi interrupted the two. Bah, who would ever do that? The two disagreed at the same time, clearly looking down on the other. You're from uncrossable expanse? Xueqi asked. The arrogant rock dared to look down on the bull, but it became quiet this time. It pondered for a bit because it had tasted Xueqi's power. Yes, I was born in the eternal abyss of the expanse, matchless in terms of fortune and creation. It eventually answered. Yes, a divine stone, the bull sarcastically mocked. My origin is 100 times stronger than yours. The rock retorted. How did you get here? Xueqi asked. Someone pulled me out of the abyss, hence my coming into being. The rock revealed. Who was it? Fire ancestor? The bull became curious. No, this person is strong, extremely strong. The rock replied in a serious manner. Its tone seemed as if fire ancestor was no big deal, that it would still be haughty before this progenitor. On the other hand, whoever took it out has earned its respect. There was a hint of dread or even fear in its voice. How strong? The bull laughed but still took it seriously. Holy Frost couldn't believe it. She knew just how strong this rock was after their previous exchange. Now this rock was talking about another master using this grave tone? Just how powerful could this being be? Perhaps stronger than you. The rock replied in a careful manner. Of course, the bube here was referring to Li Qie, not the bull. Haha, I doubt it. The bull said, you haven't seen Sir's real power or you wouldn't be saying this. He is unfathomable. The rock didn't bite back against the bull this time around. It contemplated for a moment before answering. This person is also unfathomable. Whoever this person was had clearly left a shadow in the rock's mind. A meeting would be nice. Li Qie didn't become angry or competitive. He's in an unknown location at the expanse. The rock answered. That's fine. I'll be heading to the expanse anyway. I hope he is as strong as you're making him out to be. Li Qie chuckled. The rock clearly trembled after hearing this. Haha, if he dares to conspire against Sir, an amazing battle will break out. Of course, my money is on you, sir. No overlords can take you on. The bull was completely confident in Li Qie. He's an elusive master. You might not be able to see him. The rock answered. Its tone made people think that it was shaking its head. Whatever. Li Qie didn't mind. He wasn't going there to fulfill his ego in the first place. He took you out of the abyss and made you evil. This is an act of betrayal, intending on causing chaos. It's not my fault. Nothing would have changed anyway even if I wasn't here. The result was predetermined. The rock said. So you snuck onto the expedition ship and did all of this? The bull glared at it. No, Fire Ancestor invited me here. I had nothing to do with anything else. The rock coldly uttered. What? Holy Frost blurted out, feeling something ominous. Where is he? The bull immediately asked. He left before I was suppressed in order to hide from someone. The rock revealed. Hide from someone? The one who imprisoned you here? No. He's one of the Decemvirate and shouldn't be afraid of another top 10 progenitor. The bull speculated. His master. Li Qie answered instead. His master? Who is Fire Ancestor's master? Holy Frost asked. Fire Ancestor was a mysterious one. People didn't know about his background and he had never mentioned his master before. Li Qie didn't answer her but seemed to know everything judging by his expression. Yes. He never returned here afterward. The rock nodded. Shit. The bull understood everything now about this event and said, there must be a reason. This can't be. The reason is very simple. This is the nature of men. The rock snorted. True. The bull took a deep breath. Damn, it's over. No one can withstand what's about to come. Yes. 3 Immortals is finished. Run as far away as possible if you want to live or it'll happen to you too. The rock coldly said. 1. Unknown location here can be a title of a place. We'll see with more context. Chapter 30:14. That has nothing to do with me since I'll keep living quite well even if 3 Immortals is finished. However, Sir is here so anything coming out will only be obliterated. The bull laughed. Him. The rock stared at Li Qie. This wasn't a look of disdain but it still said, haha, I'm not underestimating him. It's just that there are things beyond your imagination and he is alone. He might not be able to save himself, let alone worry about anything else. A tiger will still die to a pack of wolves. Is that so? That's why you're just a rock without any knowledge, unable to fathom Sir's true abilities. Don't worry, everything is fine with him around. The bull smiled, still as confident as ever. The rock focused up even more, extremely animated and expressive despite its current form. It was as if they were speaking to a living person. Little calf, you're only saying this because you haven't seen it. The rock uttered coldly. The terror is too much to take. He. Plus, you won't be able to tell friends from foes on that day. Perhaps the ones troubling 3 Immortals the most are none other than its so-called protectors. That's an issue of you lacking confidence but then again, how can a rock know what an invincible Dao heart is? That's why you were turned evil. I won't comment on others but Sir will be the destroyer of the ones you speak of. I have zero doubt in my mind about this. The bull said. Strangely enough, the rock didn't retort this time like before. 3 Immortals have its own fate and it doesn't need the protection from a passerby like me. It has protectors already and I won't get involved unless instigated. Li Qie shook his head. Who else is strong enough to do so but you? The bull didn't like this response. A calamity is coming. Will you be leaving, young noble? Holyfrost changed her address, thinking that he was the only one who could stop the incoming problems. No need for that. Have you forgotten about the name of this world? It has protectors already. The three immortals? The group exchanged glances and thought about the legends. They really exist? She hesitated before speaking softly. Despite the name of their world, many inhabitants didn't believe in the existence of the immortals. None has seen them or proved the validity of their tales before, a clear lack of evidence. The two sides of the debate have always contested each other. Xueqi only smiled in response. You're talking about the three immortals? The quiet rock jumped in. You, a little pebble stuck under the abyss, know about them? I doubt it. The bull said with disdain. A wild calf like you is the real country bumpkin here. I have seen things you never have in your entire life, including the three immortals. The rock scowled in response. You've seen them? Holyfrost was startled. In history, no one would dare to make this claim outside of the braggers who wanted to show off. Most likely one of the three. The rock mused for a bit before replying. If this world has three immortals, that woman has to be it. Look at how unsure you are. You have no idea what you're talking about. The bull laughed. The rock didn't respond, seemingly occupied with recalling the previous meeting. What kind of person is she? Holyfrost was filled with curiosity about these legendary beings. Strong, insanely strong. The rock said with certainty while stretching the last words. She was shaken and found hope. This was definitely the blessing of her world if the three immortals really existed. How does she compare to the person who got you out of the abyss? The bull seemed amused and curious. This was a tough question since judging strength at the top level was considerably difficult. The rock carefully thought about an answer then looked at the bull. A calf like you doesn't understand the intricacies within. It's not about strength to become the ruler of the world, it's all about the destination, the end result. Yes, I truly don't understand any of that. What I do understand is that all of this crap doesn't matter to Sir. The key point is that he will annihilate anyone standing in his way. It's not too late to talk about abstract things afterward. The bull nonchalantly said and started guffawing afterward. The rock took another look at Xueqi. It became a little curious and asked, "What's your pursuit? Say, you're capable of doing all of this. What's your end goal? Immortality? Or to protect everything? A battle to the very end, that's more than enough. I will continue on being myself." Xueqi chuckled. Being yourself? The rock quietly repeated, digesting the implications. What about you? Are you still you, the pebble from the abyss? The bull laughed. Or are you a mere hound? Nah, even more wretched than that. Just a trapped dog right now. The rock actually answered seriously this time instead of fighting back. This is only a choice. One day, you will also make a similar choice. No, I've made my decision already. The bull said, I chose to follow my heart, don't you see? That's why I'm on Sir's side. Don't be so sure. You might change this decision and abandon all of your previous convictions. This isn't a rare occurrence in the slightest. The bull said. That's their choice, not mine. Their Tao heart was simply not firm enough, or maybe that's their original nature anyway. Their light and attempt to be protectors were only an outward layer of pretension. The bull sneered. We'll see if you can keep this act up when that day comes. The rock snorted. I'm perfectly confident in myself, don't you worry. The bull smirked. The rock didn't buy it, evident by its disdainful expression. You're still you just don't know it right now. It's time for you to return to your original self. Xueqi interrupted with a smile. What do you want? The rock had a bad feeling about this. Just lending you a hand, that's all. He smiled. Chapter 30:15. No thanks. The rock refused right away. I'm doing fine in this place, just a time of tranquility. Another 1,000,000 years or so will be okay. Haha, leaving you here to devour others? How many more do you want? The bull sneered. It's not my fault. The rock put on an innocent expression. Their greed is what killed them. If they had maintained their Tao heart, they wouldn't have become my food. Their heart is what devoured them. Holy Frost shivered after hearing this. This could have been her result if it wasn't for Li Qie warning her. Mere justification. The bull said with disdain. It doesn't change the fact that you're evil now. Who cares? Devils and gods are the same in this world where the strong takes all. The only difference is the method. The rock retorted. Do you remember when you were still a divine stone in the abyss? What was on your mind when you gained sentience and looked at the sun? Li Qie spoke with a special rhythm, almost like a captivating chant. The rock fell into silence. In the next second, it could see the past again when it used to be a carefree rock. So peaceful and quiet. But maybe too peaceful, a bit more fun will be better. The rock was in a daze while recalling the past and its initial thoughts and desires. So much had happened afterwards, so it had forgotten its first thought. Ah! Suddenly, a jolt of pain made it scream. Li Qie had sent down a Dao flame when it let down its guard. This supreme flame engulfed the rock and began burning it. What are you doing? Struggling against the Dao flame was futile for the rock, even if it wasn't suppressed by the mountain. I am changing you back to your original form. This dark power doesn't belong to you. Someone simply placed it on you. Li Qie said flatly. No need for that. I'm content with being stuck here. That's how it should be. The rock shouted. Haha, the power of this tune is too weak and will take years to destroy you. Let's help. The bull gloated on the rock's misery. It might be painful in the beginning, but it will go fast. Just imagine how you were taken from the abyss back then and refined. That must have been unbelievably painful too. Ah! The rock screamed in agony while the bull spoke. Zzz, it started to meld. This rock had an incredible origin. A divine stone with a perfect physical constitution. Alas, it still couldn't handle Li Qie's Dao flame. Black smoke oozed from the rock, seemingly the evilest poison in existence. It started eating the fabrics of space. When touched by this smoke, any creature, whether it be the bird and fish or the grass and trees, would turn evil right away. However, Li Qie sent out more Dao flame with his free hand and turned the smoke to nothingness. Zzz. The rock had no chance of escaping the refinement. It was already suppressed by the mountain and locked by Li Qie's Dao flame. It turned into black lava, wiggling back and forth in a creepy manner. It felt as if an evil entity had taken over and eventually replaced them. More black lava came out as Li Qie's flame intensified. The melting process also accelerated. It eventually stopped to reveal a tinier pebble within. The thing melted earlier seemed to be an outer shell. The group became surprised to see this pebble inside. What's that? Holy Frost wondered about the black lava. She could sense the terrible dark power in it, enough to destroy an entire world. That's another part of the rock's true form. It has been corroded though. Fortunately, it is an amazing divine stone, able to keep a part of itself despite being refined by the darkness. Li Qie said. So this tiny piece is its real form? She inquired. He nodded in response and added more heat to his Dao flame, intending on burning everything. Even the black lava was slowly being incinerated now. It eventually turned into smoke, then swiftly destroyed by him. Li Qie clearly wanted to destroy this dark power in its entirety. Rah! The lava itself screamed. It could sense that death was near, so, in one last-ditch effort, it expanded and took the form of a great devil. A powerful shockwave shot out, wanting to break the fiery blockade in an attempt to escape. Li Qie naturally wouldn't let it do so. He scowled and added more power. Just one drop of this flame could scorch an entire system to ashes. The expanding lava was imprisoned again and started shrinking. It was furious and never stopped attacking the flame. Unfortunately, it was going against the tide. Finally, nothing was left of the dark power. Only the true form of the black rock was left, around 2/3 smaller than before. It no longer made a sound, seemingly dead. Clank! It has been refined back to its original form. The Dao laws from the mountains suddenly loosened. The supreme power imprisoning it also disappeared, freeing the rock as a result. Chapter 30:16. Li Qie picked up the black stone after the seal had dissipated. The group got closer to take a better look. The stone was much smaller now, but it didn't have any visible damage despite the scorching from the Dao flame earlier. It became clear and beautiful with a dazzling glow, a black jade of sorts. The black glow no longer had the frightening dark energy and power prior. It looked simple enough, like a rock that could be found by anyone deep in the forest and mountain. It's far weaker now. The bull analyzed and said. It'll need many years before recovering. Li Qie nodded. The person who refined it is too strong. Fortunately, its origin is amazing, so saving it was still possible. Li Qie burned away 2/3 of the rock's form in order to bring it back to its original state. This also reduced its cultivation by 2/3 or so. If he had a single mistake with his flame control, it would have turned to ashes. I can do whatever I want to it now, including crushing it. The bull put on an evil expression. Alas, the rock didn't respond, seemingly deep in slumber. Still isn't that easy even if it's smaller than before. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. I have plenty of methods. There must be one capable of crushing it. The bull laughed. You're greatly underestimating it. Li Qie said. A divine stone like this one is extraordinary. I'm definitely more extraordinary. The bull said. I was born in an immortal family with a supreme bloodline. How can this little pebble compare to me? Li Qie only smiled and put away the black rock. On the other hand, Holy Frost became curious about the bull. Which clan are you from, senior? She asked. The elders of the academy all knew that the bull was special. Alas, they didn't have a good idea about its background since it was far older than any of them. Strangely enough, it always lingered around Sacred Mountain and seemed like part of their system. I can't say, Kiki. The bull laughed, acting mysteriously. Holy Frost couldn't press the issue, so she stopped asking. Li Qie didn't bother commenting on the bull's background. He looked up and said, Let's go, the good stuff is waiting for us ahead. Really? The bull became excited with flashing eyes. There must be something going on for the undeads to travel there. An expedition ship becoming something like this. Fire Ancestor can't escape the responsibility. Li Qie didn't reply and flew up to the sky while Holy Frost's heart grew heavy. A shadow loomed in her mind, making it hard to breathe. After all, Fire Ancestor started the expedition back then. He was indeed responsible for whatever had transpired here. This news, once spread, would deal a great blow to 3 immortals. No one spoke along the way, so the atmosphere became a bit tense. They moved quickly, traveling millions of miles in the blink of an eye. The landscape only consisted of broken sites, whether it be the fabrics of time and space, mountains and rivers. Death and carnage seemed to pervade this area from the great battles back then. Also, one couldn't help thinking about the miraculous nature of this ship. This minor world might not be as large as a mortal lineage but was still impressive enough. As they delved farther into the land, the broken scenery started to change. They saw dilapidated walls and crumbling citadels along with remnants of floating palaces. They also saw corpses of varying sizes, regular size or some as large as mountains. However, all of them had one thing in common. Death couldn't bend their back. Even at the very last second, they still stood upright with their chest arching forward. Some propped themselves up with their weapons, still looking forward despite having one knee on the ground. Their unyielding spirit could still be seen millions of years later. The bull and the emperor couldn't help feeling respect for these fallen combatants. Not giving up in the slightest, their spine still stands upright. The bull said, This is what 3 immortals needs, the real pillars and protectors. Holy Frost chose to bow deeply instead of saying anything in order to show her highest reverence. Indeed, they were the pillars of 3 immortals. Though she had no idea what happened here in the past, she had some good guesses. On this ship, the undeads were separated into 2 camps. Some were turned while they were still alive while others became undead after their death. However, these fallen combatants didn't turn into dead creatures because they had an unyielding spirit and firm Dao heart. Dark power couldn't corrode their soul and take advantage of their greed and desires. This saved them from becoming eternal puppets. Thus, these great beings were worthy of respect despite losing the devastating battle. Look over there. The bull pointed ahead after another long trek. The group looked over and saw a massive floating city. It exuded an air of holiness. It had the form of a pavilion with numerous floors. The highest floors were propped up against the sky. The spatial fabrics around it were crushed into the void. The walls suffered great damages as well. One gate had a huge hole. Inside the city were broken buildings and palaces. The cruelty of war had ravaged this city. Alas, it still remained standing with a powerful aura as if a supreme ruler was presiding within. One could see an invisible flame jumping around, seemingly protecting the place. Perhaps this was the abode of a fire god. This aura was exceedingly mighty. Others couldn't help wanting to prostrate. So strong. Holy Frost became shaken after sensing it. Chapter 30:17. The floating city still had an impressive aura akin to the presence of a fire god. This flame seemed to be dancing around for millions of years now. The group entered and saw nothing but desolation. Not a soul to be found. The wide streets were empty, a state of deterioration. Some ruins of palaces and pavilions remained inside, made from refined stones or other rare materials such as phoenix roost timber or divine metals. From this, one could see that mighty true gods and emperors once stayed there. That's why these residences still had powerful auras in them, left behind by the old masters. These auras are so mighty. The battle back then must have been insane. Holy Frost felt several noticeable auras. Some were stuck together and still fighting each other. Clearly the remnant effects from the battle. This city would have turned to ashes back then if it wasn't for the immense protection blessing. The group traveled through numerous streets before stopping at a military drill ground. Look, the undeads are there. The bull noticed with its big eyes. This massive field could accommodate millions of soldiers. People would feel like an ant while standing here. They would also sense a battle intent as if this used to be the rally spot of a great army. These soldiers would gather here before marching onward. Therefore, their battle spirit and heroism remained. There was also an army present right now, grouped in an orderly manner. Not a single soldier made a sound, resulting in a suffocating atmosphere. It consisted of the marching dead soldiers and the troops from the ocean. Then there were black dragons and war riders. These various forces have arrived to answer the summoning drum call. In the center was a high platform with drums made from dragon tendons. The drumsticks exuded a ferocious aura since they were made from divine bones. The top lords gathered around the drums at the moment, then their various armies. The deathly silence made it even creepier. One could hear the drop of a needle right now while thinking that this was a ghastly scene. Li Chie's group watched from a distance instead of entering. What are they here for? Definitely up to no good though. The bull murmured. Something is coming out. Li Chie focused at the center of the platform and noticed a deep, perpendicular cave. It looked bottomless and resembled the jaw of a devil, seemingly waiting for prey to walk in. What's in there? A monster or fiend will come out from there. The bull asked. Who knows? Some attribute any evil event to monsters or fiends, but occasionally, they are caused by men. Li Chie smiled. True, a monster in the purest sense might not be as scary. The bull agreed. Holy Frost has been having an intensifying ominous feeling along the way. She had many guesses rummaging through her mind right now. Du mi shi ba mao sure. These living creatures suddenly started chanting in an ancient language. No one had any idea what they were saying. Moreover, their limbs started twisting as if they were dancing. This was a mysterious and bizarre ceremony. Holy Frost didn't expect this. A while ago, these creatures looked like puppets, mere moving corpses. This looked to be a higher-level action than before. Master, what are they doing? Lu Yanban became afraid and didn't know where to hide. An evil communication ceremony. The bull uttered coldly. It quietly listened to the mantra, wanting to get some hints. It's an ancient witchcraft ceremony that should be long gone. Why is it here now? It became startled after listening for a bit. Yes, it's an evocation of the soul. We'll see if they're capable of doing it. Li Chie said. They better just stay dead because if they don't play nice, I'll let them have a taste of my hoof. The bull sneered. Just wait, the fun is just beginning. Li Chie smiled, his profound eyes moved ever so slightly, still fixated on the deep cave. The dead creatures were still chanting and twisting their body. Dark energy began to emanate from their body. These dark strands looked like poisonous smoke hovering above the creature's head. The entire stage was filled with smoke. Creak. A heavy noise came from the cave as if something was slowly sliding upward. After a long while, an item finally showed itself from the opening. A cauldron. Yanbai became curious. The cauldron was quite big, enough to boil 18 pots of soups at the same time. The base was entirely dark red in color. To be more specific, it used to have a dark yellow tint, but after millions of years or the influence of dark power, the yellow has turned into red. It looked quite tough. Even a fool could tell that it was an amazing artifact. It had an attached carving of a phoenix spreading its wings. The wings served as the two ring fasteners for the cauldron. It seemed that the cauldron flame originated from this phoenix. Inside were plenty of black objects. Perhaps they were charcoal, but no one could really tell. This cauldron. The bull's eyes started glowing. You recognize this cauldron, Senior? Holyfrost didn't know the cauldron. If I am not mistaken, its name is Phoenix. The bull had a serious expression. Phoenix Cauldron? She felt that she had heard of this name before but couldn't recall anything specific. Little girl, don't worry about this. Knowing more might not necessarily be good for you. The bull interrupted her rumination. Chapter 30:18. The Emperor took a deep breath and heeded the bull's advice. There's something in there. Yenbai pointed at the cauldron. They looked over and knew that the cauldron had black things piling up like charcoal. This seemed reasonable, but upon closer inspection, there was something buried beneath. It would just look like a rock from a distance. Meanwhile, the chanting from the undeads continued and emanated across the city. Each corner of this place reverberated with this creepy sound. Poof! As the chants became clearer and louder, the dark energy coming from them seemed to be pulled in by something within the cauldron. The latter sucked in all the dark energy without holding back with its walls, not its mouth. The outer walls absorbed the energy like a sponge and finished the process in no time at all. Buzz! The internal furnace turned red, almost like molten metal. The carving of the phoenix became animated as well. Each feather and lines became visible. The awakening of the bird. Next, the charcoal-like items also lit up. This was akin to someone starting a stove. As the temperature went up, the charcoal began to burn and the cauldron seemed to be activating. It's gathering power. Holyfrost clearly sensed the cauldron combining the power of heaven and earth accumulated through the ages. A supreme master seemed to be awakening inside. The cauldron turned out to be a supreme ancestral artifact with wondrous uses. As the chanting became clearer, the cauldron became brighter. The dead creatures tried even harder by raising their voice and twisting their body violently with increasing vigor. Poof! The charcoal had reached the right level of red and out came a flame. This flame was still tiny, yet it was full of life, capable of incinerating the 9 heavens. It was different from other flames and had a hint of black flashing within. The outer layer had a dark hue, seemingly a flame not from the mortal world but rather the depths of hell. Poof! 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 The undeads were lit ablaze in unison with the cauldron with the same dark hue, looking like they had just crawled out of hell. They became more spirited, almost like living people. A while ago, they lacked vitality and vigor, but this was no longer the case. They looked ready, almost excited. The chants from the fiery members became louder. The dance became increasingly twisted and strange. This ceremony made the flame inside the cauldron even stronger and rose upward as if it had its own sentience. It's happening. The bull laughed with a fierce glare. Let's see what this undead evocation can do. Holyfrost stared nervously at the cauldron. This unholy congregation and ceremony should have an overarching goal. Keep in mind that these creatures didn't have their own consciousness. They were nothing more than moving puppets. An evil power was clearly controlling them. This made her wonder about the real culprit hiding in the shadows. The process continued on with certain things increasing in intensity. The chant, the dancing, the flames in both the cauldron and on the creatures. The climax was near and suddenly, one could hear the melodies of a guqin. Zang, shang, shang. The sound waves resembled a tsunami of sharp edges. The flames in the ceremony weakened after this onslaught. This was akin to a gust of wind causing candles to flicker, on the verge of extinguishing. The group looked over and saw an old guqin in the air, appearing out of nowhere. The entire thing looked beaten by time and gave of an aura of vicissitudes. It automatically sent out melodies without a player. Each sound contained immense power, enough to scrape away the evil of this world. This sound is very similar to the tune suppressing the black rock. Maybe the same source? Holyfrost said. Indeed. Li Chia focused on the guqin. The barrage of sound waves continued raining down on the field. The flames in the ceremony looked like weak candle flames in comparison. Master, this Xueqi is their enemy? Yanbai curiously asked.
Yes.
The bull nodded. This is a contest between two supreme overlords. They might no longer be here or even alive for that matter, but their power and will are still contending millions of years later.
Boom, boom, boom.
The drums started beating once more from the ground. A similar type of sound attack rushed upward. The drummers were the emperors and war riders, the leaders of the undead. They knew exactly what to do despite being dead and continued smashing on the drums. The waves of drumming served as a means to stop the attack from the Xueqi. The latter didn't relent and sent out stronger waves, wishing to pierce through the drum sound waves to extinguish the flames. The lords beneath knew that if they were to let the Xueqi break through, all of their efforts prior would be gone in a single second. Thus, they beat the drums as if their lives depend on it. The drums' interruption successfully weakened the Xueqi's power. Thus, the flames in the cauldron and the undeads became bright and vigorous like before. The chant was reaching its climax as well. They nearly damaged their throat from shouting so much while doing the crazy dance in order to accelerate the ceremony. Chapter 30:19. Rumble. The flame inside the cauldron seemingly exploded during the climax of the ceremony. It rushed up and stretched out like a cocoon as if there was something inside, ready to break out. The cauldron had a hard time containing this flame. Meanwhile, the flames on the undead creatures also became stronger as they entered a state of frenzy. This was truly a bizarre ceremony, capable of frightening any spectator.
Zhang.
The Xueqi also played faster to release more murderous melodies. Each sound resembled a divine slash. However, the powerful undead lords beneath used the drum to stop the incoming sound waves. The sharp cut from the former was met with a thick barrier from the drum. The latter was as vast as an ocean with waves capable of stopping the Xueqi. The offensive potential of the Xueqi against the flames waned, eventually failing to stop the ceremony. Looks like the Xueqi lost, Holy Frost murmured. The drum formation is also an extraordinary ancestral treasure. The bull commented. It's a shame that the Xueqi's master didn't leave behind his murderous Tao. The Xueqi alone can't exert its full potential. They're all invincible masters too. Holy Frost gently sighed while looking at the drummers. She knew who they were but just didn't wish to reveal their name and background. After all, they were quite famous in 3 immortals in the past. Numerous people have worshipped them before. If their descendants were to find out about this, they would be greatly stricken with grief.
Boom.
The world seemingly exploded as the cauldron became resplendent. The flame erupted like a volcano in a magnificent manner.
Rumble.
Space itself started trembling. The rocks on the field moved around chaotically. A supreme power suppressed the area. Everything else could only prostrate on the ground while being overwhelmed. A gigantic figure emerged inside the cauldron. It was the source of the flame which poured down from it like tassels.
Bang.
The undead creatures immediately got on their knees to show their subservience. It exuded the aura of a supreme progenitor. Just this figure alone felt as if one was here in person. The individual strands of auras emanated across this minor world, taking the breath away from all existences.
Who is he?
Holy Frost shuddered. This figure was clearly a progenitor, and not just an ordinary one. This person should be a historically great figure. Though these words escaped her lips, she had a faint guess of who it was.
Boom.
The figure suddenly turned around and caused the world to spin with it. Many felt as if they were blown flying, jolted from the shock. This power didn't need to directly target anyone and could still make people faint. The group couldn't see its appearance before its eyes sent out unending flames. This wasn't a regular type of true fire. It had black rays coiling around it, as nefarious as hellfire. Any spectator would feel as if their soul has been reaped from their body. They would drop to the ground as a result.
Poof. Poof. Poof.
The undead creatures had the same type of flame appearing in their eye sockets. This looked like the fire of their soul, allowing them to be brimming with power. Their power is coming from him. Looks like he's the controller of death here. The bull murmured before laughing while staring at the figure inside the cauldron. Ga. A bizarre noise resounded like a blade scraping the bones. The figure's head had 2 fiery horns slowly protruding outward. They were awfully sharp, capable of piercing the blue firmament.
Boom.
Its power increased to the next level. This seemed to be its true awakening. It didn't hold back on letting the world know of its terrible might. Screech! Meanwhile, the flame in the cauldron turned into a phoenix and started flying around in the sky. However, the thing trailing from its wings wasn't a red flame like the mythical beast but rather a dark glow. This wasn't an immortal phoenix but a dark phoenix from hell. Rumble! Everyone in the minor dimension of the ship could feel this invincible power. Many dropped to the ground, unable to get up because of the pressure despite being millions and millions of miles away. Holy Frost herself had a hard time withstanding this power. In the beginning, her holy light shielded her from this pressure. Alas, after the horns appeared, she became completely suppressed. The bull laughed and moved behind Xueqi instead of trying to go against the supreme power. Holy Frost saw this and also copied the bull. She knew that she had no chance of resisting this mighty progenitor. Perhaps one could count those stronger than this progenitor with their fingers in the history of 3 immortals. That's why it wasn't shameful for her to concede in the slightest. Buzz! Xueqi chuckled and activated a barrier to stop the pressure. Those hiding behind him heaved a sigh of relief. This was another showcase of Xueqi's impressive abilities. The figure in the cauldron took note of him because of this and instantly sent out waves of flame from its eyes. This figure's glare could pierce through heaven and earth, enough to kill numerous emperors at the same time. Chapter 30-20. A single penetrating glance could kill true emperors. The flames emanating from it were the harvesters of souls. This existence was utterly insane. Only a handful of people in the history of 3 immortals could actually defeat him. Of course, Xueqi didn't bat an eye. Only a smile could be seen on his face as he stood unmovingly. Zhang! The Guqin floating in the air began another offensive with a torrent of sound slashes, akin to a cavalry rushing forward with their spears straight at the figure. The thrust had enough power to split heaven and earth apart to reveal the primordial chaos. Everything turned to ashes. The gods and emperors could only await their death before this unstoppable move. The figure snorted at the sudden ambush and decided to annihilate everything nearby. He spread his palm and grasped both the yin-yang and karmic cycle, ready to reverse life and death. The palm and the thrust collided. One could only hear the rustling of the stars while everything else turned silent. Every expert in this minor world was scared out of their mind. Which masters are fighting? They couldn't stand straight due to the pressure. Zhang! The next song made the Guqin resplendent, looking like it was made from crystal. A series of notes rushed to the air and turned into a supreme musical scroll. It blotted out the sky just like the palm of a great lord, capable of crushing time and the myriad Tao. The figure snorted again and took one step forward. The entire world moved with its rhythm. He swung his hand down towards the chapter, treating it as an axe. One could see the start of the world from the impact of this move. Boom! The palm and the chapter competed, nearly destroying the area completely. This paralyzed most people in the minor world, sweeping them off their feet. In this split second, Xueqi took action. Even his group standing behind him didn't notice how he moved. When they realized that he was gone, they saw him standing on top of the cauldron named Phoenix. He reached into the charcoal to take the item inside. Boom! An explosion capable of moving the ages erupted. The figure stopped attacking the Guqin and moved back. It appeared next to Xueqi right away. It was as if the two of them got there at the same time. It unleashed the same vertical cut again. No emperors were mighty enough to stop this move. Not even the most brilliant of them all. Die! Xueqi roared and activated his Grand Tao. His peerless power also erupted. The world melted as a result, and within this illusory image, the true Xueqi stepped out. It was as if he has been slumbering the entire time until now. His true power has finally awakened. Boom! Heaven's suppression fist, severing the timeline itself and standing above the high heaven. Who could ever contend against this technique? Shit! The bull shouted in horror, unable to stabilize its stance. Xueqi's power erupting was too much to take. Even the bull dropped to the ground. Holy Frost gasped, then stood there in a daze. She also got forced to the ground while thinking that this punch could annihilate any existence, rendering them into a bloody mist. Another master? The experts in the minor world became frightened even more by the appearance of this new combatant. Boom! The figure was blown out of the cauldron. Its figure dimmed down. Even its fiery horns broke down and extinguished. This figure took one last look at Xueqi before jumping back into the abyss and disappearing from sight. Boom! The cauldron followed right behind. Its flame disappeared as well deeper down there. An even stranger thing happened next. The thousands and thousands of undead creatures hurriedly jumped into the abyss to follow the figure. Holy Frost and the others were amazed at this sight. A while later, the supreme powers dissipated and the regular world returned. Everyone managed to heave a sigh of relief. Earlier, they lost control of their body and felt as if there was an invisible hand gripping their throat. Fuck, let's leave now. They decided to leave the minor world after calming down. They could see that there were terrifying existences in this place. Just one wrong move and they would turn to ashes. Even the strongest emperors among them had no chance of stopping these existences. I'm outta here. The pale intruders ran out. Some realized why someone as strong as Supreme Emperor ran from that ghost ship earlier. These floating ships had things beyond their level within. Zhang. The floating Guqin played a friendly tune, seemingly greeting and thanking Xueqi. Xueqi looked at it and smiled without saying anything. Zhang. It rushed to the air and also went to an unknown location. That's an amazing Imperial Guqin. The bull murmured. I wonder how its master is doing? It's so unpredictable now. Who knows what the future brings? The bull, enamored with chaos and the suffering of others, had a different thought this time. Yes, the world is unpredictable, the heart of men? Even more so. Xueqi said. Holy Frost was still absorbing the impact of that single punch earlier. She understood how inferior her vision was compared to the bull now that she had a good idea of his power. She also realized that Xueqi was only playing around when killing Gold Taifa and the others, not utilizing his real strength. This punch of his made her understand why the bull viewed Xueqi as a world savior and why it treated him with such respect. Whoa, that was dangerous earlier. Almost scared me to death. The bull patted its chest and didn't look surprised at all despite its comment. Chapter 30-21. The aura of the city changed after the figure jumped into the abyss. A while ago, people felt a mighty force permeating across this broken city. This was no longer the case. The flame engulfing the city was gone too. The dark power filling the sky also disappeared now that the undead armies have jumped down there. The broken city assumed its initial appearance, broken and crumbling, a scene as melancholic as the setting sun. Is it over? Holy Frost murmured after noticing this. No, this is only the beginning. It can't even be considered the prelude. What's coming will come and it won't be long from now. Xueqi said. Her breathing skipped a beat after hearing this and her heart grew heavier. She stood among the upper echelon of 3 immortals in terms of fighting force. However, she was far from enough to contribute at all. Everything she has seen so far was at the progenitorial level. A 12-palace emperor like her couldn't weather the storm. She glanced over at him, hoping that he would change his mind about protecting this world. He certainly had the ability to do so. Xueqi only smiled and looked at the item in his palm, the thing buried in the charcoal earlier. That figure wanted to take him down the moment he touched it. This showed the item's importance to warrant such a swift response from that being. The group also stared at the item and saw that it looked like a small box made of jade. Perhaps this was a piece of jade carved into this shade. However, it looked perfect from top to bottom without any nick or jag. No obvious way to open it either. What is it? The bull couldn't notice anything despite using its heavenly gaze. It has been concealed by an amazing method. It's not bad and will be awfully useful later. Xueqi smiled. A peerless treasure, huh? The bull's eyes lit up. Don't tell me this is the key to open the mysteries of uncrossable expanse? It salivated after saying this. You can have it if you want it. Xueqi saw the drooling bull and handed it over. Really? The bull's eyes became bright enough to illuminate the 4 directions. Really? Xueqi didn't care at all about the item. Something this good should have a big origin. The bull walked around restlessly while thinking about the item. However, its hoof was shaking as if the item was a hot potato. Holy Frost was very curious as well. The figure clearly viewed this item with great importance, hence its panic earlier. Unfortunately, she couldn't see through the item at all, unable to see its usefulness. Her gaze was stopped outside by the great technique of someone. This must be another brilliant progenitor or someone even greater. This concealment technique was beyond her means. Good indeed. The bull threw the item up and down before concluding. It was clearly tempted, and as the saying goes, the older the ginger, the hotter the spice. Though it couldn't understand the thing right now, it still knew how useful it was. Forget it. I'm not someone like this. The bull eventually returned the item to Xueqi and put on a heroic act. I am righteousness incarnate and carry the well-being of the world on my shoulder. How can I monopolize this item? It's best if you keep it, sir. Xueqi smiled at its righteous act and didn't say anything. Master, you really don't want it? Lu Yanbai was surprised. This was her first time seeing her master so heroic, so she thought she was only seeing things. Of course, don't you know that your master is a divine bull with an immortal bloodline? Personal gains mean nothing to me compared to the prosperity of everyone else. The bull laughed proudly. You're amazing, master. The inexperienced girl truly believed it and said with admiration. Don't be tricked by your master. Xueqi shook his head. He just doesn't want trouble. Quite smart actually. Not blinded by greed like other fools who eventually throw their lives away. Ahem, the bull coughed and immediately interjected. Sir, I'm not that kind of person. Xueqi only smiled in response. He knew everything about the bull's treacherous way. This thing will really invite problems? The bull eventually asked, seemingly not wanting to give up. Oh, changing your mind? Xueqi smiled. That's not what I meant. The bull cleared its throat and continued. I'm just afraid that this thing might cause trouble to the world, that's all. It can be problematic. Of course, its value is priceless too. Xueqi said. Someone who knows its worth will pay any price for it. Is that so? Greed returned to the bull. It wasn't an idiot. It could see that Xueqi wouldn't care for regular treasure. The fact that he bothered to get it from that figure meant that the item should be valuable. I'll let you keep it since maybe 3 immortals will need it one day. But then again, perhaps it's useless in your possession. Xueqi smirked. Sir, your words are truly hurtful. The bull became unhappy. I might not be invincible across the ages, but I'm still a big shot. True emperors and everlastings are nothing compared to me. It was telling the truth. Even someone like Tai Inchi was nothing in its eyes. One could see how strong it was from this. Not enough. Xueqi said. Keep in mind the person who got that black rock out of the eternal abyss. Or, the person that Flame Emperor and his group met. The bull's expression changed after hearing this. It had only exchanged one move with the rock, but it got a pretty good idea of the rock's power. It became clear that the person mentioned by the rock was above him right now. Only very few progenitors in history had a chance. Still want it? Xueqi smiled while tossing the item up and down. No, I was just kidding. The bull laughed in response. No one is more suitable than you to keep it, yes. A supreme treasure like this belongs to you, young noble. Holy Frost chimed in. In her opinion, Xueqi had the best chance of stopping any trouble. Little girl, don't push this treasure on me. Xueqi understood her intent right away and chuckled. I have no ties to 3 immortals. I'm sure that there will be people and things worthy of your remembrance here. Holy Frost smiled. 1. A bit vague here, the former and the latter might be the same person, but Xueqi isn't being clear here. Chapter 30-22. Xueqi didn't answer. He set his gaze towards the horizon. Sir, I'm not one to spew doom and gloom, but just hypothetically, what if the calamity actually comes and destroys 3 immortals? How would you feel then? The bull said. Psychological tricks won't work. 3 immortals has its own fate. Xueqi looked at it in response. But what about some of the people in it? The bull continued. Of course you wouldn't care about an old bull like me. Enough, I know what you're trying to say, you wish for me to act. Xueqi shook his head and paused for a bit. Well, let's see how lucky 3 immortals will be then. If it happens before I leave, then I'll sweep through the vanguard. A bit of training is fine. Haha, I'm sure it will be very fun. You'll benefit greatly too. The bull laughed and started celebrating. It knew that Xueqi didn't care much about 3 immortals. He might just sit back on the sideline and watch the calamity unfolds. However, he had given his words that he might do something. It meant that 3 immortals still had a chance, and Xueqi would do more than just being an observer. Holyfrost was ecstatic as well, aware that the bull had just saved countless lives in 3 immortals. She chose to bow towards these two instead of wasting words on behalf of everyone in her world. Will there be a battle once you enter Uncrossable Expanse? I'm sure there will be enemies there. The bull pondered for a bit and brought up another topic. It could see that the meteor and ships from the Expanse were only the beginning. The real threat still originated from there. Something big had happened in that place, and a storm would happen once Xueqi got involved.
Indeed. They will serve as polishing stones if they are foolish enough to cross me,
Xueqi said while still gazing over yonder. He smiled, knowing that his grand Tao was complete and it was time to polish it in order to reach the next level of perfection. This was necessary in order to open a new epoch. Plenty of people are blind in this world. The bull said. Those fiends have no idea who they're dealing with until it is too late. It started gloating as if it could see that day already. Look at you, seems like you want me to go to the Expanse and start killing everywhere. Or in other words, you're praying for me to be ambushed in there. Xueqi chuckled. No, absolutely not. The bull put on a serious expression right away. What I meant to say is that you need the right polishing stone, so that place is a good opportunity. It'll let you reach the peerless realm, helping you ascend into a true immortal. Though the bull was a big troublemaker and never seemed to care about a thing, the truth was that it truly cared about 3 immortals. Thus, it offered its assistance by baiting Xueqi into joining. It hoped that Xueqi could destroy the seeds of discord to guarantee 3 immortals' safety. A true immortal, huh?
Hard to say what type of immortal.
But anyhow, you should start praying if I do become one. Xueqi chuckled and stared at the bull. The bull felt a chill because of this stare and took one step backward. Sir, your eyes are a little weird right now, and scary. The bull understood the implication. That's why such an ascension is not a good thing. Xueqi said. I'm sure you won't become the dangerous type, only the most supreme one superior to the fakers. You will herald a golden age to all. The bull immediately responded. Don't be so sure. So many brilliant men and progenitors have made it that far, only to lose by one step. Xueqi said. Yes, a single thought can decide everything. The bull murmured and knew the crux of the issue since it lived for so long. It has nothing to do with who is currently evil or is part of the light. After reaching that level, they might switch their stance, faith, and perspective for the future just like that. Everything stemmed from power and the heart. Xueqi's eyes became profound. Yes, it's the Tao heart that you speak about so often. The bull took a deep breath and said. Right. For example, you are living a carefree life right now, thinking that you can deal with potential issues later on. That's why you are complacent and won't try to take the next step forward. However, there might come a day where you feel helpless and weak. That's when you'll become an even more handsome and courageous bull. The key is whether you can stay yourself after gaining an increase of strength. Xueqi said. I will never change since I'll always be the same handsome bull. The bull pondered for a bit before claiming. We'll see about that. Xueqi elaborated. You have seen him before, the guy far more brilliant and stronger than you with a better vision. In the end, he still made the other choice. The bull became emotional after hearing this. Though it rarely gave a damn, it actually had an immense level of pride and confidence. It believed that with effort, it could be comparable to any progenitor in the world. It had this ability thanks to its talents and bloodline. However, would its Tao heart always stay the same? Would it forget about its original aspirations and goal? The bull fell into rumination. After a long while, it looked up and took a deep breath. Perhaps my Tao heart will falter one day and I will forget who I used to be, no longer being the same handsome bull. However, I can say with confidence that you will still be you, and that's enough for me. So much confidence in me. Xueqi chuckled and shook his head. Don't be so sure about anything in this unpredictable world. I trust in my insight, that I'm not misjudging you. Plus, believing in you is far better in believing in myself. The bull took a deep breath and solemnly said. Xueqi smiled and didn't respond. Do you not have confidence in yourself? The bull became nervous and asked. Getting nervous now? Xueqi gave him the side eye. A little bit. If even you can't maintain your Tao heart at that point, the world is over, and I'm not only talking about 3 immortals. The bull honestly said. You can stop worrying then. I am me, in the present and in the future. Xueqi answered. The bull heaved a sigh of relief in response. However, Lichia made it worried again with this pause. The heaven will crumble and the ages will shatter after the future battle. No one knows how it will end. It's better than everything turning to ashes. At least there's a chance instead of being fish on the chopping board. No one will escape at that point either way. The bull said. Yes, time for ants to show their fangs against the heaven. Lichia chuckled. The bull sighed emotionally and lamented. It's a shame that my cultivation isn't enough, or I would come with you to uncrossable expanse and wave your flags and shout battle cries for you. You finally know you're weak now? That you have wasted millions of years? Lichia narrowed his eyes at the bull. He. The bull smiled wryly. It still had plenty of room to grow. Unfortunately, its heart was not in this. 1. I believe he's referring to Desolate Saint here. Not very clear again. Chapter 30-23. Lichia looked at the bull without saying anything, then glanced over at the broken city. Let's go, we're done here. He eventually concluded. The bull nodded, knowing that this place was the center of the expedition ship. There was no need to go any further. Before leaving, Holy Frost Emperor took another look at the abyss with a worried expression. She found out too many ominous things today. On the other hand, Lichia didn't give a damn about the abyss or the dark figure and moved on. On the way back, this minor world was completely peaceful, borderline silent. Many experts have entered a while ago, resulting in a lively scene. However, the battle earlier scared the hell out of them, so they retreated. It felt as if they were the only ones left in this entire world. Both the living and dead were gone now. Holy Frost realized that this serenity had something to do with the battle earlier because that figure had escaped. This didn't mean that those undead creatures were done for. They have simply escaped and might return later, hence her anxiety. The undead legions were insanely powerful and numerous. Moreover, the kings and war riders were once invincible existences, not to mention the dark figure in the cauldron. They must have had a reason for leaving uncrossable expanse. Perhaps this was their expedition. But where to? She didn't have a clue. Maybe 3 immortals was the target. As they left the minor world and returned to the deck, they found the ship moving on with great speed. It crossed through space like a silent beam, just like a ship from hell. The floating pieces and ships that came before it started slowing down after reaching sky ruins. The power that moved them seemed to be gone. On the other hand, the expedition ship soared faster and faster like a flying whale. It wasn't flying aimlessly either, clearly having a destination from the start. A massive force was moving it, or perhaps something in sky ruins attracted it. There's a purpose, Holy Frost said. The other broken debris and ships might have other reasons for showing up now, but this expedition ship had a clear target for leaving the expanse. Sky Ruins was extremely far away from uncrossable expanse, but the ship had a perfect path, not making a single mistake from start to finish. She didn't know what kind of power was behind his phenomenon. So beautiful. Suddenly, Lu Yanbai sitting on top of the bull blurted out and pointed ahead. There existed a massive star. It looked quite strange, separated into 2 halves. The right looked like a sun with an endless flame burning for millions of miles. The left side was extremely cold with a yin aura. Everything on that side was shrouded in a layer of ice. This ended up with a gigantic section of space looking like a crystallized glacier. This star seemed to be slowly orbiting, but this wasn't the case. Its speed was fast enough to move from one side of Sky Ruins to the other. Thus, the combination of fire and ice spanning for millions of miles could mesmerize any spectator. We're in Sky Ruins now. The bull laughed. There are magnificent scenes here, so don't be surprised. Why? Because this is Sky Ruins. Sky Ruins. Holy Frost murmured to herself while becoming slightly emotional. Sky Ruins and Uncrossable Expanse were separated by Sky Moat, seemingly 2 independent worlds. They were full of mysteries and unknowns. Definitely worth taking a look. However, there was one difference. Uncrossable Expanse was a place of no return regardless of how strong the cultivator was. As for Sky Ruins, anyone could come back as long as they survived the danger there. They didn't need to be at the progenitorial level either. Moreover, a weaker cultivator could also pay to let someone else take them to Sky Ruins. For example, Arrogance Enterprise had an escort service taking people there. Thus, even a weak cultivator could find something amazing in Sky Ruins, provided that they're lucky enough. For many cultivators, Sky Ruins was a heaven for exploration. The place was filled with danger, albeit a proportional level of fortune. On the other hand, uncrossable expanse was meant for progenitors and top masters only. Thus, so many cultivators went to Sky Ruins each year, including top emperors or unknown brats. They had different goals for doing so. Some sought after fortune, others only wanted to broaden their horizons by witnessing the awesome sights here. Rumble. Lu Yenbai was still in awe, but some heavy noises interrupted her enjoyment. Space trembled as a result. She looked over and saw a colossal mountain with a silvery light appearing in space. It had strange flashing runes all over. They looked just like eyes open and closing. It wasn't moving on its own accord. Many elephant statues in front were pulling the mountain. Who knows if they were carvings or had this form from the inception? They looked quite animated regardless of the answer. Coiled around their back were long and thick iron chains with the mountain on the other end. Their destination was deeper into Sky Ruins. One could hear their loud footsteps despite being in space. Elephants looked clumsy normally, but these were fast beyond words. 1, 2, 3, 9. 9 elephants. Yenbai counted. 9 elephants pulling a mountain. The bull was slightly surprised to see this. Chapter 30-24. Rumble. The 9 elephants and the mountain disappeared into Sky Ruins. Why are they pulling that silver mountain? Yenbai became curious and innocently asked, and are they carvings or just a rock type? Who knows, who knows? The bull laughed, not knowing the exact reasons. So is that mountain a treasure? She was curious about everything in this magical place. Not the mountain itself. The runes on the surface belong to a mysterious and ancient Grand Tao. It doesn't belong to Three Immortals' world. Li Chia answered since the bull couldn't. You're right, young noble. Rumor has it that a progenitor had chased this mountain before for a very long time to learn about the runes. Alas, they were too profound and the progenitor lost consciousness. No one else found success later on either. Holy Frost joined in. It's that amazing? Yenbai became startled. Though she was inexperienced, she still knew about how great progenitors were. It's frightening. The bull nodded. Not to mention regular cultivators, even the most brilliant historical figures couldn't figure out all the mysteries in there. Sky Ruins is on the same level as uncrossable expanse. Yes. Holy Frost agreed. We still don't know how vast it is. No one has been able to go through all the reaches, so this place still has plenty of secrets. Yenbai listened to these two in amazement. Many years have passed since the start of time. Li Chia said, Three Immortals' world is rather new, so it's hard for its inhabitants to see everything in this place. The great era in the past has faded away. Right, there are too many things to see here. The arrogant bull admitted. Some progenitors have tried to reach the ends of this place in the past. Keep in mind their speed. Just one step is enough to cross through an entire domain. Alas, this task remained impossible, so they eventually gave up. Future generations considered the place to be boundless. Even the strongest wouldn't be able to make it through this entire place. This only played to Sky Ruins' appeal. People kept on coming here for adventures in order to find the hidden secrets. Splash. The group suddenly heard a splash. A great wave emerged out of nowhere and covered the area above them. It was as if an ocean had just taken form. Strangely enough, top masters like Holy Frost could easily avoid getting wet, repelling the water from touching them. This wasn't the case here. The water from this ocean seemed special and made everyone wet. Master. Yenbai became scared and shouted. It was also strange that they could speak normally while being underwater. It's fine, it comes quickly and leaves quickly. The bull consoled her. Splash. Sure enough, another wave came by and took the ocean away. Their clothes became dry right away the moment this happened. Not even a single drop of water was left behind. Splash, splash, splash. They watched and saw this undulating wave happening in the horizon before disappearing altogether. While watching this phenomenon, one would suddenly have the illusion that this azure ocean was actually a living being moving from one place to another. What was that? Yenbai said in astonishment after the ocean was gone. Blue waves. Holy Frost said. A miracle of Sky Ruins. Everyone can see it and be drowned by it for only a split moment before becoming completely dried. Some actually come here just to experience this phenomenon. How strange, a moving ocean. Yenbai has never seen anything like this before. The whole thing seemed like a dream. It felt as if nothing had happened after it was gone. It's not an ocean. Li Qie smiled and elaborated. It's an ancient organism, very special. You didn't get splashed earlier, only having entered its body. Yenbai found this disgusting. It's actually very cool. The bull laughed. Many auspicious beasts and rare birds want to live inside. I heard that there was an immortal type of carp that lived here. It's very hard to find now. It started salivating and the others could hear it swallow loudly. You've eaten these carps before, master? Yenbai asked. No, of course not. Have you ever seen a bull eat meat? No, I only eat grass, yep. The bull denied this right away while putting on the look of an enlightened bull. Yenbai remained skeptical while Holy Frost had a faint smile on her face. Don't listen to your master's nonsense. Li Qie didn't hold back. It's a devil bull. In fact, it probably ate all types of meat, including humans. The only thing that it wouldn't eat is grass. Hey, please don't harm my reputation. I'm not someone like that. I can swear with my Tao heart that I have never eaten people before. The bull shouted. So you have eaten other types of meat then? Li Qie said. The bull looked dejected after losing the argument. It's not my fault. A progenitor needed a favor from me and brought several pounds of carp. Hee, they were pretty tasty. It smacked its lips after saying this. Master, a bull doesn't have to eat grass. Yenbai said. You're a divine bull that has reached the Tao. It's very normal for you to eat other things, no? Well said. My disciple is so sensible and intelligent, worthy of my love. The bull was very satisfied with her comment. Chapter 30-25. The group stayed on the ship and let it take them anywhere. They wanted to see its destination anyway. They saw many miraculous phenomena along the way. Things that couldn't be seen anywhere else in Three Immortals. One such occasion included a massive whale unlike any other whales found in the ocean. It consisted of numerous stars and nebulas gathered together to take on this bestial form. The celestial whale made space tremble with every jump. One could also hear a splashing sound as if the spatial fabric around it was made of water. Ripples would emanate from the impact point. It seemed to be playing around at home, leaping above then diving deep downward. Starry light trailed from its path, making the world look illusory and beautiful. It's gorgeous, Yenbai said with astonishment. Of course, not everything was rosy in this place. Rah! A black shadow crossed by the area, looking just like the legendary gluttonous dragon. It opened its massive jaw and sucked in numerous stars before disappearing from sight. Because of this, the ravaged area became utterly pitch black. What was that? Yenbai shouted in horror. A monster that consumes stars. The bull put on a serious expression. However, this monster didn't bother messing with Li Qie's expedition ship. It disappeared into the darkness in a silent manner. The next thing they saw was an enormous golden city floating in space. One could see its bright radiance from far away. Waves of wondrous sounds came from within as if it was a lost city from the realm of the immortals. However, as the ship drew closer, the city suddenly disappeared from sight as if it was nothing but an illusion. Was that real? Yenbai couldn't believe her eyes. No one knows. Holy Frost shook her head. Some have tried to find it before to no avail. Some believe that it is real. Others say that it is only an illusion. It's real but it's not actually in front of your sight. That's why finding it is impossible with this method. Li Qie said. Haha, disciple, I'll take you to it next time. The bull said confidently. Sounds good. Yenbai celebrated. As they moved on, she kept on being wowed by the visual phenomena seen here. Meanwhile, this wasn't Holy Frost's first time here but she still felt the same astonishment after seeing certain things. There were too many worthwhile places here in Sky Ruins, hence people's ongoing interest for millions of years. So what does uncrossable expanse look like? This made the Emperor wonder. These two worlds stood at the two extremes of her world. Thus, seeing the miracles here made her wonder about the expanse. Haha. Do you understand why all the top progenitors and everlastings would go to the expanse despite knowing the risk of never returning? The bull laughed. Right, Seeing this place here really makes people want to take the risk to go to the Expanse. Holyfrost had to agree that the Expanse was too tempting for top masters. They saw sky ruins and wanted to know more about the mysterious Expanse with fewer travelers. Perhaps she would also make the same journey once she was strong enough. The ship moved with extreme speed through this area. The group saw other cultivators along the way. These people traveled with various methods: ships, flying, vessels. However, they were too slow compared to the expedition ship. It finally slowed down after a long while, eventually only drifting forward. "We're here." Xueqi looked ahead and said. The group calmed down and saw a black shadow ahead like a monster blocking everyone's path. This seemed to be the end of the world. "The meteor," Holyfrost blurted. Yes, this was indeed the meteor from uncrossable Expanse that nearly struck a mortal lineage prior. Everyone was scared out of their mind that day when seeing the shadow looming above them. They were lost in despair, thinking that a calamity was coming. Fortunately enough, the meteor just skirted by and went into sky ruins instead. She didn't expect to see it here again. It was massive, almost like a superplanet. It seemed impossible to move forward without getting around it somehow right now. There was numerous debris around it. Of course, this was only relative to the huge meteor. Each piece was as big as a continent as a star. The meteor also had tassels of light fully wrapping around it. So this is the ship's target. It left uncrossable Expanse to give chase. The bull murmured. "Shit, this means that a supreme treasure must be inside. These fiends want it, so they resorted to this drastic measure." It loudly reacted. Holyfrost knew that the ship didn't have consciousness and wouldn't move on its own accord. A dark power must have been using it to get here. "So what's inside?" She became curious. Whatever inside was worth it to break the eternal precedence of nothing leaving uncrossable Expanse. There must be a great secret at work here. Maybe something that can save the world? The bull laughed. "Hear me out. The progenitors who entered the Expanse have left their descendants something unmatched so that they can save themselves from a calamity." "That's one possibility." Holyfrost agreed with this possibility since none of this was a coincidence. Perhaps their great sages have left behind an ace card for 3 immortals. Chapter 30-26. What's your take on this, young noble? Holyfrost asked Xueqi regarding the origin of the meteor. Xueqi wasn't actually looking at the meteor. His focus was towards another direction in space, completely fixated as if it was more interesting than the meteor. Holyfrost followed his gaze and saw the other side. Though it was far away, she was strong enough to see everything clearly. A resplendent world just like an ocean drowning everything in the nearby vicinity. At the deepest part was something akin to a pond with a crimson glow, a piece of cornelian engraved in this ocean. Strangely enough, this pond and its blood-like flow didn't stain the ocean in the slightest. There was a clear distinction between the two. Most importantly, the ocean was certainly a majestic entity. However, this tiny pond seemed to actually be the core, the ruler of this great ocean. Thick rays of light flowed around this ocean just like heavenly swords. Even the strongest being, once close enough, would be turned into mincemeat by these rotating rays. "Ascension Pond," Holyfrost murmured. "One of the 6 redeeming grounds." It changed position again. "There has to be a reason, right?" The bull looked in the same direction and laughed. "Maybe it has something to do with the meteor," Holyfrost murmured. Xueqi only smiled and didn't offer his take on the issue. At this time, other experts have arrived as well and saw the massive meteor. Others took note of Ascension Pond on the other side. Ascension Pond? Why is it here? Just a coincidence? A big shot shouted in astonishment. "That's one of the 6 redeeming grounds, Master?" A junior asked with curiosity. "Yes." The big shot nodded with a serious expression. "It hasn't changed location for a generation now, as far as I know. Why is it here on the opposite side of the meteor? So strange." This pond, a mysterious and strange place, has always been in sky ruins. Its name had various explanations. Some said that after entering this place, it would be the person's last moment in the mortal world, a final ascension of sorts. Of course, there were other hidden meanings behind this explanation. As one of the 6 redeeming grounds, it had a similar mechanic. One difference was that anyone could enter Ascension Pond. However, they needed to be mentally prepared. One could exchange anything in this place. The only requirement was that it had to be the most precious thing in their heart, a thing that they couldn't give up. That's the only thing that has value in this place. For example, a peerless treasure or familial love, or it could be some seemingly random memento that has no value to others. It just needed to be the thing the trader valued the most. Living people were also counted here. A parent or spouse. All in all, as long as it was their most precious thing, they could trade it for anything here. They could get ultimate power for a pebble if the rule applied. Master, we can really trade for anything here? A junior asked. Yes, anything, and you can get whatever you want too. The senior seemed frightened of this place. Really? The junior inquired again. The senior answered with a stern glare to shut the youth up. Another young cultivator began joking with his friend. Wanna go there and see if we can get the power of a true emperor? Ha! Is that possible? The friend became excited with bright eyes. That's definitely worth a shot if we can become that powerful. The young cultivator immediately smiled and asked, What do you treasure the most in your heart? The friend tilted his head in contemplation. Foolishness. An elder nearby slapped the both of them and gave them a murderous glare. I'll feed you two off to some monster the next time I hear this nonsense again. Elder, we're just messing around. They felt indignant about the harsh scolding. This isn't something to joke around with or it'll become your heart devil. The elder sternly said, There is no free lunch in this world. Something that comes so easily will always bite you back in the future. Why? The junior inquired. Because the second you agree to a deal, you're no longer you. Only the heart devil is left. The elder had a profound gaze. Alas, there was a hint of fear looming in there. Really? The junior remained skeptical. Let me tell you the story of a mortal. The elder could tell that these juniors didn't buy his teaching and elaborated. A great scholar versed in all aspects of life, a walking library. Unfortunately, he came from a poor family but just happened to love a noble daughter. His love was unreciprocated since she eventually married an official instead. He eventually suffered humiliation and was bullied, resulting in resentment and indignation. Later on, he came here with help from others and decided to do a transaction. The elder continued. What did he offer? The juniors naturally enjoyed the tale. His talents and education. The elder went on. All of his lifelong knowledge in order to become an invincible existence. What happens next? Another junior immediately asked. He became invincible indeed and returned to his home with vengeance on his mind. He killed those who humiliated and looked down on him, all of them, including the noble daughter he once loved. A few juniors were startled. That's not too bad. A more extreme junior said nonchalantly. A man always pays a debt of gratitude while having a duty to get even with those who have wronged him. He's already invincible and isn't afraid of others avenging the dead ones. The elder glared at him and said, Not too bad? Do you think he's still himself? The moment he made that transaction, his heart devil had devoured him completely. He became nothing but a moving corpse. What happens next to this scholar, elder? A different youth cared about the main character of this tale. Death and destruction. The elder coldly said. He gradually became insane and went on a rampage. No one in the world could stop him back then, but don't think it ended well for him because of this. Someone eventually found him dead in a corner all alone. Death from insanity. The juniors felt a chill. This invincible master eventually died without knowing what was going on due to his mental instability. The opposite of what he traded for power. 1. This title might change depending on the context. It's one of those with several meanings. Chapter 30-27. The juniors nearby took a deep breath after hearing this tale. A while ago, some of them wanted to play around, thinking that Ascension Pond was very interesting. This was no longer the case. They felt as if there was a pair of dark eyes staring at them from behind, causing cold sweat to drip down their back. Dao brother, you must be talking about Mad Emperor? A different big shot nearby quietly asked. The elder only gave him a cold glare without answering. Our ancestor, Mad Emperor? One of the juniors blurted out. The elder didn't confirm this and stared at Ascension Pond in silence. This was obviously an answer, so the disciples of his sect slowly digested this information. Mad Emperor was their strongest ancestor, but there were few writings about him in the sect. The older seniors never talked about him either. It was as if he was a stranger, not a respected ancestor in the sect. The disciples finally understood why now, shuddering with a grim realization. A brilliant and powerful emperor eventually died from his own insanity with quite a tale behind it all. An emperor alone was invincible enough in the mind of these juniors, let alone an exceptional one. What in the world could trouble a being of this level? Alas, he still suffered a sad fate in the end. Is this a curse? One junior said while trembling. The hot devil. The senior coldly uttered. The moment one makes the deal, the heart devil will be hiding in the deepest part of your mind, ready to devour at a given notice. I see. The juniors nearby became afraid. Their great ancestor couldn't escape this curse, let alone regular cultivators like them. Still want to try now? The elder asked. The juniors exchanged glances and shook their head as quickly as the movement of the tides. They no longer stared at Ascension Pond with the same excitement as before. The same fear as the elders could be seen now. How strange. The bull stared at the resplendent world. Why is there an additional barrier there? To stop people from entering? Because something big had happened. Even that thing is entering a state of defense. Use your imagination now. Xueqi said. Wait, so the blinding explosion from sky ruins actually came from the pond on that day when the meteor first arrived? Holy Frost recalled the previous event. Shit, a monster, no, an overlord is coming. The bull took a deep breath and said, the pond has greater foresight than we do. Holy Frost shuddered after seeing this great area trying to defend itself. Ascension Pond was a terrifying and mysterious entity. Even the top progenitors were wary of dealing with it. What was waiting in the future to warrant the land putting on a defensive barrier ahead of time? This has never happened before. Is the heaven falling down? She said. Haha, it's reaching a point of no return. Not just the heaven but whatever above is done for too. The bull laughed. The pond is terrifying beyond your imagination. The geezer desolate saint came here before but left without doing anything. He returned untouched but ha ha ha, I know that he was very annoyed. I'm sure that he lost big there but didn't say anything for the sake of face. Really? Holy Frost was moved. No records of this event existed at the system. Absolutely. The bull smiled. I don't know what that geezer went there for though, but from what I know about him, he was definitely up to no good and probably wanted to do a transaction too, but something failed in the negotiation process. Hee, then he probably tried brute force but lost with that too. All he could do afterward was run back, completely dejected while needing to keep it a secret. Holy Frost took a deep breath to calm her emotions. As a disciple of the Academy and an enlightened user of the light, she knew just how stronger their progenitor was. Desolate Saint wasn't only an immortal-level progenitor. He was listed as a member of the Decemvirate. During his era, he could have swept through everything. Not another soul could take him on. Therefore, his light illuminated all of three immortals. Even his toughest enemies had no choice but to hide, not daring to show their face ever again. Now, the bull said that he had lost to the pond? This news would shock the entire world. It is definitely an interesting place. Xueqi smirked while looking at the pond. Haha, sir, are you wanting to give it a shot? The bull saw Xueqi's eyes and felt as if Xueqi would go in there. He only answered with a smile. You're really doing it, young noble? I'm afraid that it will be an inauspicious trip. Holy Frost became surprised. She definitely had confidence in Xueqi's power, but this pond has been devilish all this time. So many people who made a deal with it died a horrible death. This is a type of training for him. Nothing is better than this to sharpen his Tao heart. The bull contemplated and added, showing off its knowledge and wisdom once again. Holy Frost didn't see this point of view, but upon closer rumination, she thought that the bull was right. His Tao heart should be tough enough to stop any influence. It's not bad for training, but unfortunately, it can't give me what I want, or it would be very interesting. Xueqi smiled and said, my most precious thing. He paused for a moment and gazed at the pond. Holy Frost also wanted to know what Xueqi considered his most precious, the thing that he would have the biggest trouble giving up. In her opinion, it wasn't going to be a treasure or merit law since he never seemed to care about them. A person? What kind of person would be worthy of such love from this top-level being? They must be just as peerless, far superior to her. In that case, she truly wanted to meet this person. Alas, She shook her head and carefully thought twice. No one would be able to hold Li Qie back or win his heart. Thus, they couldn't be his most precious thing. Chapter 30-28. Finally, the expedition ship stopped next to the meteor almost as if the latter was a dock, a returning home of sorts. Looks like this is the real destination. Holy Frost murmured after seeing this. The biggest problem is always coming from home. Some dirty business was done in the past then covered up. The bull laughed. Holy Frost only sighed and didn't wish to critique the ancestors. After all, she didn't have any concrete evidence and didn't want to harm anyone's reputation. We're going. Li Qie smiled and jumped off the ship with the group right behind him. A heat wave greeted them as if something was burning on the meteor. This meteor was massive beyond imagination. Far bigger than some planets. Dao system seemed tiny in comparison. The heat wave emanating from the meteor made everyone feel parched. The land here became golden sand, seemingly the result of being scorched a very long time ago. This temperature was ever present despite a lack of a hot sun above or volcanoes on the surface. It resembled a specter that would never go away. The bull squatted down and broke off a piece of the golden soil for a better look. Completely scorched, but it's changing a bit now. A true flame must have ravaged this place, turning the surface into clay. Very few people have access to this power. It let the pieces scatter to the wind and concluded. So this meteor itself is a treasure since the mud is filled with the affinity of a divine metal. This meant that it used to be a massive mine in the past. The toughness of the metal still couldn't withstand the flame at the progenitorial level. It added. So why was this place scorched? The emperor asked while thinking of the various possibilities. A battle of the top level very far away. This place simply got struck by the fallout. The bull looked forward and concluded. There's something going on here. Part of a long strategy. It's why that piece of rock fell down to Sky Pass. Li Qie smiled. Right. The bull said, anyhow, we know that the expedition ship is chasing after this meteor. It's hard to tell what happened before this. Perhaps someone had changed their mind. Holy Frost started wondering about the mighty forces of the expedition. Alas, what happened to them now? So what powerful foe took down so many progenitors? Holy Frost wondered. Haha, the foe is definitely powerful, but I'm sure the real enemy is the heart of men. The easiest and fastest way to defeat a powerful legion is to destroy its unity from the inside. The bull said. Holy Frost sighed and refrained from pursuing this any further. Rumble. Another great ship started floating in the airspace above. Debris scattered everywhere as massive creatures landed and crushed the ground. Fierce birds, devil bulls the size of a mountain, mixed phoenix with sky-blotting wings, and armored leos. Young cultivators rode these beasts. They had impressive auras and were clearly famous prodigies. A primordial and beastly presence engulfed the land with their arrival. Everyone felt as if a stampede was on the way, capable of breaking everything. Divine Beast Legion. A cultivator who had just got here shouted in astonishment. Why is True Dragon Court sending its legion here? People started wondering. This power was created by Violet Dragon Empress. Divine Beast Legion was an important branch there. Their appearance here naturally surprised the crowd. The leader of this legion was an old man sitting on an auspicious beast, a fiery scaled lion. Its body seemingly made from ruby with a layer of flame on the surface. He had a cold expression with a frightening flash in his eyes. One could hear the roars of dragons emanating from him as if there was a true dragon inside, ready to break out. Celestial Dragon Venerable. Some were startled to see him here in person. Are they attacking this place? An expert wondered. Celestial Dragon Venerable was the royal uncle of Violet Dragon Empress, a noble of the court. Some believed that he was a grand completion everlasting or a peak one. He rarely took action, but when he did, it would end with the death of his enemies. We meet again, fiercest. He glared at Li Qie and snorted. They have met back in Sky Pass, or at least the Venerable took notice of Li Qie. He was there during the auction. Do I know you? Li Qie gave him a quick glance. He didn't remember this guy at all since the auction was filled with people. Yang Qingli was my useless disciple. The Venerable revealed. Oh, I remember now, that archer or whatever. Yes, I killed him. Li Qie smiled. Looks like fiercest will be fighting against the court. A spectator from afar quietly said. Fiercest will do anything, including taking on true dragon court. A big shot smiled wryly. He saw Li Qie killed Master Deju and the Tao avatars of Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God. Good, so you admit your crime. Celestial Dragon Venerable couldn't stay calm. He couldn't do anything back in Arrogance Enterprise or Skypass since he didn't want to offend their masters. This was no longer the case. He could do whatever he wanted on this meteor. Of course. I've killed plenty of people, so having one more or one fewer doesn't matter. Come if you wish to avenge your disciple. I'll only be adding another number to my list. Li Qie nonchalantly said. Such arrogance. The Venerable was infuriated. He actually didn't wish to avenge his disciple. After all, his disciple simply lost in a duel. It was his own fault for being weaker than Li Qie. However, the guy's blatant disdain was ridiculous. He was a powerful everlasting and a noble of true dragon court with military power. Fear was not in his dictionary. So many emperors assumed the role of juniors when speaking to him. Thus, he couldn't swallow being treated in this manner by Li Qie. Chapter 30-29. Celestial Dragon Venerable was furious. Even the two current progenitors addressed him as Venerable whenever they visited the court. His power and status commanded respect in immortal lineage. Now, a junior didn't give a damn about him in the slightest. The world is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The Venerable barked back. So what? They better not cross my path unless they wish to die. Li Qie interrupted him. You think no one else can stop you, that you're unbeatable? The Venerable scowled. He was being quite patient already. Anyone else would have rushed forward to avenge their fallen disciple. Indeed, but if there were someone capable of stopping me, it certainly wouldn't be you. Li Qie retorted. You. The Venerable's fury erupted like a volcano. I see, I've roamed the world for thousands of years. This is the first time a junior dares to talk to me like this. The Venerable glared at Li Qie with a smile stemming from anger and indignation. Everyone sympathized with him, especially those who have met Li Qie and his domineering style before. Why the need for this? Why can't Fiercest be more courteous to avoid needless fighting? A spectator quietly said. Haha, he wouldn't be Fiercest if he was more amicable. An expert who had experienced this before said. Plus, he's so damn strong, why would he need to be polite towards anyone? You see arrogance, but in his opinion, he's only telling the truth. No big deal. Well, people have different perspectives at different levels. An elder from the previous generation said. Is he really that strong? Comparable to Orchid Sage and Luminous Master? Many didn't believe in his power. Who knows? In my opinion, he should be just as strong as Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God. As for the two progenitors, they need to fight for us to know. A big shot maintained a conservative guess. Come if you want to fight. Bring your legion too. Stop wasting my time otherwise. Li Qie looked at the furious Venerable and smiled. The legion behind Celestial Dragon Venerable became angry as well. Many members glared at him. First of all, they were individually famous as prodigies. Secondly, their legion had swept through the realms before in an unstoppable manner. Now, Li Qie treated them like some random hoodlums. How could they stay calm? Of course, Li Qie was telling the truth. It's just that his truth seemed like rampant arrogance and disdain in others' eyes. Very well. The Venerable laughed again. This isn't about personal feud today. I don't care to avenge my useless disciple either. However, I will not allow you to insult the prestige of our court. That's right. Many experts in the Legion roared. Honor over death. Our Legion will raise our glorious flag today. Fine, you got my interest. Li Qie smiled and stood up, waving his hand provocatively. Work together now, let's see how many moves your famous Legion can withstand. Clank, clank, clank. The members unsheathed their weapons, ready to attack. We will not let this go until a victor is decided. The Venerable also stepped forward and released a majestic draconic aura. You may go first. Li Qie said freely. Boom! Divine light erupted from the Venerable in the form of halos. He seemingly became one with the world and grew larger, capable of plucking the stars and palming the sun and moon. The aura of an everlasting swept through the area to the astonishment of the spectators. Weaker cultivators were immediately suppressed. He deserves his fame. A few praised. The guy was indeed mighty, far above other true gods. Clank. The Legion members also activated their power in a dazzling manner. The area was drowned out by their boundless strength. Some saw an illusion of themselves being surrounded by a great army. Walls of steel blocked out any potential escape path. "They're doing it," a spectator murmured after seeing the preparation. "Let's see how strong Fiercest actually is." Others were eager to see Li Qie's might. "We'll see what you can do." Celestial Dragon Venerable let out a roar that echoed across space. "Stop." However, a shout filled with authority detonated. Its imperial aura forced people to submit. Ra! A draconic aura came like a storm capable of destroying the Celestials. A great dragon descended from the sky. It had violet scales from top to bottom. Its claws had a tinge of gold looking like two sabers. One cut could sever the earth. Another could crush a mountain. Everyone shuddered after feeling this aura belonging to a supreme bloodline. People suddenly felt an animalistic instinct to bow before a dragon. "A true dragon," one expert blurted. "A violet dragon. It's the Empress." Someone looked up and saw a woman standing on top of the dragon. She also wore a violet robe while being surrounded by purple clouds, making her look quite mysterious. Her brows were black and well-defined. She didn't wear an imperial robe nor a crown, yet she looked as regal as ever, regardless of her current mood. She wasn't a true emperor, yet her imperial aura was inferior to none. She was born to be noble, destined to be a peerless ruler with full authority. Violet Dragon Empress. A young cultivator stared at her, mesmerized. She was the current leader of True Dragon Court and one of the greatest contemporary geniuses. Her fame was on the same level as Metal Kin War God and Bright King Buddha. She had entered the academy too, becoming a student of Dawn. She eventually created Divine Beast Legion, a force with numerous accolades. "Your Majesty." The members got on one knee to greet her. Even Celestial Dragon Venerable got off his stallion to greet her despite being her clan uncle. This wasn't only because she was the current ruler but because she herself was a powerful everlasting, even stronger than him. This respect came from the heart, not out of fear regarding royal authority and status. Chapter 30. A while ago the east of the academy had Violet Dragon Empress, the south had Metal Kin War God, the west had Bright King Buddha, and the north had Holy Frost Emperor. In terms of fame, the first three overshadowed Holy Frost Emperor. Violet Dragon Empress had total authority and military power, virtually matchless among the young generation in terms of aura. Metal Kin War God was enamored with fighting, true to his title. He fought numerous battles and made his enemies wail in agony. Just mentioning his title alone made people shudder. Bright King Buddha needed no introduction. His Buddhist arts were peerless, enough to save the living beings and make a name for himself as one of the greatest Buddhists. On the other hand, Holy Frost Emperor kept a low profile and rarely showed herself outside of her system. Moreover, she was also the youngest of the four. Thus, she had less popularity outside of the academy. The arrival of Violet Dragon Empress made people breathless. A few big shots were intimidated by her regal aura. "Now this is interesting," an expert quietly said. The other side had just received an immense boost of power, especially the Legion. Rumor has it that when she's in command of the Legion, she can summon a true dragon with immense power. Another who has seen her in battle before revealed. "I don't think anyone can stop her Legion under her command outside of progenitors," an elder added. Not only was she powerful, but she was also a capable strategist. Divine Beast Legion was immensely effective under her control. Thus, people felt that this could be a test for Li Qie since he was facing something only barely beneath a progenitor. We'll see how strong he is, depending on how he faces the Legion. Many were waiting to see both Li Qie's true strength along with the Empress' leadership. The Empress stood on her dragon and looked around the crowd with her sword-like gaze, seemingly able to cut others. "I commanded you here to train in both willpower and actual battle, not for personal feud or face." She suddenly scolded the Legion with a stern tone. The members didn't expect this. They lowered their head, not daring to disagree. "Venerable, you are the commander yet you act on personal feelings with wanton regards for your duty. I sentence you to 300 years of no salary and 8 years of confinement, effective after this operation." She then stared at Celestial Dragon Venerable. I accept. The Venerable didn't defy her in the slightest and bowed his head. No one expected this development. In the beginning, they thought that she would personally take command to fight Li Qie for the prestige of her court. After all, a powerful entity normally cared about their image. This wasn't the case here. She seemed to be supporting and protecting Li Qie instead of her own men. Leave now. She loudly commanded. The Venerable and the Legion bowed towards her before departing towards the horizon of this desert. The Empress then jumped off her dragon and came up to Li Qie's group, cupping her fist. Dao brother, my men were ignorant and let emotions cloud their judgment. Please forgive them, she said with a bow. This act looked natural and full of sincerity to the astonishment of the crowd. The imperious Empress was actually apologizing to Li Qie. You're far smarter than them. Very well. Big shots are always benevolent, right? I won't pursue this any further. Li Qie smiled and shook his head before leaving. The Empress actually followed along with the group. Meanwhile, the spectators had no choice but to scatter away since a battle wasn't going to happen. Dao brother, I heard you were able to open Xueqi's boulder. The Empress asked Li Qie. Looks like you have figured out something to come here. Li Qie smiled. Metalkin and Bright King were the first to come here. However, the matters here are above my station. I'm not here for the treasures, only to train for a bit. She smiled and said. Her style was different yet still on the same level as Holyfrost in terms of attractiveness. You've noticed then? He smiled. Not particularly interested. Yes, this is the idea of those two. A progenitor has left several things behind here. The Empress revealed. She didn't dwell on this matter, seemingly not interested in competing for the treasures. Dao brother, do be careful of the dangers here since you've only just arrived. She continued, evil comes out once night falls, impossible to destroy and hard to resist. It's best to hide in the temple at that point. One could easily imagine how dangerous it was considering her power. She was just as strong as Holyfrost and sincerely reminded them out of kindness. We'll keep that in mind. Li Qie nodded. She pondered for a bit and added, I'm sure you'll go deeper eventually. Just be aware that Metalkin and Bright King are antagonistic towards you, tread carefully. She wasn't fond of gossip, so she must have heard something to make a statement like this. In fact, this wasn't strange at all since he had destroyed their Dao avatars previously. I'll be waiting. Li Qie didn't mind at all. The Empress was moved to see his nonchalant attitude. Remember, those two were renowned for their strength. Thus, Li Qie was either an invincible master or insane. The latter was clearly not the case, so she realized that her estimation was correct. Your court has a decent secondary dragon bone. Li Qie suddenly brought this up. The Empress became frozen and shocked. Fewer than few people knew of this. The purity of blood is indeed at the true dragon level. Li Qie continued. Quite a big deal and very profound. I'm afraid I don't quite understand, Dao brother. She smiled wryly, looking a bit nervous. Don't worry, I have no intention of taking it. Li Qie shook his head after seeing her unnatural expression. You're teasing me, Dao brother. The Empress heaved a sigh of relief. For some reason, she felt as if he could actually do it and they would only be able to watch him take it away. Her true dragon court could take on any other lineage or system in immortal lineage, so she didn't get why she had this feeling. However, I actually thought about taking it before. The profundity inside a pure-blood true dragon is worthy of pondering. Quite precious indeed. Li Qie said. Her heart skipped a beat again. But, we can be considered acquaintances now and you have been courteous and proper. I'm no longer in a position to rob your treasure. I would have had a good justification to do so if your legion attacked me earlier. I would have massacred everyone and then take that dragon bone later on. Li Qie continued on. 1. The word for secondary has too many meanings, so I'm not sure. Picking a neutral term just in case. Chapter 30-31. The Empress could finally relax after hearing this. She bowed again and said, Thank you for taking it easy on us, Dao brother. You should be thanking yourself for being smart and know who you can oppose or otherwise. It's fine to be flexible and give up at times. Li Qie shook his head. He was being quite direct, but she took it very well with a smile. In actuality, it wasn't easy for an everlasting like her to accept defeat. In the eyes of many, someone like her conceding was humiliating. Other everlastings would never be able to do something like this. Some would rather die in battle. She was much more broad-minded in this respect, knowing when to be flexible. Haha, your court has a very good bloodline, very good. Of course, it's still no match for mine, far inferior. The bull laughed and said, "Stop boasting, this girl's bloodline isn't that much weaker than yours." Li Qiye stopped the bull. "Ha, still not as good as mine, see?" The bull seemed immensely proud of itself. Li Qiye only smiled since the bull's bloodline was indeed incredible. "I have heard of your tales before, senior." The Empress cupped her fist in a humble manner towards the bull. "I hope you can guide me on bloodline evolution in the future." She utilized this opportunity to trap the bull into helping her. "No problem, no problem." The bull didn't even realize it and happily said, "But Sir has been teaching me that there is no free lunch in this world. I can teach you, but payments will be required. For example, this dragon of yours," it pointed at the violet dragon and salivated. "I've eaten many things but not a dragon with a true bloodline. It's not quite pure but should still be nutritious and tasty enough." Saliva started streaming down the corner of its mouth. It seemed to be imagining a plate full of dragon meat already. Rah! The violet dragon could understand and roared back at the bull. "You're quite funny, senior." The Empress didn't know what to say. This was her first time experiencing the bull's black heart. "I'm not joking at all." It smiled. "A pot of dragon stew is so delicious. I captured an 800,000 flood dragon in the past and it wasn't bad at all. Yours should be even better, master. I thought you said you only ate grass." Lu Yanbai suddenly jumped in. Of course, but there are exceptions to everything. Just a little bit of extra nutrition by chance, you know? That's the only way your master could live for so long." The bull put on a righteous act. "Only a villain can live for this long." Li Qiye quipped. "Gentlemen, I have other businesses to take care of and will have to leave for now. Our court welcomes you all as guests." The Empress suddenly said goodbye, afraid that the bull might actually eat her dragon. After all, it didn't look like it was kidding in the slightest. "What a shame. My dragon stew," the bull lamented after she left. "Senior, you scared the lady away." Holy Frost smilingly shook her head. "Haha, the little girl is very smart, as smart as you even." The bull said, "She'll have a bright future for sure. It's a shame that you don't have the same ambition as her. No desire to become a hegemon." "I have plenty already." She calmly smiled. "It's only authority." Li Qiye shook his head. "The future is uncertain and even the greatest kingdom will fall. All one's hopes and efforts can amount to nothing but vanity, can't reach the apex." "True." The bull agreed. "At your level, hegemony and authority are useless and ephemeral. Nonetheless, this girl has good prospects, a capable strategist and a good commander. Divine Dragon Court will prosper under her rule if nothing out of the ordinary happens." Li Qiye looked towards the Empress' departing direction. "That's too bad. Seems like I won't be eating dragon meat any time later on." The bull shook its head. Holy Frost pondered for a moment. In terms of cultivation, they seemed evenly matched. However, she accepted inferiority when it came to ambition and influence. Due to her peaceful temperament, she didn't mind staying at Northern Academy to search for the Tao forever. Taking over the world wasn't on her agenda. The group continued onward. This boundless golden land seemed to have no end. They weren't in a rush. Li Qiye and even the bull were trying to sense something. A battle happened here, at least 5 progenitors were involved. The bull calculated the remnant traces and auras. This meteor is even older than expected. Stronger and older existences have come here. There are some seals left behind as well. Li Qiye said. "Right, extremely strong." The bull nodded in agreement. "I'm sure that this is an ace card meant for 3 immortals now, that's why it finally flew out of the expanse. Maybe everything was prepared for the incoming days." Li Qiye didn't respond to this conjecture. Holy Frost has also been studying the land. However, she couldn't compare to Li Qiye and the bull, so she stayed quiet to listen and learn more. The sky slowly turned dark after a while. Dark energy flowed above. An ominous sign. All living beings here seemed to be running back to their nest after this change. The air became suffocating and tense, akin to the winds before a downpour causing people to be alarmed. Go, we need to get to a temple now. The cultivators nearby noticed the black clouds and hurried up. Why? Is something the matter? Someone who had only gotten here didn't know. Don't ask, we need to go or death awaits us. A big shot shouted and ran as fast as possible. Whoosh! An evil wind suddenly appeared in the horizon, as bizarre as can be. The sky darkened greatly, nearly turning into the night. Thick, black clouds emerged, seemingly blotting out the entire world. People felt as if a black blanket was thrown over them. The darkness is here. We need to get to a temple now. Another shouted. Fast, I know there's one ahead. One expert rushed forward. Whoosh! The black clouds kept on lowering, very close to the ground now. Ah! The clouds immediately swallowed everything like a locust plague. A weaker cultivator was caught and screamed. His flesh was completely devoured, leaving behind a white skeleton. What the hell? The first-timers shouted in horror. Go! Go! One big shot warned the crowd. A powerful true god became the next target of the darkness and was drowned out completely. He was quite powerful and had defensive halos. Unfortunately, his barriers didn't last long against the tides of darkness. Chapter 30-32. Run! Everyone ran in a panic, wanting to get to the temple. Hurry! There's one ahead. Someone saw a temple ahead and ran as fast as possible, mustering all of his strength. Screams resounded everywhere during the escaping process. Many didn't make it to the temple or weren't strong enough to stop the strange darkness. Only bones were left of them. Whoosh! A devilish wind blew near Holyfrost and the others. Darkness instantly coiled around them. Buzz! Holyfrost became shrouded in a holy radiance as if she was a divine lamp. The darkness still overwhelmed her while missing strange noises. Fiendish entities came next. These fiends were different from what she had seen before. Usually, they had the shape of a fog, not as tangible as the black sands attacking her this time around. The black sands had mouth and teeth that issue grinding noises as if they could chew anything with life. Some of her light was being crushed, akin to a field being ravaged by a swarm of locusts. However, she was still a 12-palace emperor and finally got serious. Boom! Her light erupted and went on the offensive. Pop! Tiniest strings of light pierced through the individual black grains and instantly refined them into smoke. Whoosh! However, the storm of darkness seemed unrelenting. More came to drown her out. It seemed that her purification didn't actually matter due to the endless amount of darkness. Blah! Something sinister is at work here. The bull had no heroism in its blood and instantly ran for the temple in the distance. Its speed was insane as it got there and left the black sands behind. Holyfrost saw her senior running shamelessly, so there was no point for her to keep on resisting. She instantly entered the temple as well. They saw that many people were crowding inside. These men were clearly experienced and got here before the start of the fiendish winds. Whoosh! The winds continued ravaging the area along with the black sands. They surrounded the entire temple, but strangely enough, they couldn't get in the wide-open entrance of the temple. There was no wooden door or anything blocking the way. This protection stemmed from a faint glow, seemingly eternal. Someone has blessed this place with divinity before to block the darkness out. Zzz, the sound of what seems to be a million ants chewing echoed outside. They eventually formed a gigantic jaw and continued biting. Alas, the temple stood strong. This was a frightening experience for those inside. However, they realized that not even a single grain could get in and eventually calmed down. The next course of action was to greet Holyfrost Emperor. After all, a 12-palace emperor commanded respect everywhere, especially one with a light affinity in these dark hours. If the temple were to fall, at least she was still around. This made them feel much safer. Interesting, very interesting. The bull ignored the crowd and studied the temple. The place was made from rocks piled up in a coarse manner, as if the builders just picked whatever was available on the spot. There was no planning outside of stacking these rocks. Moreover, no worshipping entity could be found inside, completely empty, and seemingly built as an asylum. The bull once again proved its exceptional vision and wisdom. It could sense an eternal power despite the basic appearance of the temple. A supreme overlord had left it here since the olden days. This power far exceeded common wisdom. Its eyes lit up, thinking about taking this temple away if possible. We're so lucky that there's a temple right here. One cultivator patted their chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Don't worry, they scatter on this path. An expert who has been here for a while said. And this wind and sand come at the right time each day. That's why we just need to be in a temple at the right time, then we can leave when they're gone. I see. Many nearby felt much better. But what are those things? Why are they so damn horrifying? This question came next. The black sands could instantly devour someone. Not even powerful true gods could withstand them. Of course, no one here could answer. Some cast a glance towards Holyfrost because she was the most powerful and knowledgeable one here. Alas, she wasn't in a mood to answer because she noticed that Xueqi wasn't here. In the beginning, she ran away with the bull and didn't pay attention to Xueqi. Plus, he didn't need them to worry about him either. They only needed to take care of themselves. Now, it looked like he didn't follow them into the temple. Senior, the young noble isn't here. Holyfrost told the bull that was still investigating the temple. Don't worry about him. The bull didn't care. He'll survive anything. He probably wants to do something. Just don't become his burden. It knew that this black sand wouldn't be able to kill Xueqi. I saw the young noble outside when we got in. Lu Yanbai sitting on top of the bull revealed. Holyfrost calmed down, thinking that Xueqi must have had a reason for staying outside and that he should be strong enough to survive. Whoosh! The winds and sands continued to engulf the world, blotting out the sun and moon. Because of this, those standing outside wouldn't be able to see their hands in front of them, destined to be devoured by the fiends. So many big shots were overly confident and ended up dying after struggling for a long while. Chapter 30-33. Xueqi stood outside, letting the winds and black sands engulf him. The devouring process couldn't hurt him in the slightest since he exuded a faint light. It looked like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. However, it was enough to render the barrages ineffective. He gazed at the world and measured the realms. The vast fabrics of reality and the myriad Tao were captured in his eyes. Not a single grain of sand could elude his eyes. He clearly saw the outlines of each individual one. It was impossible to conceal anything from his all-seeing gaze. He stood as still as a statue. This lasted for a while before he leaped to the sky with insane speed. However, the world was still covered by the black sand, so no one could actually see him. He reached out in the next second and shouted, "Open!" His palm sealed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everything came to a halt, including the billowing sands and powerful winds. The only thing moving right now was Xueqi. Buzz! Space seemingly melted under his reach into a door. The moment he reached into this spatial void, his hand came out in another area. It had crossed through time and space in order to figure something out. The result of this attempt was the emergence of a gigantic wind tunnel capable of sucking in everything. However, this wind tunnel turned out to be the source of the black sands. This didn't scare Xueqi in the slightest. He reached into the opening. Pop! The wind tunnel tried to close under the control of a supreme power in order to stop the invader. Xueqi snorted. His eyes became fierce. Tao runes appeared, turning his palm into the hand of the high heaven, the ruler of all. No one and no power could resist his reach. It successfully pierced through the defensive lines of the wind tunnel, aiming for the deepest location in there. Pop! He closed his hand but didn't get any item. The wind tunnel gradually became transparent, seemingly wanting to disappear. Too late for that. Xueqi added power to his hand, allowing it to seal the past itself. This made it impossible for the wind tunnel to escape. Open! He finally used his other hand and reached into the wind tunnel again. His fingers began calculating the source of it all. Buzz! The wind tunnel became unstable, on the verge of exploding. Unfortunately, Xueqi stabilized and forced it back to its original form. Transformations started happening. A boundless land, a flame engulfing the sky, endless void. As he got closer to the end, its origin finally emerged. The wind tunnel was nowhere to be found now. Xueqi was holding a boundless ocean with its own celestial and Tao system. Numerous phenomena and strange spectacles could be seen. Uncrossable expanse. Xueqi's eyes narrowed as he uttered coldly, "It's not what I want." He shot out peerless fiery rays from his eyes with unquestionable willpower. enough to subdue everything. Even progenitors would tremble in fear. They broke through all illusions and forced the thing to show its true self. Pop. The expanse suddenly turned into never-ending darkness, just like a bottomless abyss. The abyss would gaze back at anyone spying on it and begin devouring their soul, turning them into a part of the darkness. However, Liqia's gaze persevered and continued onward. Unfortunately, how could one get through a bottomless abyss? It seemingly had no end. Even if it did have a final destination, it was farther than the end of the world. One could see the latter but not the former. Humph. Liqia pulled back his hands and touched his forehead with one finger, and another finger on his heart. He began chanting, "Let my will be done, break the ages and show the origin with my unbreakable heart." His chest unleashed a power capable of tearing everything apart. His Tao heart finally made its entrance while his heavenly gaze became resplendent. This allowed him to peer through time regardless of the era. Everything became as clear as pictures. The past, present, and future have been suppressed by his Tao heart. He could figure out everything during this investigation. What power is this? Meanwhile, everyone else in the world felt themselves being frozen. The strongest emperors and the mightiest progenitors took a deep breath, not knowing the source of this force. It seemed that someone was messing with the time flow by traveling freely through it. Someone's passing through? Even the progenitors were startled. In history, no one has ever been able to truly cross from one era to another. Doing so with their true form would result in unimaginable destruction. The entire river of time would collapse and the intruder would also turn to ashes. Meanwhile, Liqia's Tao heart was weakening the boundless darkness. He could see a figure hidden deep down there now. This place was unreachable and barely had any light. The location of this figure was at the highest spot, impossible to be traced by anyone. Alas, Liqia's Tao heart had done the impossible. The figure noticed this right away. In the next second, a pop could be heard and the image shattered like a broken mirror. It turned into bubbles and disappeared. Same with the winds and black sands. Strong and cautious? Liqia praised. No wonder why the geezer said that it did a good job hiding. Looks like finding it again won't be easy. He smiled and didn't try again because he was too far away. Plus, this wasn't his target anyway. Chapter 30-34. The winds and sands are gone. Someone inside the temple noticed a lack of commotion outside and shouted, "Right, they're gone now." Others came to take a look and noticed that the evil entities have disappeared. Strange, why is it so short this time? It lasted for more than half a day the last time. An experienced big shot came out of the temple and said, "We gotta go. I heard people found an island in the fiery ocean." An expert didn't want to waste time and headed deeper into the land. Meanwhile, Holy Frost Emperor and the bull exchanged glances. They were powerful enough to actually comprehend the level of the suppression earlier. The other experts felt something akin to a dream. It came and left quickly, not leaving a deep impression. They weren't strong enough to notice the temporal affinity. This wasn't the case for these two. The eternal suppression had been carved into their mind. Plus, they knew the source as well and why the evil entities were gone now. Liqia. When they got out of the temple, they found him standing outside with both hands behind his back, looking calm as if nothing had happened. They took a careful look but didn't notice anything. Liqia didn't seem like he had been in a battle or used his power to suppress the ages. They would have thought that it was just a dream like the rest if it wasn't for the indelible impression. What were those evil entities? They seemed unstoppable. Holy Frost asked. Given her power, she could have stopped and purified the wind and sand for a short while. However, they seemed endless and her holy power had limitations. She would have suffered the same fate as the victim eventually. Just a single strand of greed feeding. Liqia said. Just one strand? Holy Frost shuddered. That thing was extremely horrifying enough already. What about the actual being? Far more powerful than your imagination. He could read her mind and said, "This strand of greed was released from a very long ago and in a casual manner. It can be so much stronger otherwise." She took a deep breath, thinking that this being might be above their realm of comprehension. The world believed progenitors to be the strongest. However, she knew better than that. For example, the three immortals. "Did you see it, sir?" The bull laughed and said, Just a glance. Li Chia nodded, even more cautious than expected. It's going to be a headache. That's why it hasn't been found. I knew it. This piece of crap wouldn't have left uncrossable expanse for no reason. Same with the expedition ship. It's an ongoing contest. The bull laughed. 3 immortals is very lucky. Li Chia looked towards the horizon and said, "Haha, it'll stay lucky." The bull added, "Because you're here, sir. It has no chance of escaping if you want to kill it." Don't be so quick to flatter me. I won't be taking credit for this. It's the hard work of your wise sages. They have paid a heavy price and are still trying. Li Chia shook his head. So have you. The bull didn't stop flattering. And in the future, your battle will determine the fate of the universe. That's the ultimate contribution, no one else can compare to you. It was truly shameless in this regard. Master, you're making it too obvious. Lu Yanbai got goosebumps after listening to her master. Little girl, you're a frog under the well right now. I'm being very serious. You'll find out later on. The bull put on a rare serious expression and told its disciple. This was her first time seeing this expression because normally, it didn't give a damn about anything. Your master is trying hard in its own way. Li Chia chuckled. Others would find the bull to be an unbearable sycophant. However, Holy Frost actually felt respect for it. The bull wasn't doing it for its own sake but rather everyone else in 3 immortals. This would end up saving so many living beings here. Fortunately, this was only a remnant of the actual flame left behind since a very long time ago. The actual thing would be insane. Chapter 30-35. The lava itself was tolerable but inside were bubbles containing the true flame. Once these bubbles were broken, little sparks powerful enough to take down anything would escape. That's why those treading on the lava exercised utmost caution in order to avoid the actual flame. Look over there. Holy Frost said with a grave tone while pointing forward. Everyone looked over and noticed something deeper in the lava. There was an infusion of sword rays among the flames. There existed an adage. The water of Yellow River came from heaven itself. At this moment, it felt as if the ocean of fire came from heaven. The deepest part of this ocean was also the highest, akin to an erupting volcano. It stood at the center, tall enough to pierce the sky. The true flame was emanating from its mouth. It burned and reduced everything to lava, hence the ocean. Upon careful inspection, one would also find a sword energy lingering on that volcano. It spread 10 million miles and reached their area as well. One could see a flashing glint there as if there was a divine sword pinned in that place. It penetrated the earth and shut down all affinities. This gave the sensation that the sword was stopping this rampaging volcano. If it wasn't around, the true flame would ooze out and annihilate everything. Thus, the sword allowed this world to exist. Such powerful sword energy. Holy Frost took a deep breath, noticing that even a brilliant progenitor would be suppressed beneath. It's more than that. It's an undying will and obsession too. The bull quietly said. A battle for the ages. Enough to inform the descendants of a few things. Li Chia observed the volcano before adding. Could you elaborate? Holy Frost asked. This terrible battle turned this world into lava on top of leaving behind an undying will. What else can it be but an internal battle between progenitors? The auras are obvious on this battlefield. The bull laughed. Once again, Holy Frost had a hard time accepting this reality despite her suspicion and the evidence. Let's keep going, we'll get an answer soon enough. Li Chia smiled and stepped into the lava. He naturally had no fear of this true flame. His eyes had been fixated on one target, the deepest area of this ocean of fire, the place to get an answer. Internal strife clearly happened here, resulting in this ultimate battle. Holy Frost and the bull didn't have any trouble following him either. The ocean spanned 10 million miles. Though the group didn't need to be as cautious as the other cultivators, it still took some time to make it to the end. Someone found an oasis ahead. Let's hurry up, there should be good stuff here. Someone ahead of them shouted and increased their speed, not worrying about the danger. Others also followed suit and headed for this oasis. Do you smell anything? Li Chia stopped and took a deep breath before looking at the bull. No. The bull did the same thing and smacked its lips then honestly answered. Li Chia gave it the side eye which made the bull awkward. It turned towards Holy Frost and asked, "Little girl, what about you?" She copied them and carefully tasted the air. "I don't sense anything." "Haha, even the girl can't sense anything. Not everyone has a dog nose like yours, so sharp." The bull laughed and teased Li Chia. "Didn't you say you have eaten 9 pistol golden grain before?" Li Chia asked the bull. "Well, even if I did, it's not omnipotent. I can't smell and figure out everything." The bull smiled awkwardly and hesitated. "Sure, so you didn't eat one. What about those leaves from the old demon? You surely ate them. These are immortal grade items." Li Chia continued. He, I still remember their taste right now." The bull arched its chest proudly. Li Chia only stared in response. "Fine. I'll definitely smell something." The bull didn't like this gaze from Li Chia and became annoyed. It took a deep breath and carefully savored the air. It closed its eyes, seemingly asleep. It opened its eyes after a while. Its bell-like eyes flashed like 2 moons. "It smells like Lingji, very old. Probably immortal grade?" The bull murmured. "So there's an immortal item here?" It then shouted. "Just missing one tiny bit. Very tiny bit." Li Chia elaborated. "Right, it's definitely an immortal Lingji then. I don't know what type exactly, but the grade is indeed amazing. Of course, still not on the same level as a 9-pistol golden grain." It carefully smelled for the second time. It then rushed forward, afraid that someone else might take it first. Li Chia shook his head and followed right behind the bull. "I don't think it'll be easy taking an item of this level." Holy Frost hurried as well. "Yes, it would be long gone now if it were easy instead of still waiting here." Li Chia smiled. "Young noble, does 9-pistol golden grain truly exist?" Holy Frost couldn't help but ask while glancing at the bull ahead. It has always bragged about eating this grain before, but she knew that this was an immortal grade item. No one has seen it before. "It does." Li Chia smiled and said. "As for that thing eating one? Who knows?" Holy Frost didn't pursue the matter since Li Chia stopped talking. There existed a floating oasis on this ocean of fire. It looked like an independent island. "It's here!" The bull shouted and rushed in. Li Chia and Holy Frost also stepped on this floating oasis and were greeted by a refreshing sensation. Verdant and thick foliage appeared before them along with trees and vines. One would have a hard time believing that this oasis was floating on an ocean of fire. This was truly a sight to behold. How did someone create this spectacle? "I heard there's an immortal Lingji ahead." A cultivator ahead couldn't help revealing. "Really?" Those who had just gotten here became crazily excited and hastened their speed. Chapter 30-36. The Oasis, a scene of green with creeks and streams, along with a pleasant freshness. One would start thinking, how the hell did this oasis get here among the fiery ocean? The place was full of vibrant life force. People couldn't help feeling comfortable here, akin to being in a desert and finding a spring. It was indeed that sweet. How strange, we've actually been through here before and this island wasn't there. One expert felt strange. This place is awfully mysterious and isn't fixed in place, shifting in and out of appearance. Seeing it right now is a fortune for us. Another big shot noticed it. "I see. No wonder why we didn't see it before." Others understood after listening. A magical place like this usually has an amazing artifact. One ancestor from a big sect added. "It's right ahead, actually." Someone said that it was an immortal Lingji. An elder couldn't wait and rushed ahead after shouting. Others heard him and delved deeper into the island. After all, the majority of people here came for treasures. How could they miss a meteor originating from uncrossable expanse? They eventually found a sizable lake deeper on this island along with cool and wet breezes. The water was as green as jade, looking quite beautiful. The most magical thing was a spring of lava at the center of the lake. However, the lava couldn't infiltrate and mix with the lake water regardless of how much came out. An invisible power seemed to be separating the two. The lava spring made the center area full of steam, causing it to be indistinct. Of course, the spring wasn't the most tempting thing for the spectators. All focus was on a Lingji root growing there, resplendent from top to bottom as if it were carved from ice and snow. It exuded an extremely cold energy. It had strings of golden lines that were very vibrant, looking like a golden liquid flowing around it. The combination of ice and gold made the root quite beautiful. One could smell its medicinal fragrance from afar. Definitely the unique characteristic of a lingji. It seemed faint but clearly had an ice affinity with a touch of 5-element divine gold. After taking a deep breath, one would feel a golden liquid flowing through them, clearing all the meridians and paths. It's amazing. Definitely an immortal grade. Even a fool that knew nothing about alchemy could tell that it was special. Just imagine, this lingji grew in an extremely hot lava spring yet still had a cold affinity. What else could it be if not special? I can't believe it. A few big shots who have just gotten here had a glint in their eyes, eager to give it a shot. Everyone's heart started beating faster before this amazing item. I think I have seen this lingji described in an ancient map before. An alchemist at the Eternal Realm murmured. Senior, could you elaborate? The ones nearby inquired. If I'm not mistaken, he pondered before answering. This lingji is the legendary golden ice flame lingji, definitely at the immortal grade. Meanwhile, the bull has made it here and also saw the root in the middle of the lake and shouted, Golden ice flame. Not comparable to what I've eaten before, but it's not bad. My disciple, I will take it for you since it will help you become an invincible emperor. It didn't have too much patience left, wanting to take it right now. What? One can become an emperor right away after eating it? The experts nearby were shaken, almost becoming drunk. Becoming an emperor was the dream for many prodigies here. They would pay any price for it if this creature was right. Go! Several young experts leaped towards the middle of the lake. Alas, they suddenly disappeared, seemingly entering a different dimension. Ah! They screamed once they emerged again, incinerated from top to bottom before becoming ashes. What's going on? Many shuddered at this sight. It's not that easy to take a wondrous natural resource. Chapter 30-37. Pass it up. The bull laughed and took another look at the lake with its big eyes. This brat? I was only deriving earlier and didn't see him. Not bad at all. It became surprised after a while. Forget it then, I'll listen to you this time. This made people feel much better despite not really knowing what was going on. Nonetheless, it seemed that the bull wasn't going to try anymore because it might actually be able to do it. Let's give it a shot. Other ancestors lost their cool and went into the lake together. Ah! Sure enough, they fell from the sky a while later, completely bathed in their own blood. Silver Lake's sacred monarch. Someone recognized one of the victims. How many people came in? Another asked. 8 battles sacred monarch, celestial true god, leisureless lord. One person started counting. The rest breathed deeply after hearing the names of these big shots. Ah! 2 more big shots stained the lake with their blood. That's 8 battles sacred monarch and leisureless lord. A spectator bellowed. What happened to them? One elder's voice trembled because he knew just how powerful they were. How could they die like this? Meanwhile, Li Qie stared at the lake and the lingji with no intention of joining in. It's wondrous. It's too bad that someone got ahead of us. Holy Frost sighed and said. Not necessarily. It's only because Sir is stopping me from competing with that brat, or I would be faster. The bull laughed. It's a rare chance. Just let him have it since you have tasted immortal grade items before. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. The bull shrugged in response. The brat is lucky that even you are helping him. I hope he won't let us down. He should have no problem picking this lingji. Holy Frost commented. Ordinary experts only saw a lake, but top existences like Li Qie and the bull saw something else entirely. An ocean of lava with permeating evil fog along with chaotic space. Master, how come they disappear after entering? Yanbai was too weak to see the hints. She saw several experts coming in and didn't come out. You're only seeing what's in front of you, not actually the essences of this area. The bull explained. There are numerous dimensions in this lake. Taking one step would take you to a random one. A place of fortune like this has plenty of looming dangers. They're proportional. Yanbai nodded, still looking a bit perplexed. Several more screams resounded during their conversation, ending with corpses appearing in the lake. Buzz! In the next second, a figure flashed on top of the water, then a second figure. They rode on a treasure lotus, one male and one female, looking like a match made in heaven while standing shoulder to shoulder. Three-eyed prodigy and spirit-hot emperor. A spectator blurted out. He was right, and these two looked like an amazing match. Buzz. They disappeared and entered another dimension. Why are these two together? Someone quietly asked. Everyone exchanged glances in contemplation. They knew that Spirit Heart and Metalkin War God were engaged. However, she looked quite close to the prodigy. They're students of Academy of Light. Going on an adventure together is normal. One expert didn't mind. Of course, the majority rather not comment on this issue since it might get them in trouble. Buzz. An ancient path stretched from the distance and descended next to the lake. A man walked down, standing there as if he was under the protection of 1,000 sages. Shen Guzhan. An audience member became surprised. Shen Guzhan looked around and eventually noticed Li Qie's group. He told the crowd, "This Lingji belongs to me." This warning naturally took the crowd like a storm. Oh, what a bold declaration. The bull looked at the guy and laughed. Actually go get it first before bragging. You. Shen Guzhan's expression grew ugly, not liking the public insult. Brother Guzhan, you and I together are more than enough. A clear voice resounded. Clank. A female sword rider landed next to Shen Guzhan. Flying sword marvel. People naturally recognized her. She was famous for her cultivation, but most importantly, she was Luminous Master's sister-in-law. This was enough to deter anyone. She snorted after seeing Li Qie's group, still holding a grudge. This just wasn't the right time to act on it. Let's go. The two shouted at the same time and entered the lake. They disappeared the moment they touched the water and appeared again in the next second. Boom! Shen Guzhan was protected by the myriad Dao as he walked on the ancient path. Flying Sword Marvel had thousands of divine swords floating around her. One focused on offense, the other defense. They quickly made it through the first dimension. Rumble! The two made it to the second dimension with an untouchable divinity, breaking through everything as if they were dried branches. The danger here wasn't enough to hinder their path. So strong. The spectators praised. So Three-Eyed Prodigy and Spirit Heart Emperor are a team. Then we have Shen Guzhan and Flying Sword Marvel. Who will be the first to get the Lingji? Someone murmured. Who knows? Three-Eyed Prodigy and Spirit Heart Emperor are almost at the 9th dimension now. An ancestor who got here early revealed. Whoosh! A golden ship arrived and interrupted the discussions. A vessel from Metalkin Divine Court. An expert became startled. Two military forces descended from above. They were clearly elites, evident by their fierce aura. It was as if they had just gotten here from a tough battlefield. Unrestrained Legion of the Court. People took a deep breath. I heard that this legion is on the same level as Divine Beast Legion. They don't have that many men but are capable of fighting against Imperial-level enemies. Many retreated after sensing their bloodthirst. Two people came out of the vessel. A man above 30 years of age and an old man wearing a servant robe but an official crest. Semi-Sword God, the senior brother of Metalkin War God. Someone recognized the middle-aged man. The other person is Metalkin War God's servant who watched him grow up. He's the current Prime Minister of the court. Another added. So their army is here. One more said. Violet Dragon Empress brought her legion here, so it makes sense that Metalkin War God would also summon his own. One expert commented. Chapter 3038. The Sword God and Prime Minister of Metalkin Divine Court stood next to the lake and gazed at the Lingji in the center. His Majesty was right. There is indeed an immortal item appearing here. The Prime Minister stared at the Lingji with a golden glint in his eyes. We must take this supreme item. Though he didn't exude his aura, he was still a powerful everlasting who watched Metalkin War God grew up. Outside of being Metalkin War God's servant, he used to be an ancestor of the system, then the protector of this youth. Semi-Sword God then shifted his gaze towards Li Qie instead. You're fiercest, he said with narrowed eyes. Many paid attention to this conversation while holding their breath. They knew that Li Qie had destroyed Metalkin War God's Dao avatar back in Sky Pass. This was nothing short of a feud. Li Qie ignored him because he was only here to look at the Lingji. Daring to oppose the court and our race? Quite bold. The Sword God calmly said. Though his tone remained calm, Everyone felt a sword unsheathing and releasing its aura with the intent of decapitation. A fight, maybe? A spectator shuddered after feeling the sword energy. Maybe, this sword god's name is Niu Yunhao, quite powerful with a heavy sword Dao. According to the rumor, no one can take a full slash from him, hence his title. He's probably not that much weaker than Metalkin War God. An ancestor said. Opposing your insignificant court and race? No big deal. Lichia smiled and said. So merciless. People gasped after hearing this and exchanged glances. Metalkin Divine Court was one of the strongest systems currently, same with their race. Now, they were considered insignificant in his eyes? This view probably extended to the rest of the world as well. Because of this, all of the soldiers from Unrestrained glared at him with murderous intent. They were also Metalkins, hence their distaste of his comment regarding their system and race. Semi-Sword God scowled and released his sword intense. The entire area turned into a sword domain. Pop. However, a popping sound came from the lake. Two people emerged and stood side by side once more. Three-eyed prodigy and Spirit Heart Emperor. They made it through the 9th level. That Lingji is as good as theirs now. A spectator shouted. The two of them rode a lotus flower together. Their teamwork seemed impeccable. They undoubtedly became much better partners after breaking through the individual dimension. The two of them saw lava all around now, only inches away from the Lingji. Many were surprised because big shots have entered and failed before. These two have become the forerunners in this contest. They got it, right? One spectator said. Nephew, we must get this Lingji. The Prime Minister said seriously. I'm going. Semi-Sword God leaped to the sky and unleashed a heavy slash capable of splitting the earth. He disappeared from sight as well. Rumble. People saw slashes ravaging the air, each with enough power to crush everything. He made it through 3 dimensions without any problem. So strong, yes, he can't be that much weaker than Metalkin War God. One spectator commented. Those two are doing it. Someone saw the prodigy and the emperor move closer. However, they didn't reach for the Lingji right away but chose to slowly circle around the lava spring. What are they doing? It's right there? A weak cultivator didn't know the reason why. It's not that easy to get an item of this level. An ancestor shook his head. Your eyes see that it is only inches away, but it might, in actuality, be an entire world apart. Haha, the brat noticed it. The bull laughed and said. His third eye isn't there for nothing. Li Chia chuckled. If he can't see the entrance, he should change his title to Blind Eye Idiot instead. The others are catching up. The emperor laughed beautifully at Li Chia's joke before looking at the lake. Li Chia only smiled, clearly confident in three-eyed prodigy. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister had ordered for his legion to prepare a formation around the lake. Though it was yet to be activated, one could still hear thunderous detonation as if this were an army from heaven. Little turtle, what are you doing? The bull glanced over and asked. The other spectators finally noticed this as well. Their expression changed as they retreated away. They could see that the legion was up to something and didn't wish to be involved. The Prime Minister's expression soured after being addressed as Little Turtle, but still seriously responded. Metalkin Divine Court does not need to answer to anyone. This was a domineering and tough response. Of course, their system really had this ability since few could match them. Whatever. The bull shrugged before turning back towards the prodigy and the emperor. It then spoke nonchalantly while acting innocent. Those two are such a good pair, a match made in heaven, hee sir, should we help them become a couple? This comment was obviously deliberate. The Prime Minister's expression darkened even more while others gained interest. Everyone knew about the marriage pact between Metalkin Divine Court and Garden of God. Now, the bull's comment was the same as slapping Metalkin Divine Court and Metalkin War God in the face. Most importantly, the prodigy and the emperor were indeed together at this moment. Even if they were completely innocent, the bull's comment was still adding oil to the fire. Why not? They're really perfect for each other. A talented man and a gorgeous woman. I also want them to stay together. Li Chia nodded. Fiercest is insane. Some of the crowd thought. He clearly wanted to break the engagement. On the other hand, Holy Frost thought that this wasn't a whimsical comment from Li Chia, and could see the end result already. 1. The author added turtle to the Prime Minister, which wasn't there during the first introduction. I don't know if he's a turtle demon or it's his last name. We'll be omitting it for now. Chapter 30-39. Ridiculous. The Prime Minister uttered coldly. The marriage pact between our great sects can't be broken by a bunch of ruffians. He was doubly annoyed since he was the one who went to propose this to Garden of God. In his eyes, Spirit Heart Emperor was going to be the future mistress of the court. Thus, Li Qie and the bull's comments were not well received by him. Ha ha ha, we'll see about that. The bull laughed, ready to cause chaos to the world. It would have done something even if Li Qie didn't care about this romance just to spite the court. Humph. A cold glint flashed in the Prime Minister's eyes. He considered any attempt at breaking this marriage unforgivable and would destroy them regardless of who they are. Boom! In the interim, a path surrounded by swords has made it to the center of the lake. Flying Sword Marvel and Shen Guzhan have broken through the 9th dimension too. The other two wasted too much time. One spectator shouted in astonishment. This made the situation much more interesting. The Prodigy and the Emperor were the first to get here, but they just lingered around without taking action. Now, their rivals have made it here, resulting in fierce competition. The four stood opposite of each other, ready to fight. Fellow Daoist three-eyed, we want this Lingji. Shen Guzhan laughed and declared. Ha, really now? The Prodigy has never been afraid of anyone. He was a prideful person himself and said, this Lingji is already ours. Humph. Flying Sword Marvel snorted in response. The two of us can crush you in terms of power. She seemed quite imperious making this statement. Nonetheless, this was rather reasonable. The two of them were indeed stronger than the Prodigy and the Emperor. Boom! Suddenly, a massive sword broke through the spatial fabric. This newcomer was obviously Semi-Sword God. He made his entrance, looking like he was unbeatable. Dao brother. Shen Guzhan's eyes became serious. My apology. I will have to take some of this immortal-grade Lingji. He sounded polite but left no room for refusal. Dao brother, the most capable is the most deserving. Guzhan chuckled, seemingly confident. He was no slouch either compared to the sword god. His border of god shouldn't be weaker than the divine court. The Lingji belongs to no one but us. The marvel snorted, even more arrogant than Guzhan. She wasn't as strong as the others, but her tone remained more aggressive due to her relationship with a progenitor. Just this alone made everyone wary of her. Even if she were to offend them, they couldn't do much and definitely couldn't kill her. No one could handle a vengeful luminous master. Thus, these three began staring at Three-Eyed Prodigy and Spirit Heart Emperor, the weakest duo of the three camps. It's not looking good for those two. The masters outside knew the general power level here. The Prodigy had peerless talents but was also the youngest. His cultivation and experience were inferior to these seniors. Your Highness, lend me a hand. Garden of God will have a piece of the Lingji as well. Semi-Sword God looked at Spirit Heart Emperor and requested. He wanted to break this alliance and didn't waste time getting to the point. All eyes were on Spirit Heart now. Remember, she was Metalkin War God's fiancé while Semi-Sword God was his senior brother. The Sword God could represent the court. However, people sympathized with her difficult situation. Abandoning a teammate at this crucial moment wasn't easy either. Thank you, Sword God, but we spotted this Lingji together. I will keep my promise with him. The Emperor calmly said while shaking her head. This excited some of the crowd. They began thinking about what Li Qie and the bull said earlier. How interesting. One ancestor murmured, able to see the storm in the future. See that, little turtle? I told you, those two juniors are a perfect match. The bull laughed at the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister tried his hardest to restrain his anger. Though these two might not have anything, this wasn't a good development for their divine court. One wrong move and they might lose a considerable amount of face. Very well, let this be decided with skill. The sword god didn't become angry and focused on Three-Eyed Prodigy. He clearly had the intention of killing this youth today, thinking that the guy might be a seed of discord. Killing him now would allow the sword god to rest easy. Someone's using their head now. The bull knew right away and laughed. The same with Li Qie. Holy Frost noticed Li Qie's smile and pitted the future victims of his. Sounds good. As I've said earlier, may the most capable person win. Shen Guzhan smiled. It's as good as ours. The marvel left no leeway, unlike Xueqi. We'll see about that. The prodigy looked exceedingly confident, ready to dominate his opponents despite being the weakest one here. He glared straight at the sword god, enough to reveal his intention of taking both the Lingji and the beauty. He no longer cared about opposing the divine court or metalkin war god. She was currently by his side and chose to fight with him. Thus, this gave him enough courage to fearlessly take on anyone in the world. Show me what you got, the sword god said with an underlying coldness. Let's get started. Xueqi couldn't wait since his group had the highest chance of winning. Remind him. Lichia smiled and told the bull. Brat, remember, this Lingji has its own consciousness now, so you will only have one chance before it starts running. If you don't grab it right away, you'll never catch up again. The bull loudly shouted at the prodigy. The others also heard him and exchanged glances. Thank you, senior. I understand. The prodigy responded and also saw Lichia around. He became even more confident. Chapter 30-40. This is the edited version. Below is a literal version just for comparison's sake. Let's get started. Semi-sword god stared intensely at three-eyed prodigy, and uttered coldly with a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Three-eyed prodigy and spirit heart true emperor exchanged glances, instantly coming to a mutual understanding without needing to speak. Semi-sword god's eyes grew colder while looking at these two. His murderous intent became stronger. In his opinion, three-eyed prodigy must die for sure. He would never let the youth leave this place alive. Die! In this split second, the duo shouted in unison and made their move. Spirit Heart Emperor was one step ahead of three-eyed prodigy. The golden wings behind her spread while issuing clanks. Each feather resembled a golden saber. Her wings had golden pulses as if a million sabers were hanging there. The radiance activated her saber intent, and in the blink of an eye, the entire world seemingly became engulfed in their might. You're going down! Spirit Heart True Emperor shouted as her wings slashed vertically at the sword god. A seven-palace emperor like her was no slouch. Clank! The two wings slashed down like two sabers, capable of severing the celestials and splitting the grand Tao and primordial chaos. She also exuded her imperial aura, resulting in a loud boom. The aura billowed like a tsunami and gathered around the two sabers, causing them to become more resplendent and domineering. The sword god snorted in response, clearly not impressed. Clank! He activated his own majestic sword Tao. He simply held the sword hilt, but everyone felt as if he was gripping the entire world. One slash cut through the sky and severed the 10 directions, easily sealing everything and not allowing others to take half a step forward. Boom! Her golden saber slammed on his massive sword yet barely moved it. Her move capable of cutting down the sun, moon, and stars couldn't break through his defensive seal. Boom! He then retaliated by exerting his pressure forward after the successful parry. Everyone felt the sky turning dark with the descent of his sword. It was as if the entire sky vault was falling down. A feeling of total suffocation. Boom! She blocked his attack, but her golden sabers crumbled, forcing her to stagger backward. However, she wasn't going to lose that easily and leaped up to the sky. Her left wing inched forward like a large and thick golden shield and smashed straight at the sword god's blade. Meanwhile, her right blade-like wing started rotating. Clank! 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 A golden maelstrom immediately appeared in the sky as her sabers created a perilous storm. They then chopped forward without showing any mercy like the endless tides. Rumble! Her shield and slashes struck his sword relentlessly, successfully quaking this world-crushing blade. Boom! She also activated her 12 palaces, 7 of which have been lit up. The worldly essences, power, and grand Tao were absorbed by these bright palaces and moved to her golden wings. The shield and sabers exuded a brilliant radiance and showed no mercy in their onslaught. Rumble! Even someone as powerful as he couldn't help staggering several steps backward. That's a true emperor for you, having advantages unavailable to true gods. Many praised after seeing this scene. Eat this! The sword god roared after being shaken. Boom! He took one step forward and seemingly crushed the world. Clank! Another slash emerged and ravaged heaven and earth before breaking the firmament. This vertical slash caused loud booms before actually arriving. Space instantly crumbled beneath its brilliance. So strong. Many people by the lake took a deep breath, thinking that this slash could slay an emperor. Boom! The world trembled with towering waves emanating since the slash nearly penetrated the lake entirely. She had a hard time resisting this slash and staggered backward again, feeling her inner energy churn. She was undoubtedly weaker than him in terms of strength. Die! She jumped up again with a sword in hand. Her two wings turned into two swords for a dual slash. This ended up being a three-pronged attack. Come! He rotated his body like a tornado before thrusting his sword straight forward. The battle raged on. Despite being stronger, he would still need more than a few moves to take her down. Meanwhile, Three-Eyed Prodigy's figure flashed as he rushed for the Lingji. His speed was extremely fast, seemingly crossing through 3,000 worlds in a split second and instantly appeared before the Lingji. You need our permission first. Flying Sword Marvel and Shen Guzhan shouted. They attacked the youth in unison, one from the left and one from the right. Boom! Shen Guzhan utilized a world-shaking move, a supreme palm domain. This domain had the blessing of the gods and emperors. It seemed as if these invincible sages were attacking Three-Eyed Prodigy with palm strikes. One could instantly hear the roar of the Grand Tao under the suppression of these great beings. It didn't take long before Three-Eyed Prodigy's Grand Tao became suppressed by Shen Guzhan. Clank! A sword hymn resounded with Flying Sword Marvel joining in. Myriad swords flew to the sky and attacked Three-Eyed Prodigy in the form of a sword domain. It's not looking good. One ancestor cried out. Everyone could see that Three-Eyed Prodigy was no match for these two. Next, Three-Eyed Prodigy's figure jolted a bit as if he was making a wrong step. Rumble! Explosions echoed across the area. The entire world seemed to be vibrating. After this seemingly wrong step from Three-Eyed Prodigy, the lava spring suddenly gushed forward like an eruption. Lava waves like a tsunami rushed towards the two attackers. Zzz. The lava rushing to the sky instantly burned the spatial fabric. The most terrifying thing wasn't the surging lava itself. Rah! One could hear something akin to a dragon roar. A gigantic fiery dragon also rushed out from the spring as well, raising its claws and aiming straight at Shen Guzhan and Flying Sword Marvel. This was the manifestation of a progenitorial true fire accumulated in this lava spring after millions of years. Poof! The entire world became trapped in an ocean of fire. Zzz. Even space started burning into the void. Activate! The two's expressions soured after seeing this true fire capable of burning everything. They stopped attacking Three-Eyed Prodigy and shifted into a defensive mode instead. A divine border appeared in the sky. The other chose to use her myriad swords for protection to stop the incoming true fire. Thanks! Three-Eyed Prodigy laughed and began moving in a strange yet magical manner. He skipped through the lava beneath and instantly appeared before the Lingji. He clearly saw through the mysteries of this lava, or he wouldn't have been able to skip, and even took advantage of it to stop his foes. Buzz! The Lingji felt danger the moment he got close and instantly drilled into the lava with extreme speed. Halt! His eyes became bright and spewed out boundless laws that seal the area, forcing the Lingji to stop. He grabbed and uprooted it completely before putting it inside a carefully prepared treasure box. This was all part of his plan, from those two joining in and utilizing the lava to trapping the Lingji. Not bad, the brat got some schemes. Many started praising after seeing Three-Eyed Prodigy taking the Lingji in such a skillful manner without risking his life. Note: this chapter is translated nearly word for word with no editing for readability. Read the translation note for the reason why. Begin. At this time, Semi-Sword Heavenly God stared carefully at Three-Eyed Prodigy and uttered coldly. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. At this time, Three-Eyed Prodigy and Spirit Heart True Emperor stared at each other. In this blink of an eye, the two had an implicit understanding. They didn't need to speak. While looking at Three-Eyed Prodigy and Spirit Heart True Emperor, Semi-Sword Heavenly God's eyes grew colder. His murderous intent became denser. At this time, in Semi-Sword Heavenly God's opinion, Three-Eyed Prodigy must die for sure. He would never let Three-Eyed Prodigy leave this place alive. Die! In this split second, Three-Eyed Prodigy and Spirit Heart True Emperor shouted in unison and their figures flashed. Spirit Heart True Emperor was one step ahead of Three-Eyed Prodigy. The wings behind her spread. One could hear clanking sounds as the golden wings behind her opened. Each feather resembled golden sabers. Spirit Heart True Emperor's wings spread and had golden pulses. The two wings seemed to have 1,000,000 sabers hanging there. When the feathers exuded a golden brilliance, the saber intent intensified. In the blink of an eye, the entire world seemingly became engulfed in a million divine sabers. Die! Spirit Heart True Emperor shouted. Her wings slashed downward straight at Semi-Sword Heavenly God. Spirit Heart True Emperor was a 7-palace True Emperor, so she wasn't weak at all. Clank! The two wings slashed down with clanking sounds like two sabers slashing down with great sharpness, capable of severing the sun, moon, and the stars along with splitting the Grand Tao and primordial chaos. At the same time, Spirit Heart True Emperor exuded her True Emperor aura. One could hear a loud boom. This True Emperor aura billowed like a tsunami. The powerful True Emperor aura gathered on the two golden sabers, causing them to become more resplendent and domineering. Semi-Sword Heavenly God snorted in response to the two sabers from Spirit Heart True Emperor. Clank! A sound resounded. The sword Tao was majestic. He was only holding a sword, but everyone felt as if he was gripping the entire world. One slash cut through the sky and severed the 10 directions. When Semi-Sword Heavenly God's slash came out, it easily sealed everything, not allowing others to take half a step forward. Boom! In this split second, Spirit Heart True Emperor's golden sabers struck the massive sword of Semi-Sword Heavenly God and barely moved it. The sabers capable of cutting down the sun, moon, and stars couldn't break through Semi-Sword Heavenly God's seal. Boom! A loud sound resounded. When Spirit Heart True Emperor's golden saber was stopped, Semi-Sword Heavenly God's massive sword moved and came pressing down in the blink of an eye. When Semi-Sword Heavenly God's massive sword came pressing down, everyone felt the sky turning dark. This sword pressing down felt like the entire sky vault was falling down, making it hard to breathe. Boom! Spirit Heart True Emperor faced Semi-Sword Heavenly God's attack. Her golden sabers collapsed and she staggered several steps backward. However, Spirit Heart True Emperor wasn't going to lose that easily. She leaped up and in this blink of an eye, her left wing pulled forward like a large and thick golden shield that smashes straight at Semi-Sword Heavenly God's massive sword. At the same time, Spirit Heart True Emperor's right wing in the form of a million golden sabers rotated. Clank! 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 A golden maelstrom immediately appeared in the sky. The million golden sabers seemingly created a perilous storm. Next, the million golden sabers cut directly down. Each cut seemed like a massive golden wave showing no mercy. Rumble! Loud detonations were non-stop. Spirit Heart True Emperor's massive golden shield and the waves from the millions of golden sabers struck Semi-Sword Heavenly God's massive sword. The move shook the massive sword capable of crushing the world. Boom! Another loud explosion. In this blink of an eye, Spirit Heart True Emperor's 12 palaces appeared. 7 among them have been lit up. When the 7 palaces became bright, the worldly essences, power, and Grand Tao were absorbed by these palaces and moved to Spirit Heart True Emperor's golden wings. At this time, both the golden shield and tidal-like golden sabers exuded a resplendent light. They showed no mercy in attacking Semi-Sword Heavenly God's massive sword. Rumble! Even someone as powerful as Semi-Sword Heavenly God couldn't help staggering several steps backward. Many praised after seeing this scene. That's a true emperor for you, having advantages unavailable to true gods. Eat my sword! Semi-Sword Heavenly God roared after being shaken by Spirit Heart True Emperor. Boom! Semi-Sword Heavenly God took one step forward and seemingly crushed the world. Clank! Semi-Sword Heavenly God slash emerged and ravaged heaven and earth, then broke the firmament. This vertical slash already caused loud booms before actually arriving. The slash was invincible. In the blink of an eye, space instantly crumbled beneath this heavy sword. So strong. Many people by the lake took a deep breath after seeing this scene. This slash could really kill a true emperor. Boom! The world trembled. Towering waves emanated from the lake. The entire lake seemed to be pierced completely. Spirit Heart True Emperor had a hard time resisting this slash. She staggered several steps backward, her inner energy churning. There was no doubt that Spirit Heart True Emperor was considerably weaker than Semi-Sword True God in terms of strength. Die! She jumped up again with a sword in hand. The two wings turned into two swords for a dual cut. This three-pronged attack headed straight for Semi-Sword Heavenly God. Come! Semi-Sword Heavenly God rotated his body once like a tornado before personally thrusting straight at Spirit Heart True Emperor. In this split second, Semi-Sword Heavenly God and Spirit Heart True Emperor fought fiercely. Though Semi-Sword Heavenly God was stronger than Spirit Heart True Emperor, Spirit Heart True Emperor wasn't a weakling. If Semi-Sword Heavenly God wanted to defeat Spirit Heart True Emperor, he would need more than a few moves. While Spirit Heart True Emperor was attacking Semi-Sword Heavenly God, Three-Eyed Prodigy's figure flashed as he headed for the Lingji. His speed was extremely fast, seemingly crossing through 3,000 worlds in a split second. He instantly stood before the Lingji. "You need our permission first." Flying Sword Marvel and Shen Guzhan shouted as Three-Eyed Prodigy crossed through the lava spring. They attacked Three-Eyed Prodigy in unison, one from the left and one from the right. Boom! A loud explosion shook the world. Shen Guzhan made his move, a Supreme Palm Domain. This domain had the blessing of the gods and emperors. It seemed as if these invincible sages were attacking Three-Eyed Prodigy with palm strikes. One could instantly hear the roar of the Grand Tao under the suppression of the gods and emperors. In the blink of an eye, Three-Eyed Prodigy's Grand Tao seemingly became suppressed by Shen Guzhan. Clank! A sword hymn resounded with Flying Sword Marvel joining in. Myriad swords flew to the sky. Her figure slightly moved and a million swords attacked Three-Eyed Prodigy. In this blink of an eye, a sword domain turned into a net. A million swords wanted to kill Three-Eyed Prodigy. "It's not looking good," one ancestor cried out after seeing this scene. Everyone could see that Three-Eyed Prodigy was no match for these two. However, in this blink of an eye, Three-Eyed Prodigy's figure jolted a bit as if he was making a wrong step. Rumble! Explosions echoed across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The entire world seemed to be vibrating. After this wrong step from Three-Eyed Prodigy, the lava spring suddenly gushed forward, seemingly exploded. Lava waves like a tsunami rushed towards Shen Guzhan and Flying Sword Marvel. Zzz. The lava rushing to the sky instantly burned space. The most terrifying thing wasn't the surging lava either. Rah! One could hear something akin to a dragon roar. When the lava spring erupted, a gigantic fiery dragon also rushed out as well. It raised its claws, aiming straight at Shen Guzhan and Flying Sword Marvel. This wasn't actually a fire dragon. It was a true fire accumulated in this lava spring after millions of years. This true fire was at the progenitorial level, so it looked like a fire dragon capable of incinerating everything. Poof! The entire world became trapped in an ocean of fire. Zzz. Even space started burning into nothingness. Activate! Shen Guzhan and Flying Sword Marvel's expressions soured against the true fire capable of burning everything. They stopped attacking Three-Eyed Prodigy and shifted into a defensive mode instead. A divine border appeared in the sky. The other chose to use her myriad swords for protection to stop the incoming true fire. Thanks. Three-Eyed Prodigy laughed and began moving in a strange yet magical manner. He skipped through the lava beneath and instantly appeared before the Lingji. Three-Eyed Prodigy clearly saw through the mysteries of this lava. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to skip and even took advantage of it to stop Shen Guzhan and Flying Sword Marvel. Buzz! The Lingji felt danger the moment Three-Eyed Prodigy got close and instantly drilled into the lava with extreme speed. Halt! Three-Eyed Prodigy's eyes became bright and spewed out boundless laws. His eyes sealed the area and the Lingji was forced to stop. He grabbed and uprooted it completely before putting it inside a carefully prepared treasure box. This was all within his plan, from those two joining in and utilizing the lava to trapping the Lingji. Not bad, the brat got some schemes. Many started praising after seeing Three-Eyed Prodigy taking the Lingji in such a skillful manner without risking his life. 1. Yes, this is a real paragraph 1. The last line is arguably removable since it is repeated information, but I'm keeping it here for this. Chapter 3041. After successfully picking the Lingji route, Three-Eyed Prodigy got out of the lava while the same couldn't be said about his two foes. It became clear that his prior hesitation outside the spring was to figure out the path. After all, his golden eye gave him an advantage unavailable to others. It allowed him to see through illusions and on top of deriving mysteries. Clank! A sword slash immediately greeted him outside. I've been waiting a while for you. Semi-Sword God stopped the battle with Spirit Heart Emperor and decided to face the prodigy instead. It turned out that he wasn't in a rush to defeat the Emperor and was waiting for this moment. There was no point in moving to the lava spring versus waiting for his prey outside. He knew that the prodigy's golden eye was special. On the other hand, he himself would have a hard time traversing through that lava spring and might be trapped there. Plus, the guy waited for so long, thus, he might have been able to understand the mysteries here. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A spectator murmured. Meanwhile, Shen Guzhan and Flying Sword Marvel were still stuck in the lava spring and fighting against the fire dragon. Semi-Sword God was clearly one step above them in terms of strategy. "Hand over the Lingji and I will spare you," he threatened. His eyes fixated on the prodigy. "Semi-Sword God, you think you can kill me? Don't overestimate yourself." The prodigy sneered in response. "I'm more than enough to kill you." Semi-Sword's eyes flashed chillingly with murderous intent. He would kill the prodigy even if the guy were to hand the root over just to avoid any future complication. "Okay, I will remember this. As long as I stay alive, I will eventually destroy your metal-kin divine court. Only one of us will exist." The prodigy laughed and aggressively declared. The experts by the lake gasped after hearing this bold claim, then exchanged glances with each other. No one felt that he was spouting bullshit. Right now, he was certainly weaker than Semi-Sword God and Metal-kin War God. However, he was definitely the youngest and most talented genius in immortal lineage. One day, he might surpass all of them. Moreover, God Eye wasn't a minor system. One day when the prodigy was strong enough, he could actually put up a good fight against the Metal-kin Divine Court. "You deserve death for your insolence." The sword god's murderous intent soared after hearing this. He also knew that this prodigy would definitely surpass him in the future, necessitating a swift kill right now. Clank! He instantly attacked with a slash, fixating on the prodigy. It was as if the entire world was within his grasp. The prodigy became suppressed and the area caved around him, wanting to turn him into a pulp. "Now!" The prodigy and Spirit Heart glanced at each other and shouted. Clank! Spirit Heart spread her wings and shot out all of her golden feathers like an unrelenting storm of needles. Strangely enough, it felt as if she shot at the wrong target since the feathers were flying towards the prodigy, not the sword god. "What's going on?" The spectators became startled due to the unexpected developments. Was she trying to kill him? Activate! The prodigy didn't dodge the incoming feathers. His golden eye opened and exuded boundless radiance. Boom! The coming of the feathers and the golden radiance resulted in a deafening detonation. A maelstrom took form along with continuous blasts. The world quaked with its rotation, seemingly being sucked inside. "You're going down!" The sword god roared and unleashed his fiercest slash, showing zero mercy. Alas, the golden feathers instantly surrounded the duo and formed a tight cocoon. The maelstrom then sucked them inside. Boom! The slash still made contact with the maelstrom, successfully crushing it. However, the duo was nowhere to be seen. Humph! The sword god scowled after seeing this. They could see that the two have left behind a backup plan in order to escape. They were certainly the weakest among the three sides, yet still managed to leave with the Lingji. "Well done." The bull laughed and praised. "The brat is talented and has some brains. Maybe he'll accomplish something in the future." Li Jie smiled and didn't comment. However, his expression clearly showed his satisfaction towards the prodigy's fine display. So they had a good plan going in. Many ancestors felt the same way. The prodigy wasn't a brute that only relied on his cultivation. Haha, didn't I say before? A perfect pair made in heaven. The bull raised its voice again so that everyone could hear it. Many glanced over at the Prime Minister, aware of the blatant provocation. Nonetheless, they agreed that the prodigy and the Emperor were a good match. They showed impeccable teamwork as well. In fact, if it wasn't for the engagement, they felt that these two should just get together. Their sects were similarly prestigious and he was strong and talented enough to be her Dao companion. Plus, no one has seen Spirit Heart together with Metal-kin War God before. The only thing between them seemed to be a marriage pact between two systems. The Prime Minister's expression soured once more. Pop! Three-eyed prodigy and Spirit Heart Emperor finally got out of the lake and landed on shore. The prodigy took out his treasure box and was met with a chilling aura. "Ice Flame Lingji!" Someone shouted after seeing the root in his hand. "Miss Spirit Heart, it's yours." The prodigy smiled and held it in front of her. "I do not dare to take it all for myself since you have contributed as well. We get 1/2 each." She shook her head. This Lingji is of the cold affinity, so it's more suitable for you. You can just take my half. He hurriedly said. I don't think that's fair, she shook her head again. What the hell are you two going on about? I will decide for you. This immortal Lingji is the brat's promise token to you. If your seniors don't agree, I will personally go there and beat them until they agree. The bull instantly shouted after seeing their hesitation. Many instantly clamored after hearing this and started looking over. Spirit Heart turned red because of the attention. She was still an innocent maiden despite being a powerful emperor. Chapter 3042. That sounds perfect. If the lady has no objection, take it. Li Qiye nodded approvingly at the bull's interference with a smile. Her face became redder as a result. Well. The one hesitating and overwhelmed with embarrassment was actually the prodigy, not the emperor. His face was also red as he stared at her while holding the Lingji. He didn't know what to do, completely stricken with nervousness. She was actually far more composed compared to the foolish prodigy. He couldn't form one coherent sentence. My ass. The bull couldn't watch any longer and scolded. Is it that hard to ask the one you're fond of for her hand in marriage? Aren't you a peerless genius? He became more anxious after the word marriage was brought up and started stammering. By this point, even a fool could tell that he liked her, the fiancée of Metalkin War God. This made things very interesting. Of course, this type of matter happened all over the world, but it was special this time around. The three involved were famous cultivators with great power. To a certain extent, their marriage was not just a personal issue. It also pertained to the benefits of their systems. The Prime Minister naturally didn't like this development. He had already taken care of the marriage agreement back then. It looked quite unfavorable for both Metalkin Divine Court and Garden of God. He raised his hand and ordered his troops to surround Three-Eyed Prodigy. Clank! They unsheathed their weapons, resulting in blinding reflections everywhere. Prime Minister, what are you doing? Spirit Heart Emperor's eyes became serious. Your Highness, I'm under the Master's command to get this Lingji. I must bring it back. He bowed towards her. Haha, sore losers. You want to use force now? The prodigy laughed while looking at the troops around him. He was completely different than earlier, as if they weren't the same person. Your Highness, Master also wishes for you to come to join him. The Prime Minister bowed towards the Emperor again. No one can interfere with my business. Leave. The Emperor's eyes turned cold. Your Highness, please think of the overarching situation and the marriage pact. The Prime Minister repeated. You can go talk to the elders about the marriage pact. Her expression remained fierce, still as authoritative despite being weaker than the Prime Minister. Her cultivation wasn't as strong as some everlastings right now, but she would certainly surpass them soon enough. That's why she could act like this against the Prime Minister. Unfortunately, he couldn't force her to do anything since she has yet to marry into their system. She wasn't one of them yet, and plus, he didn't want to completely get on her bad side. The listeners nearby took note of her attitude. Did you hear that? A storm is coming. One ancestor said. Many have heard about the marriage pact back then. Spirit Heart wasn't an emperor at the time, only a regular disciple without authority. She might not have wanted this marriage even though Metalkin War God was an exceptional man. After all, she was brilliant herself. Now, they realized that perhaps she didn't like this marriage alliance at all. Ha ha ha. The prodigy suddenly laughed, extremely pleased with her response so far. He became spirited and looked around in a haughty manner. I've heard of unrestrained legion long ago, that it is capable of killing emperors. But from what I'm seeing right now, only a bunch of dogs and cats. Attack! The Prime Minister uttered. Boom! The legion activated their formation. Vitality and energy rushed to the sky. Bolts immediately descended and turned into an ocean of lightning. Rumble! A figure took form in this ocean. What's that? Someone shouted in astonishment. Colossus formation, the legion's best. A knowledgeable ancestor revealed. Boom! The Colossus immediately attacked with a palm strike. Lightning bolts poured down like a waterfall towards the prodigy. No big deal. The prodigy guffawed and leaped to the sky. His arrogance erupted in full force as he became shrouded in flames, turning into a mighty god. The aura of an everlasting billowed and struck all the spectators. Let's not forget that he was a half-step everlasting despite his age and truly deserved his fame. Boom! He retaliated with a crimson palm strike and nullified the lightning bolts. Watch! Next, the spirited youth gathered the momentum of heaven and earth. He raised his hands and the celestials answered the summoning. Each step of his created another grand Tao. This profound movement technique allowed him to infiltrate the grand formation of unrestrained legion. Rumble! He killed his way through the formation, causing one section to collapse after another. It didn't take long before he made it to the core and crushed it all together. Boom! The formation collapsed so the lightning colossus fell down. The troops appeared again. This formation was certainly impressive, but the prodigy's golden eye could see through everything with precise calculation. The mysteries of the arrays were instantly solved with a single glance, so taking it down only took a few moments. Die! He raised his palm and gathered the lightning energy from the formation before throwing it back at the troops. Ah! Screams echoed through the area. Many soldiers got penetrated by the bolts and fell down in their own puddle of blood. Stop! The Prime Minister summoned a gigantic shield to stop the lightning waves in order to save the lucky survivor. You might survive today but not forever. The prodigy sneered after seeing this. I'm afraid you won't have a future past today. The Prime Minister revealed a sinister smile. Who's going to stop me, you? You can't kill me while I have a 70% chance to kill you. The prodigy let out an egoistic laugh. And if I join in? A calm voice answered as three figures walked out of the pond. Semi-Sword God, Shen Guzhan, and Flying Sword Marvel. The Sword God had aided the duo, allowing them to escape from the lava spring. Chapter 3043. Within the trio, Semi-Sword God must kill Three-Eyed Prodigy at all costs. The other two didn't like the prodigy either, evident by their expression. Though they have yet to attack, they slowly surrounded him in a triangular formation. It's not looking good for the prodigy. The spectators could tell that he might not leave this place alive. The Sword God's animosity was understandable. He naturally didn't want to see the prodigy steal his junior brother's woman. Killing him here would end T8S. As for the other two, they have just been tricked and lost to the prodigy. There was no friendship to speak of here. All of you want to come together? The prodigy's eyes narrowed as he laughed. Nevertheless, he showed no sign of fear, still looking as haughty as ever. Not to that extent. Shen Guzhan smiled. I have no ill will towards you, but you must hand over the Lingji and I will leave right away. Haha, and if I don't? The prodigy sneered. Then you will have to excuse me since I need the Lingji. Guzhan's eyes turned cold and murderous. Only Border of God will make a robbing attempt sound so righteous. The prodigy responded. The laws of the Tao dictate that the weak are prey to the strong. Shen Guzhan's expression remained natural. No one would disagree with this statement since it was indeed the truth. However, many chose to not make this grim reality explicit. I'm afraid it won't be easy to keep me here. I will pay back this debt in the future. The prodigy uttered coldly. You're right. I know that your golden eye is amazing, so I had prepared something for you. Shen Guzhan laughed. He raised his hand and a border of light emerged. An invisible wall seemed to be blocking out the area. All directions have been surrounded by massive walls. Climbing up was impossible. The same with attempting to walk around them. Sky ceiling border, a supreme technique of Far Tao. An ancestor was shaken to see this sealing technique. The crowd naturally became emotional. Far Tao was an intimidating title, so Shen Guzhan must be quite impressive to have learned a move from this great figure. I don't think even your great eye can break my border in a short time. There's no escaping for you. Guzhan slowly said. Not bad at all. The prodigy's golden eye flashed as he scouted the great walls. Guzhan was right. He had no chance of breaking this technique in a short time. So how about it? Hand the Lingji over and we'll have nothing to do with each other. Guzhan smiled. Everyone watched with bated breath, aware that the prodigy wouldn't be able to win in a serious fight. Death would be inevitable. However, with his power and treasure, they might not be able to stop him from running. Alas, this all changed due to the emergence of the invisible walls, making it far more difficult for him to run. If he wanted to survive, the best course of action would be to acquiesce and hand the Lingji over to Shen Guzhan. Thus, Guzhan looked quite pleased with himself. The choice seemed obvious. The Lingji was as good as theirs now. Semi-Sword God stood there and didn't stop the transaction since he didn't want to antagonize Shen Guzhan. That would deter him from his actual goal. Haha, looks like I have no other choice? The prodigy snorted. A smart man knows when to be flexible. Guzhan said, "It's not humiliating at all because you have won earlier by trapping us in the lava spring. You win some and lose some, no need to mind it, Dao brother." Guzhan wasn't in a rush since he was so certain of success by this point. 3 against 1, not quite fair. Spirit Heart Emperor said flatly before spreading her golden wings and moving next to the prodigy. The Prime Minister and the Sword God's expression darkened, but there was nothing they could do. The prodigy looked so happy because she chose to be on his side. His battle spirit rose again, ready to face any enemy. Come together. I, three-eyed prodigy, will take on anyone. He laughed and heroically declared. The other side exchanged glances real fast since a battle might start at any moment. Fellow Taoist Spirit Heart, let these men deal with their stupid issues. Flying Sword Marvel smiled at Spirit Heart and said. She blocked in front of the Emperor, clearly asking for a fight while letting the rest take on the prodigy. If it's a fight you want, that's what you'll get. Spirit Heart said sonorously. Let's play then. Flying Sword Marvel put on a prideful expression. Go. Semi-Sword God released his murderous intent. The atmosphere became awfully tense. However, the battle seemed one-sided. The prodigy had no chance of winning despite having the Emperor as an ally. Little brat, you can die for all I care, but you're dragging the little miss down with you too. The bull suddenly joined in. The prodigy's expression became serious. He was satisfied to have her by his side, but the bull was right. This might spell trouble for her, so he started to hesitate. Fool. The bull laughed. Do you not see Sir right there? Bow before him and everything will be fine. The prodigy looked over at Li Qie. A proud supreme genius like him would never bow toward someone else, but for the Emperor's sake. Come over here. I am taking charge of the matter today. You're under my protection now. Li Qie saw the prodigy's eyes, so he smiled and said, Haha, did you hear that? Sir has spoken. You little lovebirds can stop worrying now. There will be nothing but success. If anyone dares to try and break you up, Sir will annihilate them with a single finger. The bull seemed to be in a good mood. The other group didn't like this development. Fellow Taoist, this is our personal business and has nothing to do why Semi-Sword God uttered coldly. I have made my decision. Be smart and run and I'll pretend as if nothing had happened, or I'll walk over your corpses. Li Qie retorted. One could hear the stench of blood despite his casual tone. That's fiercest for you, so damn domineering. One spectator couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This is nothing compared to his previous deeds. Plus, he has 5-element goddess as his backer. Metalkin Divine Court needs to tread carefully. An ancestor read the situation quite well. Semi-Sword God and the others found themselves in a difficult situation. Chapter 3044. All four had an ugly expression by this point. They were world-renowned, standing at the peak in all aspects, whether it be their personal power or background. You're too conceited. Flying Sword Marvel lost her patience and shouted since they already had a feud prior to this. So what? Run before I get the urge to kill. He smiled. I see. Do you really want to take the 4 of us on? Shen Guzhan finally showed some emotion. Anger. A supreme existence like him demanded respect, and he has been shown none by Li Qie. The 4 of you? There's no difference between 4 ants and 40 ants. Li Qie chuckled, making light of his opponents. Both his foes and the spectators took a deep breath. Members of the latter exchanged glances. Semi-Sword God and the others were top experts in this generation, yet Li Qie claimed that he could kill 40 of them with no problem. It was as if he had nothing but disdain for other experts in the entire world. No wonder why he's called fiercest. One expert clicked his tongue and said. Everyone felt that he was the only one who would say such a domineering statement. Only the 2 current progenitors would feel the same way. Shen Guzhan and the others started thinking while having a murderous glint in their eyes. It was tough for masters like them to swallow this humiliation. You all going to fight or run? The bull decided to aggravate the issue and laughed. Just run if you don't have the courage. Semi or whatever, run back to Metalkin Divine Court and tell them that the marriage pact with Garden of God is nullified. The Prime Minister and the Sword God seemed to be on the verge of exploding after listening to the bull. No outsider can interfere with our business unless they're ready to die. The Prime Minister snorted and threatened. There will be no place to hide and no grave for them, not even at the edge of the world. The Prime Minister's threat wasn't empty. He wasn't only speaking to the bull either but to let the prodigy know to back off. Otherwise, he would antagonize the Divine Court and all the Metalkins. This wouldn't end well for him. I'm so scared. The bull put on a frightened expression and ran to the back. My old bones can't handle this. Little girl, did you hear that? They say they want to destroy our Academy of Light. What should we do now? The troublemaker wanted to drag the Academy down to the muddled water too. Holy Frost has been standing to the side and didn't interfere. Everyone thought that she was just watching. Now, some shuddered after hearing this. Even Shen Gujan's group became startled. After all, Holy Frost was on the same level as Metalkin War God and Bright King Buddha. Your Majesty, Academy of Light is a sacred beacon in immortal lineage. Please don't mingle with these ruffians. Flying Sword Marvel immediately persuaded. This would bring trouble to the Academy on top of ruining its reputation. The Marvel was weaker than her allies but much more influential due to her relationship with a current progenitor. Moreover, she had a good point as well. The Academy was famous for being a beacon of light. Any mistake from Holy Frost Emperor could damage this golden reputation. The Marvel is right. Semi-Sword God nodded. Your Majesty, please think of the bigger picture and stop being friends with this man. I don't need you to tell me what to do. I'm perfectly aware of my own actions, but if you wish to teach me otherwise, I'll take on all four of you. Holy Frost coldly said. The crowd didn't expect such a strong response from her since this was different from her normal demeanor. Holy Frost Emperor is more aggressive than I thought. One curious spectator murmured. What do you know? An ancestor shook his head. They're not on the same level. She's far stronger than them with more achievements. She doesn't need them to tell her what to do. Many experts thought about it and accepted this reasoning. Why would a 12-palace emperor need to listen to weaker cultivators? She was already nice enough by not slapping them right now. The other group turned red after hearing this, especially Flying Sword Marvel who had an awkward expression. All along, even stronger characters have treated her with reservation. This wasn't the case here with Holy Frost Emperor, who dished out nothing short of a verbal slap. Haha, little girl, well said. The bull joined in. You know, others are probably thinking that you're a pushover since you haven't done anything in so long. Go, give it a shot, see if you can kill them within 5 moves. Let the world witness your murderous light. That was the old geezer Desolate Saint's expertise. The other 4 became alarmed. They could probably take on Lichia 4-on-1, but with Holy Frost joining the fray? The situation looked disadvantageous. In fact, the spectators became very interested. Everyone knew that Holy Frost had 12 palaces but very few actually saw her fighting with full power. It would be something to witness her in action right now. Stop causing trouble. Lichia smiled and shook his head. It's too late for you all to leave now. I will give you the chance to attack first so people won't call me a bully. He then walked forward and stared at Shen Gujan before casually speaking. His foes turned ashen with rage after being viewed as ants. They have fought and won numerous battles in the past, never being treated like this before. You're really taking on the 4 of us alone? The Prime Minister asked. His eyes dotted once over at Holy Frost Emperor. He was clearly telling Lichia to not let her help. You think too highly of yourself. Holy Frost Emperor glanced at him and said, Young noble Li alone can take you all down in 2 or 3 moves. He doesn't need my help. She was indeed telling the truth, but others didn't buy it. They felt that she was exaggerating his abilities. They certainly didn't like the comment but still heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, that's one less powerful enemy for them. Okay, the 4 of us will see what you got. The Prime Minister shouted and winked at the rest. Now! Shen Gujan roared after coming into an implicit agreement with the others. One of us will die today. The Marvel gritted her teeth while uttering this common phrase. She never got a chance to take him down as payback. Plus, she alone wasn't his match either. This was no longer the case today. They had enough confidence to take on a 12-palace emperor with this group. Chapter 30-45. Clank. Semi-sword god pointed his sword pulsing with a cold glint straight at Li Qie. His figure exuded a sharp glow as if he was turning into a sword himself. Boom! A visual phenomenon appeared behind the sword god. A floating sword Dao reigning for an eternity. The world seemingly got refined into a gigantic sword with enough immensity to crush the firmaments. He became ethereal, turning into a part of his sword Dao, the same with his actual sword. The only thing the spectators could see was a sword Dao, one as majestic as a mountain and carried the weight of 1,000,000. Crack! The immense weight of this sword began to crush the spatial fabrics nearby just by simply existing. Space seemed fragile like glass and started cracking. An unbearable pressure struck the crowd as if they had mountains on their back. They found it hard to breathe and even heard the sound of bones cracking ringing in their ears. This sword Dao didn't target anyone, yet its pressure remained insane. This sword Dao is so heavy. A few experts couldn't move at all. They felt that they would be reduced to dust if the Dao were to move ever so slightly. This is his real power. A sword Dao focusing on weight. His entire mind is bent on perfecting this Dao, and it allows him to be untouchable. One ancestor praised. This Dao was also the reason for his title. No enemy nor weapon could handle the full brunt of his heavy sword Dao. In another word, none could withstand an entire move, so his title became semi-sword. Activate. Shen Guzhan also didn't dare to underestimate the enemy, and opened a portal above. Rumble. The world shook as a result along with loud explosions. Everything turned dark. People looked up and saw a great continent floating above him. It poured down numerous heavenly waterfalls consisting of supreme laws, capable of locking all existences. The continent was filled with an ancient aura as if a mighty existence presided there. Its descent could suppress the gods and devils along with all the Daos. Because of this, many felt their own grand Dao letting out a feeble cry. Their vitality and energy disappeared from sight. There seemed to be something blocking their meridians and hindering their movements. Fardeo's continent. An Eternal took a deep breath, aghast. A legendary land left behind by Fardao with a suppression affinity. A sect master felt the same fear. This is our progenitor's land meant to seal evil. Shen Guzhan used his vitality to lift this continent while looking down on Li Qie. He powerfully declared with pride. This also served as an intimidation tactic. The weaker cultivators couldn't help feeling fear because the continent was left behind by the mighty Fardao. Clank. Flying Sword Marvel didn't want to fall behind and took out a divine sword. A progenitorial aura surged to the sky after a hymn and engulfed the entire area. It was as if one was here in person. The spectator saw a golden sword in her hand, as new as can be. It pulsed with a golden radiance, seemingly just got out of the blacksmithing furnace. They took a deep breath because the blessing of the progenitor seemed completely intact within this sword. Such an abundance of progenitorial power. Did Luminous Master craft this? An ancestor wondered. Clank. She pointed her sword straight at him and snorted. This sword was made by Luminous Master himself. Your blood will be the first thing it tastes. The crowd naturally became shaken. So after failing to buy Sword Saint's personal weapon, she asked Luminous Master to make her a sword. We can't afford to provoke this girl since she has too much help from a progenitor, first breaking through to the everlasting realm and now, a weapon? He must really adore her. Another elder shuddered and said. Many agreed with this statement. She wasn't the strongest among the young generation but couldn't be trifled with due to her connection. She looked like a sword god with energy rays oozing from her while possessing absolute confidence. It wasn't easy getting her brother-in-law to make this divine sword. This increased her power considerably to the point where she thought she could kill Li Qie. Quite strong. Many experts felt fear after seeing these three in full power, probably enough to challenge any contemporary master. Can Fiercest take them on? They thought that Li Qie was facing quite a predicament. We'll find out soon enough. Too weak and he's courting death. Strong enough and we'll have a great show. One expert smiled and quietly said. This was indeed the case. If Li Qie were strong enough to kill this group, he would be poking at many bee nests, Metalkin Divine Court, Border of God, and Immortal Bronze Mountain. Facing these three systems at the same time seemed quite grim. Just a bunch of useless items. Make your move. Li Qie gave him a glance of disdain and smiled, not caring at all. Useless items? The crowd couldn't believe it. Did he call these progenitorial artifacts useless? Die! The Prime Minister was the first to take action and revealed his true form, a massive turtle. Boom! The turtle seemed like an unstoppable grinder, spinning forward with sharp blades in an unstoppable manner. Heaviest slash. Semi-sword god roared and unleashed a celestial destroying cut. Ugh! A few weaker cultivators turned into bloody mists by the pressure. Shit! Many frightened spectators ran away after seeing this power. Eternity seal! Shen Guzhan also cried out and sent his continent towards Li Qie. The Dao powers nearby became sealed. Everyone else became immobilized. They could only watch the continent descend and crush them into a pulp. All refining blades. The marvel made her move. Numerous clanks could be heard as an ocean of sword appeared above. Everything in its path became specks of dust. Simply frightening. Even ancestors at the everlasting level found this impossible to stop and hurriedly moved backward. Haha, come. Li Qie laughed and took one step forward. Boom! The ground seemingly got crushed as he appeared again on top of the turtle to stomp down. The gigantic turtle slammed into the ground, causing cracks to emanate from the impact point. 1. Remember when I made a note about him and the turtle character? Looks like he's really a turtle. But now, I don't know if I should go back and add turtle to his title. Turtle Prime Minister sounds so strange. Chapter 3046. Crack. Blood splattered everywhere from the pulverized Prime Minister. Ah! He screamed in agony and regrets. Remember, he was an enlightened turtle that has reached the Tao. His cultivation was impeccable and his shell virtually indestructible, capable of withstanding several blows from progenitorial weapons. Unfortunately, Li Qie's stomp still annihilated this tough defense with an irresistible force. The Prime Minister was nothing but a meat paste by this point. His true fate turned to smoke. Boom! He then retaliated against the heavy sword technique with an all-destroying punch. The invincible sword Dao started crumbling, even though it carried the weight of 1,000,000 stars. The sword god was blown flying, vomiting blood and bloodied all over. Scram! Li Qie then delivered a galaxy-ending vertical kick. Boom! The massive continent got split into two halves as a result. Pluff! Blood gushed like a spring as Shen Guzhan's body got smashed. Little pieces scattered all over. You too! A deafening blast hurt everyone's ears as Li Qie unleashed a palm strike straight on the marvel's golden sword. Boom! The ocean of swords sent out numerous laws in the form of a palm in order to stop the incoming strike. The power of luminous master. Many experts shouted in horror after sensing this aura. Alas, this wasn't enough to stop Li Qie. He scowled and added more force to his palm strike, burying all the laws in the process. Ah! How could the marvel alone stop his suppression? She immediately turned into bloody mist. Clank! The golden sword exuded a blinding radiance that surrounded this bloody mist. It then pierced through space and escaped into another dimension. Li Qie watched this act without pursuing the issue. Not a single one knows how to fight. He stood there calmly as his robe fluttered to the wind. The entire world became silent. People lost the courage to breathe loudly. 4 experts lost in the blink of an eye. The Prime Minister became a meat paste and died instantly. Shen Guzhan and Semi-Sword God had their artifact and body destroyed. Flying Sword Marvel was rendered into blood yet fortunate enough to be saved by her progenitorial sword. In this entire process, Li Qie used nothing more than physical moves. Everyone trembled while smelling the stench of blood. One could hear the sounds of teeth chattering. Some dropped down to the ground, paralyzed. The 4 losing combatants were considered invincible. Many considered their cultivation as a lifelong goal. Alas, most would never be able to reach this level. Now, all 4 couldn't stop a single move from Li Qie, 1 dead, 3 grievously wounded. His casual comments still echoed in their mind. Though he didn't have a single aura activated right now, he looked like the ruler of the world. Everyone else was nothing more than ants. He did refer to them as ants prior, but most didn't agree and attributed this statement to his arrogance. It felt so hard to breathe in this area now, as if the oxygen level was low or there was an invisible hand gripping their neck. Meanwhile, the bloodied survivors were as pale as can be, not just from blood loss but also from fear. They realized that they have messed with the wrong guy who was a terrifying existence. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regrets. Run! The sword god and Shen Guzhan exchanged glances and decided to flee. Famous experts normally cared about their reputation, but now, this was a crucial moment between life and death. Reputation and honor no longer mattered. Staying alive was the most important thing. Too late for that now. Li Qie smiled and flashed into disappearance. The two of them used all of their strength to run, but this wasn't enough. He stood before their path in the next second. Another grim realization struck. He was far faster than them. Escaping was impossible. Take him down. The two of them crazily roared. There was no other choice but to fight. The sword god turned into a sword illuminating the area, large enough to shoulder the firmament. Shen Guzhan became blessed and protected by the myriads gods and sages. His power soared to the next level. Foolish. Li Qie smiled and covered the entire sky with a palm strike. Rumble. The world exploded, the mountains crumbled, the water in the river evaporated. Crack. Both the massive sword and the boosted state of Shen Guzhan started to disintegrate beneath his palm. Splash. The grievously wounded duo suffered insane damage. Blood splashed out as their flesh turned into powder. Stop. A furious roar interrupted the battle with enough intensity to threaten the gods. Clank. A whirling saber appeared from the distant horizon. It instantly appeared again above Li Qie and cut down with full force. The stars were as soft as tofu and got obliterated in the process. The saber energy rained down and would lacerate any target into nothingness. Metal Kin War God. Someone recognized the voice right away. Amitabha. Next, a golden avatar of a Buddha appeared above as well. The chant ended with this avatar forming a Buddhist palm strike crashing down on his head. Bright King Buddha. Another spectator shouted. Metalkin War God and Bright King Buddha made their move despite being extremely far away. These spatial crossing attacks were still as impressive as ever. Humph. Li Qie didn't bat an eye and swung his hand in response. Another showing of his domination. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.